Alright, so boom, we back with another hit. Can't Stop, Won't Quit. I want to thank everybody who watched either the TDE ranking or the Dreamville ranking. I have been working on both of those since summer 2025. So yeah, any likes and comments on those videos are greatly appreciated. So I was live streaming the other day and someone suggested that I take both videos and do an overall combined ranking of the two labels so that y'all truck driving people, y'all warehouse working people, or anybody who just likes to put hour-long videos on the background, this will work for y'all. So I said, hey, that's a good idea. There will be chapters and timestamps in this video, so if you've already seen the separate rankings for TDE and Dreamville, then you could just look at the timestamps of this video to see what my overall ranking is, like which Dreamville album do I have over which TDE album and vice versa. This video will simply be a combined ranking of the other two videos. So it was 33 TDE albums and it was 25 Dreamville albums. So that's 58 altogether. Going down from 58 to number 1, if you want to know what the order is between both labels, here you go. Oh yeah, Dreamville is certainly the better label between the two. I think Kendrick Lamar is the overall best artist amongst both camps, but judging them both collectively, boy, what? I think Loot is better than Ab Soul. I think Ari Lennox is better than SZA and Sir. I think Boz is better than Isaiah Rashad. I think Kaz is better than J-Rock. We can go on all day with this. TDE would have a very weak reputation if it wasn't for K-Dot. Anyway, once again, thank you to everyone who watched those two videos. If you need an Amiri video to throw on for several hours, here you go. Now, ranking every TDE and Dreamville album together, the one that I have as the absolute worst amongst all of them is still easily.
Okay, let's get it, bitch, let's get it.
Schoolboy Q deserves all the hate he got for this album. This is when chasing the mainstream trap sound is a horrible decision. According to Q himself, this was the album that, since Q had been in a dark space for so long by 2019, he wanted to do tracks he really wanted to do and have fun making them. Nah, bruh. You decided to have fun with your music and proceeded to make easily the worst album you've ever made. In a June 2019 interview with Tiffany Carver from BBC Radio 1 Extra, Q said that this was the quickest album he's ever made. He was working on other projects while doing Crash Talk, but he scrapped a lot of the material because it sounded too much like Blank Face LP. So, for the last 6 months, he decided to lock in and say, okay, this album is going to sound like this. He would even play the album he was working on for other artists, Danny Brown, Tyler the Creator, A$AP Rocky, and they were all saying, I feel like you made this before, bro. This sounds similar to Blank Face. Consequently, he wanted to give the fans something that would chart and get him numbers as opposed to something that was critically acclaimed. It's cool that he changed it to make something different sounding from his other projects, but the execution did not work in his favor. This interview is going to be referenced a couple of more times as he said some very interesting things here. One issue with this album is the A flow immediately ruined some of the tracks. The hyper energetic ad-libs, instead of providing a fun head-bopping feel to the album, it made the album sound obnoxious, such as Drunk. I like the hook on the song. I ain't really drunk, just a little buzz, just a little buzz. But these verses are weak. Never had enough, pass me the mask, ayy. Are you down for me, girl? Been on my last, ayy. See the sirens pulling up, pigs on my ass, ayy. Even when the money come, gone way too fast, ayy. He ends every line with ayy, 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 ayy. It just makes me not like it. Another example I actually think is the second worst song on the album, and that's 5200. 4 words I know, yeah, F all you hoes, ayy, I do the most, ayy, put that in quotes, ayy, get that song out of here. Oh man, and Die With Him, another song ruined by the A flow. I was like, what is wrong with this dude on this album? Orange beanie, think about it, got a pistol out the closet, another meal to deposit, heard your record, I'm your father, switching styles, pick a product, snatch your bitch about her products, hit a lick up in the products, I was not liking this, on this album at all. Every song he did that on, he was making it worse. Some other tracks that I don't like were Num Num Juice. I like the, okay, let's get it, bitch, let's get it, woo. But the whole song, nah, this was just a generic trap breaker to me. Water with Lil Baby. Lil Baby slid on this and easily did a better job than Q. Q talking about, this ain't for the fame. Little bitch, what you think? Ay, I'm covered in gang. Ay, I run with the gang. I do what you can. My money a tank. I might build a bank. Woo! Baby washed his ass. Floating with 21 Savage is another skip. This man's voice is just goofy on this song, and not in a good way. Made it out the hood, had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this. Black Folk is also mid, but it's one of the better songs on the album, so that's seriously not saying much. Same thing with Dangerous with Kid Cudi. I need y'all to realize that when I say that certain tracks are the better ones on the album, I mean they're still mid, just less mid than the other ones. Lastly, some songs are flat out boring, such as Chopstick with Travis Scott. The fact that Kendrick Lamar wrote that hook is insane, because the hook is nothing special. I could've wrote that. The second track, Tails, I could've went D1, but like, I wasn't with it. My SATs and grades were high enough, but I wasn't with it. I couldn't bring my dogs with me, so I wasn't with it. My feelings, my demons, I'm living, I'm dreaming, I found it, I've tried it. Like, this album is the epitome of, it's not a trash album, it's just a whole bunch of generic stuff. My gosh, bro. Speaking of Q wanting to make this a mainstream appealing album, the most egregious example of this is the worst song on the album, Lies with Young Gangsta 400 and Ty Dolla $ign.
Stop telling lies on me. That shit ain't okay. Hey, hey, hey.
I never think that it's inherently a problem when an artist makes a song that's clearly meant for radio push or for the clubs, but some tracks, the moment you play them, it's just like, you tried too hard with this one. Q himself did not belong on this song. This track just comes off like he was desperate to have a hit, and I believe this is a top 5 worst Schoolboy Q song ever. Let's get it started with the top 3 though. The third best song on the album is the opening song, Gang Gang. I think the song is just decent, but the energy is cool.
Gang shit, been poppin', hood legend,
On the other end of the spectrum, the second best song is the closing track, Attention.
Glide through the air, ain't cautious, yeah. Mind on the ground, ain't dreaming.
The opening lines were dope about how he didn't care about a Grammy, he was just happy to get recognition from Jay-Z, Nas, and to be able to work with Dr. Dre. Admittedly, Attention is a not for me tier track. It's good, but I don't actually like the song. The only other good song on this project is the #1 best song, and that's Crash.
Crash, fuck all the ops, I kid you not, see we gon' crash.
RIP to Mac Miller, he had vocals on that track, and by the time I got to Crash, I was just surprised that there were any good songs on here. I would grade Crash Talk a high C-. I believe it's the worst album to ever drop on TDE. People who say this album is underrated, y'all are coping with the highest amount of cope you can possibly inject in yourself. This album is not slept on at all. It's painfully generic. I would not even recommend this album. If someone told me, you know, I never have heard that Crash Talk album by Schoolboy Q. I remember when it came out and it got a lot of hate, but I've never checked it out for myself. I might have to tap in. I would discourage that person from doing so. I would physically grab you by your shoulder and be like, nah, bro. Trust me, you'll be fine if you never hear it.
Money, hoes, clothes, nigga, that's all we know. Oh, my mama shit.
If y'all thought I was done with the Schoolboy Q slander, y'all are sadly mistaken. Habits and Contradictions is ass too. Yes, you are seeing this correctly. The 2 worst TDE albums of all time, both of them are Schoolboy Q albums. Sometimes Q be dropping some straight up nonsense, and Habits and Contradictions is a massive sophomore slump. His debut, Setbacks, is way better than this. This album came out 1 year after his debut as well, and it just makes me go, nah bruh, you should've took some more time with this. Off rip, the opening song, Sacrilegious, didn't care for it. I like the ooh, whoa, whoa chants, but overall, no. The following track, There He Go, gotta be a top 3 worst song on the album. His delivery on this track was super whack. Bitches and the hoes know they see me, they like, there he go. They be like, there he go. Schoolboy, there he go. The hook doesn't help his case. Up in your bra, they be like, there he go. They be like, there he go. Schoolboy, there he go. In my opinion, there's only 2 good songs on this album. One of them is towards the beginning of the project, and the other one is towards the end. So unfortunately, there's a long 12-song stretch where it's just mid after mid, mid then decent, decent then weak. Whether it's due to the lack of energy from the vocals, the beat not being that impressive, or a Q just having standard level bars, there is not one banger in the middle of this album. A track like Groove Line Part 1 with Currency and Dom, that song is too chill and relaxed, to the point where it becomes dull. Nightmare on Fig Street, you can pack that up. Raymond 1969, the Portishead sample beat is perfectly fine. It's Schoolboy's performance over it that takes me out of it and doesn't impress me. 2 more tracks that I don't care for, but I can say I was close to liking them. They're like upper mid, is Gangsta and Designer, and Druggies with Hoes again with Solo. I have a weird level of respect for the latter song. Although I don't like it, I understand the appeal. Now the sad thing is, I like 7 songs on this project, but 5 out of those 7, I think they're just cool. I wasn't blown away by them, but I was like, yeah, sure. If this came on, I wouldn't skip it. Such as Sex Drive with Jhené Aiko. Of course, Janae would be part of a song called Sex Drive. I keep trying to tell y'all that Janae Aiko is who y'all think Skin Diamond is. My Hating Joint is decent, How We Feeling is decent, and lastly, Oxy Music, that song is okay.
I got my hustle, dog. I guess my hustle off. Prostitutes and raps and all.
There are 2 songs in this album that are hot garbage. The second worst song on the album is Sexton. The beat with those sounds is very ridiculous.
Me and you. One time for the bitches. Me and you.
Now you could say Sexting is the worst song on this album if you don't want to count this next track that I think is the worst, and that's Tuki No's Interlude.
Give it away, toe tags, one tag, 2 tags.
I know this is not a full song, but it's a minute and a half long, and there's enough vocals on it to where I think it's fair to factor it into the ranking.
Na 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 na.
Whoop! Yeah, this is bottom 1, no question. Now for the top tracks, number 3, I will give it to Niggas Already Know, Davers Flow.
Niggas already know you got shit. Niggas already know you got swag. Niggas already know.
The top 2, like I said earlier, are the only good songs on the album. One of them is Blessed with K-Dot.
Stay blessed, my nigga. Bless my nigga. Really think about it, could be worse, my nigga. Don't stress.
This song would be fire if it had a little bit of a more hard-hitting factor to it, like a more melodic hook or something. As it stands, it kind of gives off that feel of, it's good, but could be better. Now, one song that's fire the way it is Hands on the Wheel, fuck that, featuring A$AP Rocky. 100% the best song on this weak ass album. Very, very catchy, very energetic. This is my jam. Hands on the wheel, fuck that. Grade, I'll give it a solid C. Sophomore Slump, second worst TDE album, and this is nowhere near the conversation of Q's best album. Anybody who got Habits and Contradictions as their #1 Q album, y'all are out of control.
I don't wanna have to hit you with this phone, man. Burn your whole block down like.
J-Rock is the worst rapper in TDE. Argue with your mama, argue with your daddy, argue with your barber, argue with the nigga that sell weed down the street. J-Rock is the worst rapper on the label. Ever since I started working on this video, I've been waiting to get on your ass, boy. J-Rock is the one person I look at on TDE and go, my God, y'all be letting anybody on this label. And wasn't J-Rock the very first artist signed to the label? Yeah, Anthony Top Dog, you came out the gate tripping. J-Rock's problem for me is that he doesn't have that engaging of a rap voice. I put emphasis on that for a reason. Hearing him speak period is just not ear grabbing. His voice is too gruff and just sounds too much like this. And for that reason, as a rapper, I just don't take a lot of his songs seriously because the way he sounds is a turnoff. He doesn't sound like this all the time. I'm not about to go through all 3 of his albums saying he has no enjoyable tracks. And even to his credit, to why I emphasized that, the voice sometimes helps amplify the pain of his stories from his street upbringing. But most of the time, the songs sound super basic because of how he sounds. Straight to it, some songs on this album I don't like simply because these are just painfully generic street records. Like if you was to come across an unknown rapper on YouTube whose songs and music videos were getting like 400 views, their songs would sound like this. Those are for the money. Shout out to Jay Black on the hook. He's the only reason that song sounds somewhat nice. Quick shout out to Just Like Me featuring Jay Black as well. That's one of the only 6 songs I like on this project. Now, speaking of getting carried by the hook, They Be On It is another song. Kendrick Lamar is uncredited, but he's the one that's singing, and the bitches, they be on it. Oh man, they be so on it. I'm having that hook on repeat before I hear, I pull up on them hoes, roll my windows down, let my music out, 415, shake the ground. I be hearing this song like, Kendrick, come back, please. On the other end from getting carried by the hook, one track that's ruined by the hook is the opening track, Cold Red. This hook is disgusting, and I would have liked this song if it wasn't for that. Welcome to Watts, California, where we ain't scared to run up on ya. This sounds like Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories music. And funny enough, that's Kendrick. So he went from helping on They Be On It to Get Your Ass On Somewhere on Cold Red. Another skip is the song Bout That. In response to what I said earlier about Jay's voice, this is one of the tracks where I appreciate the aggressive, rugged rap style, but it just doesn't make me feel anything.
They like Skrilla whenever them chips ain't straight. Make them strip like Magic City on a Monday. Rock!
I'll give you a gold star for trying. He be trying, but again, this sounds like Grand Theft Auto soundtrack music. I do like the song Life's a Gamble. It has some uncredited vocals from Ab-Soul on there, but to be honest, that song is decent to me because of the beat and the chorus. J-Rock didn't do a damn thing. I'm on my ish dog like a toddler in a cradle with a pamper on. I was gonna say I wish y'all warned me about this, but y'all couldn't have because y'all didn't know I was working on this video. But all I know is it's one of the songs that made me realize J-Rock is boring as hell. This track is one of the main culprits. All I know is diamonds, drugs, bitches, money, diamonds, drugs, bitches, money. Like, y'all actually be bumping this? I already know there's many albums where people will comment complaining about the placement I have it in the ranking. What? You only got this album in blank place? Or you really got blank and only blank place? I bet not see a single comment complaining about the placement of Follow Me Home. There is way better albums in this video that y'all can be defending. The song Elbows? Nigga, boring as hell.
Poke your elbows out and swing like this. Poke your elbows out and swing like this.
Get this album out of here, bro. The worst song is Boomerang.
She got that wet. I'm talking Niagara Falls. I can swim in it.
I feel like J-Rock knew while he was making this song that this was one of the weaker ones on the album.
She keep on coming back like a rerun. If you pay for it, you don't need no refund. She got that wet. I'm talking Niagara Falls. I can swim in it. I'm on my bucket board.
Terrible. But the top three. Third best song I would say is West Side with Breezy.
Baby girl, I put you up like we headed to that west side.
Second best song, literally whenever I tell someone you don't have to like something, I'll always specifically say, hey man, you ain't gotta like it, but the hood gon' love it.
Keeping it G ain't nothing. You ain't gotta like it cause the hood don't love it.
And the number one track, was there any doubt in y'all mind? I say, was there any doubt in y'all mind? It's All My Life with Weezy and will.i.am. Shout out to Lil Wayne. Apparently he shot the music video for All My Life the same day he shot the Got Money and Amiri music video. That's dope. I'll grade Follow Me Home a high C. Keep in mind, when I say a high grade, I mean it was almost a grade above it. So a high C means it was almost just a C+. A low C would mean it was almost a C-. So Follow Me Home could have been a C+, but this is super mid. 17 tracks, hella filler, and it's strongly carried by the top three that I mentioned. If you got rid of All My Life, hood gon' love it. And West Side, this album would drop to a C-. Me giving it a high C is being generous because of those top three songs.
Hey man, I'm in sort of a rock in a hard place, like a guitar in a hard rock cafe. They argue about me in barbershops.
Forewarning, half of Ab-Soul's albums are not going to be graded that highly. I believe that Ab-Soul is the second best rapper on TDE behind Kendrick Lamar. If you want to say Soul is over Kendrick, I won't even argue with you. Ab-Soul, as a lyricist with how creative he can be with his bars, he is a mastermind at this. Other times it can come off as too cringy and trying too hard to be clever, but that's the risk that any punchline, metaphor heavy rapper takes. Now, in regards to Do Without Will, apparently this was Ab-Soul's feminist glorifying women album. The themes of many records were painted around the uplifting of women, and women need to stop being demonized, dehumanized. We need to protect them at all costs. Now, trust me when I say him empowering women is not why I think this is his worst album. I have no issue with the subject. But if you're gonna make some songs for the ladies, you gotta do better than this, bro. The hoes don't even like this album. The name of this album needs to be changed to Thou Shalt Not Scareth the Hoes, because that's what he did here. Go outside and ask 100 women, do you listen to this album by Ab-Soul? All 100 of them are gonna say, Ab who? Now, in my opinion, this album starts to pick up at the very end. The last 5 tracks were a smooth way to end the album, but this is a 16 song project. If your album doesn't hit a good run until track 12, then that is a massive problem. Those first 12 tracks, let me highlight the misses. Before that, Huey Knew Then is decent. I like that song. I can tell that was a track where he legit tried. He was rapping, but the overall song is just decent. For these misses though, Threatening Nature, Womanography, and Invocation with Cocaine can all get off this album. For the first track, I know that Ab be trying, but Threatening Nature ain't for me. I used to shop at Liz, but I'm still over niggas like ceilings and bright ideas. Invocation, dude was putting a lot of spit on them P's. They say pussy and paper is poetry, power and pistols, nuclear power plants and missiles. And then Cocaine didn't even do anything. He just softly says, solo, on the hook, and that's it. Womanography, I thought this song was gonna be hard off of the way it started at the very beginning, but then this instantly plummeted. And people who watch my channel, y'all know one of my hip hop pet peeves, I hate when rappers say a line and then say, get it? Or, no, y'all didn't catch that last line. That was crazy. I said, Ab did that on here. Getting comatose and high, they on my pole because I told them. Get it? Totem pole? He did it again on the second worst song on the album, which is Beat the Case, Straight Cricket. Beat the Case has a hook that is a repetitive mess. All I do is beat the case. 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 See, I'm getting annoyed by myself saying it over and over. But later on Straight Cricket, when he said a criminal's best asset is his liability, he gonna brag about his own bar by saying, nah, that was crazy. His liability, his ability to lie, assets and liability. Come on, man, y'all not hearing me. Like, you feeling the need to say that is making me not like it. Y'all who listen to Soul's music, y'all know he actually does this often. He'll laugh at one of his own bars and go, nah, that bar was wild. They're not gonna catch that one. Now you know it's filler central. I have absolutely nothing to say about that song. Portishead in the Morning / Her World. The second half, Her World, was incredibly pointless considering it was only a minute long. God's a Girl, similar to Now You Know, is filler central. I couldn't tell you one memorable thing about that record. The second song on the album, Braille featuring Dreamville's Boss, I think this is the third worst song on Thou Shall Not Scare Up the Hoes. That long ass distorted, chopped and screwed sound before leading to the Peter Piper tongue twister, that killed the whole song. It was already mid, but this whole part,
Hey, Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Yeah.
this sound is like the last minute and a half of the song, and that was a horrible idea to do that. Let's quickly mention some positives. Those last 5 songs I was talking about, 2 of the top 3 songs on the album are in that bunch of 5. You'll see which ones are which. Evil Genius. This production and background singer was nice as hell, but this verse was very try hard. And the My Young was not good. As soon as Ab's verse started and I heard that flow, I said, yo, you doing too much. Indecisive, enlightening, frightening idol with the light sensitive eye of the tiger, fire flame, die line times 5 vital ways, skydiving tidal waves. Truthfully, I'm skipping Ab's verse every single time. The singing that goes from like the 3-minute mark to the 4-minute mark was the best part of the whole song. And the different instrumental at the end was chill too. Lonely Soul, The Law, that song was kind of just on. The leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone singing was nice throughout it though. YMF was cool, but I was mad at him for that line, I gotta wear shades every day. It's difficult to figure me out. You're supposed to look a man up in his eye, but they don't even know what eye is about. But there are 2 times in TDE history, y'all, where the worst song on the album is the opening song. Remember I said this, 2 times in TDE history. In this case, that song is titled Raw Backwards featuring Sakari.
Throw that wag shit up in the trash can. We don't wanna hear that whack shit no more.
I'm already sick of people saying that this song is raw, no pun intended, and it's one of the best songs on the album. If Raw Backwards is one of the best records, then this album is super trash. I'm low-key like a locksmith working on both knees is one of the most try-hard bars I've ever heard. That line is freaking horrible. And his delivery was weak as hell here. I'm cozy, act like you know me. Overly dedicated, just like my homie. It's so ironic that he ended his first verse with, throw that whack-ish up in the trash can. Because yeah, that would be this song. Whew, man, top 3. The third best song on the album, Wifey versus Wi-Fi / PMS.
Out of sight, out of mind, shit on mine. Long as the nigga making paper when he doing time.
This song sounds good, and although I wasn't paying attention to the lyrics, from what I was hearing, it sounded like he was saying some stupid try-hard stuff on this song. I want you to tweet me right now if you're using your 3rd iPhone. Dude, that freestyle from BR3 was better than everything I heard from Soul. Penitentiary mind state, is it my fate? For God's sakes, why did I have to lose the case? Soul, including PMS on the record, is wicked because he got super watched. PMS is more of the highlight. Second best song is The Law with Mac Miller and Rhapsody. I will always be a strong advocate for the less Rhapsody, the better. Take her verse off of this song and I will like it even more. But the best song on this weak ass album is DRUGS.
I love my mama. Lord knows I does. I love my family.
According to Lupe Fiasco, this stands for Don't Ruin Us, God said. Sure, bruh. Again, as much as I try to give Soul credit, it's like he's addicted to saying at least one garbage line in each song. I got some issues. I ain't talking about a newspaper. I'm talking about the issues that come with this new paper. Whack. He's so lucky this song sounds good. I will grade Thou Shall Not Scareth the Hoes a high C. This is Ab-Soul's worst album. Way too bloated, standout weak bars. There's nothing that's amazing on here. Even the best songs are only good, and that's not enough to get it out of the C range.
Very riveting. Do you love me for the benefits? Finish this.
It is time that we talk about Mr. Showtime. You know the funny thing about this project? The top 3 best songs are all right next to each other. This album is Isaiah's first, and it's also his worst, releasing in September 2016. After playing this album a couple of times and going back to it, I've noticed some things, and y'all already know I have my thoughts. But before we get to that, it's time to recap, so let's get into it. Let's talk about Isaiah's #1 flaw. I made a video back in 2019 called 5 Rappers I Refuse to Listen to. I put Zay on that list, and for those of y'all who need a reminder, let me play what 2019 Amiri said, because my opinion is exactly the same 7 years later. If there are any big Isaiah Rashad fans watching this video, then I strongly apologize, but I have to say it. Isaiah Rashad bores the fuck out of me. Like, oh my gosh, not even just makes me a little tired or puts me to sleep. I feel like I'm in a coma when I listen to his music. For comparison, Bone Thugs and Harmony are my favorite rappers ever, as their harmonies, all puns intended, in combination with them talking about their struggles, family, life in general, it just takes me to another place when I listen to their music because of how chill and laid back can be. However, I really dislike their album, The Art of War, as the chill and laid back records on that project work against it, and I find it to be a very boring album. I bring that up to say this. The Sun's Tirade and The House is Burning are Isaiah Rashad versions of The Art of War. Zay's whole music style is something you go to for a vibe, whether you're partying with friends or you're by yourself cooling out, whether you're sober or whether you're high or drunk. That's the type of music he makes. The downside is that both of these albums are too laid back and too chill to the point where it's a strong detriment. For an album that's supposed to be for the vibes, he did not come through with said vibes. This album is boring as hell. I saw an interview where Zay ranked his 3 projects from top to bottom, and he had The Sun's Tirade at #1. When I saw that, I was really like, it don't matter, bro. Choosing between The Sun's Tirade and The House is Burning is the definition of having a mid-off. Nah, I'm just talking junk. Only this one is mid. So one thing I said in that 2019 clip is that the very first time I played The Sun's Tirade, the first 2 songs, For the Squad and Free Lunch, I yawned 5 times between both songs playing, and I turned the album off and I didn't care to hear the rest. And I still stand by this. For the Squad and Free Lunch are both mid. I'm sure For the Squad is about something emotionally important, but how it sonically sounds is dreadful, man. I got $1 in the stop in Kansas. Alright, now stretch it. Bless it. Bless it, my brother. By the bed, by air, by boot. Free Lunch is the better of the 2 tracks, but the hook takes me out of that song. The production and Isaiah's voice in the verses make it a smooth listen, but every time I hear meal ticket, ticket, meal ticket, ticket, come on, it ruins the track. Speaking of songs being ruined by the hook, TDE and Dollar, when the beat picked up at like the 48-second mark, that was definitely when the song got more entertaining. But overall, I know that bitches gonna be bitches, but I love them hoes. It's alright. I can't believe this, but J-Rock easily had the best verse on that song. When his verse came up, I damn near started enjoying the whole track. But then the hook came back and I went back to, oh yeah, nah, keep it. Find the Topic, Homies Beg just seemed like a song that didn't need to be on here. The production is soulful, jazzy, but there's nothing really to the song. The whole time it's playing, it doesn't do anything for me. The top 3 worst songs on the album are all in the second half. That song, A Lot, like I'm ballin', I'm like LeBron on them. That reminded me of my outro by Blockboy JB. Outro. I understand how this song having a hard beat can make people really hype, but I don't like the staticky vocal effect on the whole song. And it feels like an ignorant song where he just learned his words saying anything. Don't Matter When Lance Skywalker, this beat super threw me off when I first heard it, because basically the first few seconds sounded like it would be something different. But then it started sounding like Mario Kart music. It has this old school filter sound on it to where it also sounds like Flintstones cartoon footsteps music. And I'm not saying that as a good thing at all. I'm saying that's the exact reason why I don't like it.
They told me that I had to see it for my fucking self. And if I make it to the gates.
But the worst song on the album is By George.
We don't usually take that long.
I guess this was supposed to be one of the songs that you're supposed to get lost in the feel of the song.
Hop on the road and say that it was live.
Some of y'all may love this track, but I think throughout the mountain of mid that this album is, By George is at the top of that mountain. B-Day with Dinkin' Blues and Kari Fo is also a track I disliked. It isn't at the top of the mid mountain like A Lot, Don't Matter, and By George were, but it's still a skip. As minimal as they are, the bright spots on the album I will say are the songs Brenda, Silk the Shaka with Sid, Double A, Dressed Like Rappers, Stuck in the Mud with SZA. I was disappointed in that song. I'm only calling this song a bright spot because I enjoyed the first half of it. The second half was just aight.
Papa Zanny, make your problems go away.
I didn't like the second half at all. But let's get into this top 3. Third best song on the album, What's Wrong with Kendrick Lamar and Zakari.
Oh, sometimes I get so out of myself.
Second best song is Rope/Rose Gold with Sir.
You are the fancy car that keeps me going.
The second half of the song Rose Gold is certainly better than the first half. You are the fancy car that keeps me going. And the best song is a song where off my first time hearing it, it didn't even sound like Isaiah to me, but it ended up being number 1 on the album regardless. And that's Park.
I'm just a bandit, plus I might sharp as a tackle or a guillotine right at your family.
The Sun's Tirade is a high C. It could have been a C+, but this album is way too slow for my liking. Isaiah Rashad on this project is mind-numbingly boring. The laid-back, chill vibe is ironically the downside of this album. Anybody who has this over The House Is Burning, you're out of your mind.
Got the whole world waiting for a nigga. Got the whole city going crazy for me.
This album is ass, bruh. I was playing this thinking, no wonder why I never checked out this Nintendo GameCube head-ass niggas music before. And this is the third album I had to hear for this ranking, so immediately my reaction was, oh, Cole was signing anybody. Kaz on this album is a Dreamville version of Reason from TDE. Everything y'all love to complain about regarding Reason, being super generic, nothing is engaging about him, he's unessential, he may have a couple of good songs, but overall you'll be fine if you don't check him out. That is this whole Cause and Effect project. Obviously, we weren't introduced to Reason until several years after Cause and Effect was released, but I'm using that as a reference point to paint context in 2026. I don't see how anyone can not like Reason, but you like GameCube. Additionally, you know what other feeling I get from Cause from this album? This seems like music your ordinary nigga in college who has rapping dreams would make. Those dudes that be on college campuses reluctantly taking classes and they be like, man, I don't even care about this school stuff for real, bro. I'm a rapper, bro. I'm trying to get my music to pop off. If my music ever takes off, I'm dropping out this bitch, bro. That's the feeling I get from this dude. From his bars, his voice, there is nothing creative about Kaz. I can make an album and rap like this. He even mentions this on the song Come Get It when he says, there's new niggas in the game, we just trying to get next. A little sick of school, I'd rather get this money instead. Come Get It, I solely enjoy that song for the beat. It feels like a 90s Denon Porter beat.
Cause this that soulful shit. This that food for less talk, not that whole food shit.
But back to the slander. The opening song Dreams, he is hella carried by the beat. And with the college comparison, he's on here rapping about, we all gotta chase our dreams. Imagine how my life would be if I didn't stick to rhyming and I settled for top rhyming. Imagine I stayed living with my dad working a normal job. I once crashed my mama Honda and I couldn't afford for her to lease a new one. My life is so stressful. I'm like, yeah, dude, you just described everybody's life. What makes you, you? On that 9-to-5 job, F that. I'd rather go comic and go to Gotham and meet with Batman and start robbing. Gotham, Batman, Robin, ooh. On that note, y'all, I actually think Dreams is the worst song on the album. It's an okay track about the reason why he goes so hard on the beat. The reason why he's so hungry is because he's always had dreams of being rich. But this song was an instant eye-opener that Kaz was about to be spitting the same standard raps everybody else in the hood does.
Cause we always had dreams of being rich. Rolling on my arm, Jesus pieces on my neck.
There's one good song on this album, bro. The rest of this mess was not cutting it. Cody Mack, he had an awkward ass flow in the second verse. He sounded like nostalgia 64 era Denzel Curry. Don't Know About You interlude is just boring. Western Ave Slaves featuring Animal. Animal tried to add that soulful feel on the hook. Cause y'all know everybody think it's a cheat code to bring a singer on their project to have at least one song with a passionate singing hook. But that did not work here. You trying to add a soulful and melodic element to the song is the reason why it's whack.
I know you feel the pressure, baby, but don't let it get you, baby.
The last track I'ma fully slander is Murder, which although has a solid hook, this instantly felt like the lyrical miracle spiritual hippity flippity record of the album. The crowd has to love them, they feeling deep lyrical acupuncture, I'm spiritual as a nun but I drink till my bladder ruptures. And even when it didn't feel lyrical spiritual, I just simply wasn't impressed with what I heard. But I can be Tyson with my right hand and carve words that cut nerves like a knife can. I spit like I'm pissed, but I'm alright, man, cause I'm the and European like a and white man. You're a peon, European, white. Yeah, I barely like anything on here. Don't get me wrong, this isn't trash. I'm not saying nothing on this album is trash, but it's mid as hell. For the songs I like, give me You Know That, give me Knock the Hustle. The original version, I actually don't care for the remix with J. Cole. Even though they're the exact same song with just a Cole verse added, I'd rather play the one with Jermaine not on it. The other songs I like are in the top 3, so let's get to that. Third best song is LSN featuring Free Act Right, which stands for Light Skinned Nigga.
She do it for them light-skinned niggas. Whoa.
This song is corny as hell, but I still like it. He's not calling himself light skinned, but the song is about how some girls really play into that narrative about I love light skinned dudes that wear Jordans, got a nice little taper or waves, da da da. So Kaz is saying, shit, if that's what I gotta look like in order to bag shorty, let me play that role then. She do it for the light skinned nigga. Whoa. She said she want that light skinned nigga. And if you come and bring that white friend with ya. Yeah, this song is pretty lame, but I'm taking this over hella other tracks on here. Second best, give me I Need That featuring Boz.
I need that pussy. I need that real shit. They need that.
The Knife got me feeling like I'm Superman, but I'm praying I don't run into a Crip tonight. That was nice. I didn't think College Boy can come up with a line like that. This did feel like a mainstream attempt record though, but the best song on the album is I'm the Man.
Said I'm the man. You should ask the rap, man. I'm the motherfucking man.
This is the only time this is going to occur in this Dreamville ranking, and I actually don't think this has ever happened before on my channel. The best song on the album is a Not For Me tier track. For those of y'all who may be brand new to my channel, I define a Not For Me tier track as a song that is actually good and it's one of the best songs by the artist. I just personally don't like it myself. Going off of how I judge music, I can be unbiased and say a song is good even if I don't personally rock with it. So throughout this ranking, anytime you hear me define a song as a Not For Me tier track, that's what I mean. It's a good song, but I just have my own personal reasons for why I wouldn't go back to it. And that's the case for this song, I'm the Man. Although it is the only good song on Cause and Effect, I don't like it because his voice sounds pretty whiny on the chorus. Cause I'm the man, you should ask around. I'm the motherfucking man, you should ask around. Niggas scared to get on tracks cause I lays it down. The chorus sounds like someone rapping at a talent show as opposed to an established signed artist. I'm giving Cause and Effect a high C. It could have been a C+, but even then, a C+ is not a grade to be happy with. This is the worst Dreamville album of all time. It felt very cliche for someone's first project. And if you ask me, Kaz did a really poor job convincing someone on why they should listen to his music over the next man's. I truly believe that if you play this album, you're not going to be blown away by anything.
I smell like pussy. I ain't even washed off. Back to the money.
The only TDE album to drop during the year of the pandemic. Reason is the definition of an okay rapper. There is absolutely nothing that he does that you couldn't get from somebody else already in the rap game, or hell, somebody else that's on the label with him. Reason is so unremarkable and not worth recommending. He'll have some good songs here and there, he'll have some good moments, but as an overall package, it's like, dude, find you a different career at this point. As a rapper, I really don't see his career going that far because he's just not that interesting whatsoever. He can make himself interesting and get his career to take off, but I'm not seeing it from what I've heard. Now, like I said, this was the only album from a TDE artist to drop during 2020, and let me just say, TDE did not start this decade off on the right foot. Throughout the first 10 tracks on the album, I liked one song, and that single one was the best song on the album, so I'll get to it in a moment. But everything else, the opening song on New Beginnings, Something More, it is a quote-unquote good song, and I don't know if this just goes into my dislike of Reason, but this song felt too pretentious to me. I feel like he went into making this song saying, yeah, I'm about to spit some real stuff from the heart. Let me go ahead and tell the people about my life. The problem is that it made the song feel template-like. Like, let me check this type of song off the list. This nigga said, this feels like Bed Bath & Beyond cause I got a lot in store. The first TDE song of 2020, and it's this basic backstory track. Pop-ish with Schoolboy Q. With me dogging 2 Schoolboy Q albums recently, none of you should be surprised that I don't like this song. But hey, speaking of Q, the next song, Showstop, this sounded like a ripoff of Q's That Part.
Baby.
Showstop. Showstop. Showstop.
Showstop is in the better half of songs I don't like. It's mostly ruined by Kendrick Lamar in the back going, wait, wait. Another TDE artist appears on a mid song on this album, and that's Ab Soul on the song Flick It Up. This track sounded like a ripoff of J. Cole's ATM record.
Do no work, I flick it up, flick it up, flick it up. Nigga flow sick, ain't sick enough. Wait.
And this man Reason had the nerve to say on here, coming up as a kid, I was trying to be Jay, I was trying to be Ye, I was trying to be Wayne. Now kids say they trying to be Reason. Please, if there is any little boy out there in the world that's saying, I want to be like Reason when I grow up, someone please tell that boy that he can strive for greater things in life. You can go work at Foot Locker in your local mall, and that will be a higher ceiling than what you're dreaming of. Two tracks that I don't like because I just think they're rather boring are the closing track, Windows Cry. This could have been a dope record because it's about the start of his career on the TDE label, but it just ends up being unentertaining. The other one is Sauce featuring Vince Staples. There was some energy on the second verse, but overall, hell no. The rest of the song, and especially the hook, can put you in a coma.
That bitch boss, I don't trip. I'm a boss, I might slip, I don't fall.
There are two decent tier tracks on the album for me, and those are Extinct with Isaiah Rashad and JID, and then Westside with Mariba. Those songs were okay. But to get back to the slander, I just have to say what the second worst song is on here, and that's Favorite Nigga. On this song, he has the flow of a bum-ass SoundCloud rapper.
Close will fuck me, yeah. She can't touch me, yeah. Yo bitch ugly, yeah.
That song was buns, but the worst song on the album gotta be Stories I Forgot. This sounded like something that should have been on Schoolboy Q's Trash Talk. The delivery on that first verse freaking sucks. Tales of the ghetto hood folk, I forgot them. Mosh pit, ghetto mosh pit, niggas wildin'. I got on the counter, my they toxic. The second half of the song was better, but by that point, I was already not liking it. Now, for all y'all newbies out there that don't know, when Amiri rates music, he has a tier called a Not For Me tier, which essentially means songs that I can admit are good, great, and are one of the best songs by that artist. I just personally don't enjoy listening to it. But based off of how I would judge a song, I can give it its credit. There are 4 Not For Me tier songs on this album. One of them is Something More, the first song I talked about that felt like a template, Let Me Tell Y'all About My Roots record. Another one is Gossip. This and Something More are top 5 on the record, but they're just not to my liking for real. Now for our top 3 songs, both number 3 and number 2 are Not For Me tier tracks. Number 3 is I Can Make It.
I can make you understand the inner workings of a spitter that let off like Tommy Boy, no heel figure.
Rhapsody and Reason on the same track is a nightmare of a pairing. This is a song I almost liked, but as I got more into the verses, I was just kind of getting bored. But the beat and the chorus are still smooth. The second best track is Slow Down featuring Alameda.
Slow down, yeah. Slow down, yeah.
Now, lyrically, this song is incredible. The first verse is about his girl having an abortion, and he admits that he didn't feel guilty about it, but him being close to being a father was a big wake-up call for him. The second verse was about his cousin, whom he previously made a song about called Better Days, and the song was about his cousin's gang life and drug addiction. The catch is, Reason never told his cousin that he was going to release that song, telling the world his business. The guilt started to hit Reason when his cousin got into a car accident and ended up in a coma. So that's when it all sunk in for him, like, damn, I'm out here making money and blowing up off of telling your story and I didn't even tell you about it. Now, what if my cousin doesn't wake up from this coma? Like, I can't live with that on my conscience, bro. It's actually a great song. If someone told me they think this is Reason's #1 best song, period, I wouldn't bat an eye. I just don't like it because it felt like he was trying to rap like Kendrick on this, and it just simply isn't that entertaining. For me, the best song on this album is Fall.
We all want the same shit, just wanna be famous.
This is the song with the controversial Mac Miller line. For those of y'all that's unhip, Reason was in hot water when this album dropped because in one of the verses, he talked about how difficult it is for men and women to make it as a music artist. Specifically for men, he paints the idea that people in this industry are so predatory that they'll give you the tools to lead you to your own grave. Specifically, they'll surround you with yes men who gonna tell you everything you make is hard, give you fancy jewelry, give you stacks of cash, and worst of all, give you a ton of drugs. You can become an artist that gets hooked on said drugs and end up losing your life at an early age. Now that all sounds fine on the surface. Like, it sounds like a good topic for a song, right? The uproar came from the fact that he name dropped Mac Miller. So instead of Reason just saying, you gotta be careful in this industry, watch out for shady people, they gonna surround you with pussy, money, drugs, and you can lose your life getting lost in those things. He specifically said, one day you can become the next Mac Miller. Many people felt this was super disrespectful and that he could have gotten his point across in the verse without naming a particular person. Me personally, I don't think it's that serious because I understood the point of the verse and I don't think he was using Mac's name in vain. Whatever side of the fence you're on when it comes to that argument, I think it's the best song on the album regardless. I'm grading New Beginnings a low C+. The fact that this was the only TDE album to drop during the year of 2020 is pretty sad. I get the pandemic was happening and all. I get that TDE don't want one of their artists to outshine the other one, so they don't want to release too many projects from different people at the same time. Let's give this person a few months to shine on their own and then we'll put out this next person. I get all that, but y'all came into this new decade talking about, ladies and gentlemen, premiering our newest artist, Reason. I think that was the downfall of y'all label right there.
So the best time to be invested in me.
The worst song ever released by a TDE artist is on this album, and I can't wait to show y'all what it is. Lance Skywalker is the most mysterious artist on TDE. Nobody knows anything about this man. This album is so damn obscure that it doesn't even have its own Wikipedia page. I don't even think Lance himself listened to this album after he released it. He put this out and said, alright, that's done. Now this is his second album, released in February 2023. And for those of y'all who aren't familiar with Lance's music, which will pretty much be every single person watching this video, I'll be the guide for you to explain the type of music he makes. So Lance essentially makes experimental R&B and experimental hip-hop music, way more so the former. He does mostly sing in his music, but the curveball comes when you hear the production. You never know what sounds this man is going to throw your way. His songs will go from sounding like something you would hear if you was in a space shuttle, like an intergalactic space station, then it'll go to sounding like you're at a grown folks lounge listening to jazz music doing a wine tasting. And then the next track would sound like lo-fi music that you would listen to while riding a train or a subway. And then the next track would sound like Hallmark holiday music while you're walking downtown and it's snowing outside. And then the next song would sound like a Diet Music Soul Child performing over a Jay Dilla or Questlove beat. All of those different settings I just painted, that's how all over the place this man's music is. You have to hear it for yourself, but I'll show y'all what I can. Even his music videos, which are playing on the screen as I'm talking right now, are so abstract and otherworldly that you will watch these and think, what the hell am I looking at? Like one of the mid songs on this album is called I Just Want. This sounds like he was trying to make Hawaii or Barbados vacation music.
Now I want to celebrate, avoiding all stress and no way.
Like, what is this, dog? This is a super short 10-track album. There's actually 11, but one of them is called Church, and Lance is not even on that song. It's a 60-second poem performed completely by Ab Soul. And then Ab is only talking for like 40 of those seconds. So yeah, a 40-second Ab Soul poem on a Lance Skywalker album, I just didn't even factor that in. Out of the 10 tracks that I am factoring in, I dislike 4. The Hawaii Barbados track was one. Another skip is the song Beantown, which is the shortest track here. This is one of the walking in a snowy downtown area songs that I was talking about. Speaking of weird ass strange niggas that are signed to TDE, Isaiah Rashad has a feature on this album on the song Sample Talk. At the beginning of the song, the boys talk about how nothing felt better than going through the records at a record store and being enthralled by the cover arts. Looking at the covers, it makes you start imagining what the record can sound like and what things you can do with those sounds. This is an experience where if you make music yourself, only you can understand how you truly feel. The thing with Sample Talk is that there is no rapping or singing on here. Isaiah and Lance are just talking over the beat for nearly 3 minutes. Surprisingly, there are some decent tracks that I enjoy. It Was All is cool. The title track, I like it, but this song has no vocals until it's halfway over. And even then, the vocals are nothing, just random words and random intervals. And then there's the song NI Radio Whispers. Lance works as a Quiet Storm DJ radio host where he prompts people to call in to express their late night thoughts. However you're feeling at this time of night, are you bothered and irritated or are you loved and comfortable? Call him and let him know how you feel. NI Radio Whispers is probably the main song on the album where you'll get the experience and feel of what Lance was going for this project. But now, it is finally time to get on this dude's ass. The worst song on this album is without a doubt one of, if not the worst song in the history of TDE releases. Listen to me when I say this. Audio Didactic would be a top 15 TDE album if this song was not on here. But because it is here, this project drops all the way down in the TDE rankings. And that is IG. IG by Lance Skywalker is a pathetic excuse for an experimental song. This song is freaking horrible. There is not one good melody, one good rhyme, or one good instrument that is played during the first 2.5 minutes of this. I say that because there is a moment of like the last 25 seconds where it switches to a really smooth beat out of nowhere, but the first 2.5 minutes is just This song is freaking awful, and it is the #1 worst song I have ever heard from a TDE artist. Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst by Kendrick Lamar is not even this bad. Let's get to the top 3 though. Number 3 is Where To With You. There's something about that double T in the morning deep voice singing that sounds so vibey over this piano. Off of the first 20 seconds, I thought that song was about to be some BS, but the background harmonies and the production definitely made it sound smooth over time. The second best song is Friends. That's a really good track. The best song on the album, I gotta give it to Everybody Hates Somebody. Everybody hurts somebody, especially the ones you love. There are moments where I don't know if it's Lance's voice pitched up super high or if it's a woman singing in the background, but it sounds beautiful to me. Overall, I'm giving Audio Didactic a low C+. Keep in mind that I would give it a low B- if it wasn't for the song IG. That is the worst track by a TDE artist, and it single-handedly plummeted this album down in the rankings and made it get a low C+. I was patiently waiting to hear something from Sir, because before this video, the only R&B artist on TDE that I've ever heard anything from was SZA. And I'm so used to only hearing rap artists from this label. So seeing that Sir was an R&B singer, I said, finally, I get the chance to see if one of their singers is better than SZA. Please, I must know, number 1, if Sir got some heat. And number 2, is he better than SZA? Now to answer the question, do I think that Sir has more enjoyable music than SZA?
Yes!
Admittedly, she has better music, but I enjoy Sir's music more. Now, although I think that Chasing Summer is not the best showcase of his work, this is his worst album to me. Okay, so for the first song on the album, Hair Down, I'm about to tell y'all the gooniest of gooner things I think I've ever said on this channel. So when this song started playing, I instantly recognized it because I've actually heard this song in a porn video before. I'm being 100% honest here. Playing this track, my heart started beating fast. The gooner in me jumped out because I thought I had put on the porn video by mistake. I was like, oh Lord. I said, ain't no motherfucking way. If you want the video I was watching while I heard this song, I'll put it in the pinned comment. No, let me stop. For the people who have heard this album, this may be a crazy take for y'all, but I think Hair Down is bottom 3 on this album. I actually think there's hella songs on here that's better than Hair Down. 2 tracks on this album that are better than Hair Down, but I still don't like them, are Mood featuring Zakari and Lucy's Love featuring Lil Wayne. For the former track, I ain't in the mood if I ain't in my bag. If anything, the hook with Zakari is the only noticeable thing about it. And then for the latter track with Weezy, funny enough, this did sound like Carter 5 era Weezy too. The way he sounded, the way he was rapping, it's in the exact sound he had on the C5 project. But honestly, get Weezy out of here. He didn't help with this song. And Sir's part didn't sound that good either.
I would decline if you pull up on some. Boy, I got that super duper 60-40 motion.
Speaking of features, Smino can forever get packed up. He's on the song LA Lisa, and I didn't enjoy that one. And then, I'm heartbroken to say this, the absolute worst song on this album has a Jill Scott feature. The song is called Still Blue. Sir Daryl, you got this gorgeous, scrumptious ass, treatable ass Jill Scott on your album, and you bestowed upon me the worst song in your catalog. Still Blue is the worst song on Chasing Summer. It is extremely boring. I blame Jill for this too. She did not help this song. She actually helped with the dreadfulness. Speaking of dreadful, just to throw this in here, the second worst song on the album is Wires in the Way. It'll put you to sleep, but it won't kill you like Steel Blue would. The reason this is Sir's worst project is because it's a combination of everything. On most of the tracks, his singing doesn't really hit, the production doesn't really move me, and although I like 8 songs on this album, 5 of them just make me shrug and say it'll be chill to have on, but I don't think this will blow somebody's mind if I recommend it to them. Such as the final song on the album, LA, the track You Can Save Me. My enjoyment of this song mostly comes from the chorus. But you can save me from myself. The track New Sky with Kadra Bonet was cool. Touchdown was cool. That's Why I Love You. I actually heard Sir Daryl say that he wrote that song 4 years before he released it, and that he didn't put it on his first album, November, because he didn't want to force the song and have people getting the wrong idea on what the subject matter was about. Let's get into this top 3 though. The third best song I'll say is John Redcorn. The penultimate track, The Recipe, I will say is the runner-up. That is so smooth. Let it go, let it go. Ironically, the best song on the album is called Fire, but it's not a fire tier song. I think it's really good, but not quite fire. In a September 2019 interview, Sir said that this was the most uncertain song on the album, as he didn't know how people would react to it. I'm glad that he included it, as it's the best song here. Chasing Summer is another low C+. I like Sir Daryl a lot, but I believe Chasing Summer isn't that strong of a showcase for his music, and his other 2 albums that I'm going to discuss later are much better. Another trash debut TDE album. Long-Term Mentality by Absol, not a good album. Not a good album. As soon as I heard the opening track, Real Thinkers, my expectations for the rest of the album plummeted. I said, I don't think this dude's rap style is going to match my taste. Pushing 25 but still feeling like 18 with more insight than an encyclopedia. The Carson arson warm enough to fight anemia. I instantly thought, oh, this album about to be garbage if he stays rapping like this. Now, I'm using the terms trash and garbage to be dramatic. Speaking honestly, Long-Term Mentality is a project that keeps the same quality throughout the whole runtime. Out of the 13 tracks, I don't think either half is much better or worse than the other half. For example, the last 6 songs on the album, from Time Is of the Essence to #LTM, I only dislike 1 song, and that's More of a Euphoria with Alori Joe, RIP. Soul sounded like Kanye West a lot on the track, and that song just felt overly preachy to me. Look at your primitive brain, look at your ignorant ways, look at your innocent eyes, when the mirror look your way, look away. Yeah, keep that for sure. Amongst the ones I do rock with, although I like all 5, I don't think any of them are good. They're all decent, okay tracks. Time Is of the Essence, all the times Punch kept saying, time, were pretty obnoxious. Almost There featuring BJ the Chicago Kid, I only like the production. And BJ's but Ab himself can get the hell on. Picture That with Javante was straight, I like that one. Now #LTM with Pat Brown. This song has a 3.5-minute outro of just talking. It's kind of annoying how that's the case when this isn't the final song on the album, because this album ends with Constipation. So for you to stop rapping and just talk for a long ass time, why is there another song after this? You could have just ended the album by now. To be fair, Constipation is a bonus track, which is why I'm not factoring into the rating, into the grade. I never do that with albums. I don't really care for deluxe edition, bonus edition tracks. Like, dude, if it wasn't originally on the base album when you put it out, then it's not on the album, if you ask me. Because this is Ab-Soul, you already know he gotta have some garbage punchline somewhere. On the track featuring Merce, Big Payback, this Jive Turkey gonna say, you need to quit like quiet without the E. I was like, bro, you not even trying to write good bars, are you? But let's get to talking about the first half of the album. On the song Moscato, although I enjoyed the entire track, Ab got smoked by Kendrick Lamar, for real. Kendrick smoked his ass on Scotto. Another TDE feature on the album is Schoolboy Q on the song Hell Yeah. Fortunately for Ab, he didn't get smoked here, as I think the overall song is mid. Now, I already talked about the opening song Real Thinkers, which I think is the second worst song on the album, but the number 1 worst song is the song right after it, Gone Insane.
think a nigga must be lucky. She's such a doll, I guess that makes me Chucky.
Now with me not liking Real Thinkers, this track being right after it, when I tell y'all my first impression of Ab-Soul was so poor, I said, oh my god, how do y'all Ab-Soul fans listen to this? I be eating rappers, that's the only way I'm biting them. That was yummy, dummy, nothing funny, give a bitch some sippy, then I get some sucky. This is without question the worst song on the album. I don't want to hear none of y'all say any other song on here is worse. But in order to give this man some compliments, the third best song on the album is Nothing New with Skin Diamond. Now, for the only two good songs on the album, people really don't talk about this album at all, and I see why. There's only two good songs on here, but one of them, the second best track, Top Dog Underdog.
I'm all bite, no bark, a Benz to a go-kart. All I do is go hard, it's a dope film, co-stars.
Now it's time for the Ab-Soul trash lyric of the day. They told me to break a leg, so now I'm an amputee. Give me 50 feet like G-Unit sneaks. Nah, that was crazy. Y'all don't understand. Get it? 50 as in 50 Cent. 50 was the leader of G-Unit. Sneakers go on feet. So give me 50 feet like G-Unit sneakers. Now I see why people don't talk about this album. He was rapping his ass off on this song though. I gotta give it to him. But it ain't better than the number one track. The number one track is Loosen My Tie.
Just witness the glitz and the glamour shining. Can't tell who real or who lying.
What up? Whoop. I'm grading long-term mentality a low C+. Again, I see why people don't discuss this album. It is nothing special at all. And outside of Loosen My Tie and Top Dog Underdog, I don't think you're missing out on a single song if you don't hear it.
These niggas ain't shit. Mommy. Win. Stop chasing that bitch.
Let me say this right now. There are two bonus tracks on this album called Real and The Other Side. These two songs were updated to the album 5 months after the album released for Real and 8 months after the album released for The Other Side. It is a travesty that Real was not included on the album originally and therefore won't be factored in into the ranking, because if it was, this would be the number one best song on this album. J-Rock and T Grizzly killed that song.
90 days ago, I was just in prison. I got out with a vision, and now with J-Rock and kids. Ain't it a blessing?
Foreign cars, but we dog them like Buicks. Get to it, no talking, just do it with no swoosh. Just kill us off that kush. Me and Grizzly on the track, we both from the Black Book.
This is one of the best songs in J-Rock's whole career. But since it's not on the bass version of the album, let's discuss what is on this mid-ass album. It is kind of a problem that the best songs here are ones with features on them. The only song where the feature did not help the quality is Tap Out with Jeremiah. And I'm going to say it now, this is the worst song on the project. I knew this would be the mainstream chasing song as soon as I saw Jeremiah as a feature. There's nothing inherently wrong with having a mainstream appealing track, but asking a girl for her zodiac sign in 2018 is lame as hell. The song is still okay, I'm not saying it sucks. It's a mid-tier partying with the hoes record, but if I'm ranking redemption tracks from worst to best, Tap Out is at the bottom. Before I dive more into the features, some other feature list songs that I don't like, let me just name a few of those. The final song on the album, Win. Pack that up, bruh. I have never liked this damn song. J-Rock's voice can be annoying when he tries to be melodic or sing, and this song is the worst offender of that. Win sounds like TV commercial music, like a sports montage or something would be playing over this. I ain't chasing after no bitch. I got bigger plans of staying rich. I've been tapped in since I was 6. This man's singing is horrible, but I must admit, he is crazy saved by the production. And by saved, I don't mean the song is good at all. I mean, the beat is why the overall song is not horrible. The second track on the album, he's not a feature, but Brent Faiyaz has some slow ass singing on here. For what it's worth, kind of dragged on. Same thing with the song Troopers, very boring track. J-Rock just does an awful job adding slight melodies to his verse. That, day ones in the sandbox, from breaking through them padlocks to burners in the stash box, yo whole hood mascots. This is ass, dude, straight ass. The song right after that, Broke Plus Minus, that's also a skip. These next two songs I'm about to name, they're both mid, but they're upper mid. I would rank these as like the 7th and 8th best songs out of 13 on the album. Those are ES Tales and Knock It Off. The latter song was produced by Baby Keem. When has Baby Keem ever produced a good song? The look of disgust I had on my face when I heard this chorus was funny. His voice was silly as hell, but you do get used to it though.
Drop off. You ain't me, nigga. Knock it off.
On a more positive note, I like the songs The Bloodiest and Rotation 112. On The Bloodiest, I liked how this was his reintroduction song. J-Rock and I'm back, bitch! Evil tapping in like the feds is watching. No album, no dope, I was all out of options. I'd rather rob than get a job, don't insult me. Fortunately, I don't have to take back what I said from the Baby Keem slander because he produced Rotation 112. But my question was, when has Baby Keem ever produced a good song? This song is not good, it's only aight, so my point still stands. Now for this feature talk. One of, if not the most popular song on this album features Future Hendrix and K-Dot, and that's King's Dead. J-Rock's flow on King's Dead was insane, but let me tell y'all something. I have never heard this song in full, and since I haven't, I had no idea that Kendrick had this switched up flow and sound on the second half. I would put King's Dead in the not for me tier solely off of that second half. This part by Kendrick I did not like at all. F integrity, F your pedigree, F your feelings, who am I? Not your father, not your brother, not your reason, not your future. Red light, green light, red light, green light, red light, green light, red light, green light. The whole time Kendrick was rapping, I'm like, nigga, come on. So, I'm sorry, but because of Kendrick Lamar, get King's Dead out of here. This is not even top 3. Speaking of the top 3, another not for me tier song. This song is cold, third best track, but I gotta admit, I don't really like it. That song is Out of Sight, Out of Mind with J. Cole.
Boy, when you got it, you keep a close watch on the ones that's befriending you. Them'll be the ones that envy you.
J. Cole has a verse about using drugs to overcome his problems with his wife, his baby mama. It's been hard for him to find the drugs he really needs. So in the house, I go to find an outlet, waiting on the plug just like an outlet. He's taking Xanax in the meantime. He advises you to keep a close watch on new people befriending you because they'll be the ones trying to take your spot. They won't help you when you're down, and they'll even try to smash your girl to get a glimpse of what it's like to be you. This is a really good song, just not personally entertaining for me. The second best track is the title track, Redemption with SZA. Although Kendrick Lamar ruined King's Dead, he did the complete opposite on Wild Freestyle. This is the best song on the album. Both palm in hand praying I stay up. I know you try your best, but it's not like us. Wow. Redemption gets a solid C+. Y'all have to remember that I don't think that highly of J-Rock to begin with. This is an average album from an average rapper. The title track with SZA, King's Dead with Future and Kendrick, Out of Sight, Out of Mind with J. Cole. For the most part, the best songs on the album are the ones where he brought reinforcements, and that's not a good thing. Going off of the 8 songs where it's only J-Rock, this would be like the second worst TDE album of all time, only above Crash Talk. Like, I really want to make that clear. Outside of Jeremiah, this man got super carried by the features on this album.
Yeah, for life, baby, I'm dressed for the war, baby girl, I'm your soldier.
My opinion on this album has not changed at all. I went from being a big JID fan in 2018 to a get this nigga out of here fan when I first heard this album. I have heard DiCaprio 2 multiple times over the years, and I still come away with this being a very disappointing project. And now that I've heard all Dreamville albums, I have this firmly as a bottom tier project from the label. From songs having great verses but the hooks mess it up, to songs that have a very unorthodox and unappealing beat, there are just so many traits to this album where I really don't see how y'all are hearing this and calling it great. This applies to songs I enjoy too. I like 4 songs on this album and 3 of them are just decent. Some decent songs I enjoy is the one that I played when I opened the entry, Strawberries with BJ the Chicago Kid. That's cool. Just the Other Day is another track that's not really good, but it's fine to have on.
Yeah, the other day I was goddamn broke. You got a 5, I got a 5, let's smoke.
And then Off the Zoinkies is another solid track I don't mind playing. But nigga, the rest of this album, there's nothing bad. There's nothing weak either. It's simply a lot of tracks that don't have a strong element to them that brings me back. This applies to the opening and closing songs. Slick Talk and Despacito 2, both mid. Seen one, but it's not many like them. When I fry it, when I die, bury me with mini mics, yeah. Guess I've been buzzing like a motherfucking bumblebee. Slick Talk is actually one of the better mid songs. I do like how the second verse is what he used for his XXL freestyle. That ties into the next track, Westbrook with A$AP Ferg. Although still mid, I mean, when has A$AP Ferg been part of a song that wasn't mid? I like how JID's second verse is what he used for his XXL cypher, but obviously I prefer the cypher version. Mount It Up can get packed up. This is probably my least favorite beat on the album. This beat to Mount It Up is terrible to me.
Cop me a pound, burn it down with us. Let's hit the town is you.
It's not the worst song, but it is the worst beat. There are two songs on this album that are just very boring. Working Out, Get That Song Out of Here, that song is incredibly dull. And the dude at the end that was laughing at his own jokes was making everything he said not funny. Why J. Cole got all that money, but he looked like he about to borrow a nigga charger or something. Like, come on, dog, let me just borrow your charger real quick so I can get it to 10%, and I'll give it right back. Whoever recorded that, absolutely nothing that nigga said was funny, but he thought that character was hilarious. The other boring track is the worst song on the album, and that's Hotbox with Joey Badass and Method Man.
Light a booger up, wedgie in the butt, yeah, we pulling up. My cup running over.
If this is what Wu-Tang's music sound like, or if this is what solo Method Man albums sound like, I would be very disappointed.
Light a booger up, wedgie in the butt, yeah, we pulling up.
Let's just get to the top 3, bro. And would y'all believe 2 out of the top 3 are songs that I don't even like? Oh my goodness, I wouldn't even go back to these. But whatever, I'll give them credit. Third best song is 151 Rum.
Run, Ricky, run, nigga, run, jump, nigga, jump, come, here they come, run, gun with the drum, bum, bitty bum.
This is one of those tracks where I think the beat and the chorus are the highlights. When the verses come in, I kind of don't care for this song. Now, funny enough, it's the opposite for the second best track. Those of y'all who watch my channel know, y'all know this. I have expressed not liking this song for many years now. That song is Off These with J. Cole.
Get on my dick, 40 minute hip, load on my clip, cannabis, roll on my split, Hannibal, look what I did.
J. Cole and JID was spazzing on them verses. The verses have never been the problem. It's that, get off my dick, get off my dick, get off my dick, get off my dick, Hannibal, look what I did. This song is great, but that chorus is awful. Off These would be rated much lower if the verses weren't so dope. But the best song on the album to me is a track I consistently see people call the worst song on the album, and I will forever disagree with y'all. That track is tied with Black and LMAO.
Living through my shit like we in a gym now. I'm talking my shit cause I'm off the hen dog.
Ever since this album dropped, I have non-stop seen people call Tide the worst song on DiCaprio 2, and I refuse to believe y'all are listening to all this other BS on this album and coming away with this being at the bottom. Anyone who has this as the worst song, I'm just going to assume you're someone who's not big into R&B. LMAO sounded beautiful as always. JID singing was a positive on this record. I usually don't care for Black. I think he's one of the most boring artists to ever exist. But on this song, he pulled through. The beat is spacey and comforting. Yeah, for me, this is fire and easily the best song on the project. I'm grading DiCaprio 2 a solid C+. This is easily one of the worst Dreamville albums of all time. It freaking sucks to me. Aaliyah Hadid levels of suck. I used to be a big JID supporter back in 2018. The moment I heard DiCaprio 2, I stopped liking this nigga. There is not one single bad song on this album, nothing is horrible, but from the production to the rhymes to Gia's voice, whatever the case may be, many songs on this album just simply don't sound good and aren't worth going back to. This has always been a weak album and it always will be.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
We are now outside the bottom 10 for TDE albums. But just because we outside the bottom 10 don't mean that the albums are becoming good now. I still don't rock with a handful of these, including Ab-Soul's Soul Burger, which was the very last album that I played in order to do this ranking. According to the idea and title of the album, this is Soul keeping the spirit of his deceased friend Dough Burger alive and they're fusing as one. Dough Burger was someone that Ab loved as a brother, and he went into the album with the idea of our spirits are intertwined. I wanted to channel his energy with my own and show gratitude to a fallen loved one. This is a beautiful concept, but there's like 2/5 of this album you can keep, I ain't gonna lie. A 15-song project, there's like 6 of them where Ab, I gotta hit you with the, that's a no for me, big dog. Now, I don't consider not for me tier tracks as you can take this off tracks, because even though I don't enjoy it, it doesn't necessarily mean that I will remove it from the album. One of those cases is the opening song 9 Mile. This track is carried by the tough Back to Life sample. Soul explained that he used this sample because Belly is in his top 2 favorite movies, so this song is like a spectacle cinematic opening similar to the film. The following track, Payday, this track just felt super erratic, like it's just a spaz out record, everyone just lose your mind and go crazy type of song. Put this on at a show and watch everyone look like wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. I also do like the Ed Welcome to Good Burger homage at the end. The next 2 tracks, I think they're decent. All That and then California Dream, those were decent. But then right after California Dream, bro, there's 3 straight misses. Bucko JR was a sample and homage of Lil Wayne's BMJR. I have gone on record multiple times on my channel saying that BMJR is the #1 most overrated Lil Wayne track ever, so I was for sure destined to not like this song. I, Myself, and Me with Doechii. I don't know why Doechii is even listed as a feature. She only has some soft background vocals, and she is more prominent on the refrain, but still, she's barely here. There are so many tracks and music where the other person's contribution is so minimal that they don't even bother putting their name on it. I feel like Doechii should have did that here, because nothing about her performance says Doechii. This could have been anybody. D&D with Notorious NIQ. Hearing NIQ's voice was a nice change because Soul was becoming a drag, but her verse was mid too. I will say though that the last 30 seconds sounded way better than the rest of the song. I've been standing in my powers, yeah. The sad thing is, the more it went on, this album still didn't pick up. GoPro with Ty Dolla $ign felt more like a Ty song featuring Soul Burger. Don Julio 70 with Fresh is decent. I wish I could like the song more, but Fresh's voice is a little annoying. All my life I've been on my grizzly, got 12 on me, but I'm not ya. Salty Sweets is also just decent. And I just put my sugar mama in a pretzel. I brought an army while you just trying to arm wrestle. And then similar to D&D, the last 30 songs is the best sounding part of the song. I said the coke is still wet and niggas still hating, niggas still dreaming, that's why they still waiting, let's get it. I got to that moment and went, nigga, why do you wait until the very end of the song to bring out the good stuff? Even skipping to the final song, Righteous Man, where he sampled Kendrick Lamar's How Much a Dollar Cost, I like the laid back beat, but that's pretty much it. The overall song, get it out of here. If y'all thought I've been slandering this album too much so far, oh no, we about to get balls deep now. The worst song on this album is easily Crazier with JID.
You remember what happened to the Savior? This shit only get
crazier and crazier and crazier.
I really dislike the sound of this song. I'm sure there's hella bars in here because you know how Solo gets down, but this song just sounds annoying. We lapdog niggas who lazier, and by the day it's getting crazier and 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 crazier. Oh my gosh. Thought you was Titanic, but I'm the glacier. That pussy good, but I've had tastier. I get very freaking annoyed hearing this song. The top 3 songs on this album are all in the final 5 tracks. Similar to what I've said about some previous albums in this ranking, Soul Burger would be ranked way lower if it wasn't for these top 3 songs. Number 3 being Peace featuring Lupe Fiasco and Punch.
I just want peace. I just want peace.
In some areas, Soul's deceased friend Dough Burger is listed as a feature on the track. In reality, the feature is Ab using an AI modulator, however you want to say it, to sound like his old friend. Now, the second best track is Squeeze First 2, Squeeze 1, ST2. I actually don't know how this song is titled, but still, second best.
Thou shalt not fuck with raw me or he face 1,000 deaths from Mr. Herbert.
This man said, I'm not a Cuban cigar maker, but I want all the smoke. He's so lucky these horns and trumpets sounded so powerful because I would probably not like this song otherwise. Now, the number 1 song on the album. Y'all ever had this moment when you're playing a project and one track hits you so hard that it makes you go, oh yeah, I already know this gonna end up being the best song. I don't even have to hear no more. Off of the first 30 seconds, this is already the best thing on this album. Yeah.
I just want you to see that you can have what you want, be what you want.
The Sky is Limitless immediately became the best song on Soul Burger after the first 20 seconds it played. I am not capping. This jumped to the number 1 best song off of the first 20-30 seconds. Ab's melodies on this song sounded tremendous. And that's my word. I can build long term. I'm infinite. I never quit or expire. The only way I retire. This song is freaking great. Top 5 song in Ab Soul's whole catalog. I'm grading Soul Burger a solid C+. If I can knock this album down to 10 tracks, the 5 songs I'm getting rid of are Payday, Bucko JR, D&D, GoPro, and Crazier. This could have been a top 5 album in TDE history if those songs weren't included.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way. It's in the wind.
One of the biggest sophomore slump albums of all time for me. I did not like this album at all, bro. I hold Lute in very high regard after hearing his music before this, so when I heard Gold Mouth, I said, this is ass. Who are you, sir, and what happened to the real Lute? Just to put that out there now, although I really like Lute, I do not recommend this album at all. You will find a couple of tracks you like, but this isn't anything outstanding where you'll be sad you didn't hear it prior to watching this video. The opening song, 100, I don't rock with. His vocals immediately took me out. I don't like Lute singing here. Now I did love the choir vocals that came in at some point of the track. Yeah, 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 yeah. But when he was singing, don't really care about the numbers. Slip on and cuffs for 3 summers. I get away with myself. I gotta keep that humble. I said, ugh. Now the downfall of this album is the second half. It's 13 tracks. The first 6, 100 is the only song I think is mid. The other handful of mid tracks are all in the back half. Ghetto Love with Ari Lennox and Black Soul, I only like the chorus. You can keep the dun 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 sounds, especially at the very beginning of the song. As much as I don't like Ari Lennox, I still trust 3 the Hard Way enough to save a mid song with her soulful singing and such. She does have the best sounding part, but it doesn't sound that great for me to want to tolerate the rest of the track. I get that Lute was paying homage to Kanye West's song All Falls Down, but the line where he went, I need a girl that's named after a car cause I can't afford a Mercedes, but I can go half on a baby and name her Alexis. I heard that and went, the car Alexis, Lexus wordplay. Kanye already did that, bro. It isn't as great when you say it. The last 2 songs on the album, Overnight and Crashing, can both go. These more so felt like R&B tracks instead of rap tracks. The lyrics are not the problem here. Lute can talk all he wants about, I'm not a rapper, I'm just a guy that's good with words. I don't take anything for granted. There are some niggas in my life that I cut off, but my love for them is still solid and I pray for them. This whole album, there's nothing wrong with it lyrically. It's just really damn boring. Same thing with the song Life. Life is a not for me tier song. It's good, but dude, there's nothing engaging about it that will make me want to hear it again. Speaking of the not for me tier, there are 2 other songs on Gold Mouth that are lyrically fantastic, but musically, I don't care. One is in the top 3, so I'll mention it in a second, but the other one I can say now is Myself featuring Devin. I'm not an introvert, I just really don't f with niggas. Niggas want so much, I wish I had a clone. Where I lay my head don't feel like home, and niggas wonder why I be in my zone. My favorite line, the day I signed, I'll always play it back. Cause all those nights I challenged God like nigga where he at. Never thought my life and dreams would ever coincide. Cause I remember nights I asked myself like who the f am I? Lyrically, this dude was a monster on here. Very relatable bars, very heartfelt. I would not go back to play this song though. He didn't go hard enough in the melodic or instrumentation department. I blame every single producer on this album for me not liking these songs. The soulful, jazzy feel that y'all try to create with a lot of these records did not work. There are no hits on here. Matthew Crabtree, I'm on yo ass. J Smash, I'm on yo ass. Marco Polo, I'm on yo ass. But the main producer whose ass I'm really on had a hand in making not only the worst song on Gold Mouth, but the worst Lute song period because of how dull and dry it is. That track is Bird Song. This is Lute's worst song of all time. It is outrageously freaking boring. It features JID and Saba and they did not help his case. I promise you, whether you have kids or if you want to do it for yourself, the next time you're having trouble falling asleep, throw on Bird Song. You gonna be out quick like you just got hit with some anesthesia. Fortunately, I do like something on here. I like something. Amen is decent. GD getting every dollar. Although I enjoy it, this song had Drake all over it. Rapping version of Drake. Lute didn't show any uniqueness with himself with this one. It's good hearing him rap about his come up and all as usual. Nah, I be whipping some that I pray for. All my paid for. Niggas will switch on you quick like what team do you play for? But I'ma need a harder beat or something. Shout out to Westside Boogie on the song Flossin'. That's another quick mention of a song that's straight. It's straight.
I ain't the type to need praises cause I've been working though. But wake me up to some pussy shit, I deserve it though.
Let's get to the top 3, bro. This is the other song I was referring to when speaking about Myself with Devin. When I said it's lyrically great, I just don't care for the way it sounds. That is Eye to Eye with Kaz.
At least I know I try. If real recognize real, see me eye to eye.
For Lute, this is 100% one of the best verses I've ever heard from this man. If real recognize real, then meet me eye to eye. I hate I know more about who looking down on me, who proud of me. That reassurance would be nice to know I'm killing things. Been going through the motions, cause lately I ain't been feeling things. On a scale of 1 to 10, anxiety be on 9. Sorry, but not sorry, I just really need some time. Sometimes I make plans and don't show up cause I be tired. Like I've been saying when describing this whole project, lyrics on point, entertainment value, and the dirt. But not for these next 2 tracks. Second best song is Changes with BJ the Chicago Kid.
Going down. Mama told me gotta hold my head. I knew you could, hope you see it now. Just remember what your mama said.
But I gotta give number 1 to Be Okay. Shout out to Diego, Av, and Swish. This beat was serviceable. The harmonies are the best thing over it. Hearing Be Okay, I said, thank you, damn, something that's hidden.
I say even when the light goes dark, I confide in you.
I'm grading Gold Mouth a solid C+. That second half run from Ghetto Love to Crashing is really weak. That would be a C by itself. But the first half with songs like Myself with Devin, Eye to Eye with GameCube, and then the top 2 tracks Changes and Be Okay, this half is what brings it up to a C+. What I will say is, Luke needs to stop BSing and get more hard-hitting beats that can make the people feel something for his 3rd album. Lyrically, Goldmouth is great. Luke ain't never slipped when it comes to the lyrics department. But I would not return to a lot of these tracks simply because they're not that entertaining to me.
Too smart to act dumb. What you say me? So I smoke till I know.
Talk about another sophomore slump. Not to spoil too much, but their debut Dreamville project, Mirrorland, is a good album. That's going to be some spots above. But when I got the Ghetto Guys, I said, ooh. And keep in mind, this was the 19th album to release on Dreamville. By this point, I heard hella projects already. So when I got done with this, I said, oh, this is definitely going near the bottom. What the hell was they doing? This album was recorded during the pandemic, but nah, that's not an excuse. There's some good music that came out of quarantine, so y'all don't get a pass. Even from Dr. Dot's words, I watched a Breakfast Club interview of theirs, and Dot said when they put this album out and went back to their hood with their close peoples, even the hood was like, yeah, that Ghetto Guys album was cool, but when y'all gonna make an album for us that represents us? So y'all own hood don't even want to claim this album. But let's get balls deep into it. Some of the worst songs are near the beginning, so I might as well say them. One of them is Billy featuring Future. This is an extremely simple flexing song. Future doesn't appear in the music video version. They don't even play his verse over any visuals, but they still titled the song with him.
I need a Billy, a Billy, a Billy, Billy, a Billy, a Billy, a Billy.
I can never be happy with millions, at least 10 figures. I need a Billy, a Billy, a Billy, a Billy. Get this out of here. Future's part has such a different vibe and sound to it that it doesn't even match the rest of the song, and yet it's the best sounding part of the song. Future's portion not being in the music video is criminal.
I feel like a god on this earth, little nigga. I can tell you slow up on these perks.
The song right after it is not good either, and it's the worst song on the album actually. That's Waterboys with Gia and J. Cole. That high-pitched voice behind, what's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, gang? What's up, gang? I'm getting this money. Getting this money? It's annoying as hell. Nobody had a dope verse. There is nothing entertaining about this song. By the time I got to Waterboys, I was already like, yeah, ain't no way this is going to be better than their first album, Mirrorland.
What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, gang? What's up, gang? Getting this money. Getting this money.
Even though I already listed the worst track, yeah, there's a gang of stuff on here that can get packed up. Lie to Me, I don't like the sounds on the beat. Black Pearls with Baby Tate. Nigga, the skit Jeans interlude before the song is better than the song itself. All my bitches pretty. Hell, like fuck, cases, mugshots. So what about it? Baby, that's the past. Bitches done showed up and glowed up. Boss bitches, boss pussy, power pussy. Ain't taking no shit from nobody pussy. Bitch. I'd rather listen to that than the song Black Pearls. The song is just okay to me. American Horror Story, the beat drop should have happened in the song way sooner. It took 2 whole minutes until the production started to pick up. The chorus is pretty boring, and that ooh thing Johnny was doing at the end of his verse, left cheek, right cheek, woo! Make them clap and come together like so icy, ooh! Still a little ratchet, still a little bougie, still a little dicey, ooh! I was like, what are you doing, bruh? That was a weak choice for a lead single. The past few songs I mentioned were in the middle of the project. Towards the end, it didn't really get better. These next 2 songs are like upper mid. I still don't like them, but they're better than previous songs I mentioned. And that's Smoke Some and Run 2 featuring Ari Lennox. The former has some parts that sound nice. Too smart to act dumb, so I smoke till I'm numb. But the track as a whole is not enough for me to keep playing it. And then the latter song, Run 2, is the final song on the album. Ari didn't necessarily save the song, but she did have the best sounding part. Olu and While Great, sorry y'all, didn't really care for y'all verses. One song on here actually fell down to me. I used to think it was a good song. I used to think it was top 3, but running it back, I said, actually this song is just okay. I like it, but it's just decent. And that's the song Strong Friends. It's essentially their version of Tiso Touchdown's record, Check on Your Strong Friends, Check on Your Strong Friends. Subsequent listens didn't hit me as hard as the first time I played it. This is still the 5th best song on the album, and since we're approaching the top 3, I would say the 4th best song is Power featuring Rollo Goodlove and Nick Cannon. Power is a not for me tier track. It's good, but I would just rather play other Earth Gang records over this. The 3rd best song on the album is a not for me tier track also, and that's All Eyes on Me.
My cousin popping pills till the pain gone. His daddy out of jail, he just came home.
I heard Olu describe this song as wanting to write something honest that people can feel and make a toast to. Got a $20 bill, get your hands up. You survived last year, get your hands up. I know that money tight. That stimmy check light, I should stash some, but we gon' ball for the night. But honestly, this song is not that entertaining for me to go back to, but it's really good. The top 2 songs though, oh, I'm gladly playing these. Number 2 is Amen with Music Soul Child. As an avid member of Reverend Devon's church service back in the 2000s, I'm always willing to hear some good religious sounding records. They sampled Music's classic Just Friends record on here, and obviously they got the man himself to show up too. I will say this though, this is a record where being slower could have worked in his favor. When the thumping parts of the beat play, I'd be like, just one creative decision can take away from a potentially fire song. Ghetto Guys does have one thing though. The opening song is the best song on the album, and it's the only fire song here. There are 2 other times this happened in Dreamville history where the opening track was the best. Those will be revealed as we're going through the rest of the ranking. But yes, the opening track is the title track Ghetto Guys. These horns, these trumpets are so fantastic. It sounds like Earth Gang is leading their own march or something. Johnny's opening verse and his flow was so hot. I gave my mama some racks and she asked me if I'm selling drugs. I said, mama, please. If I was, do you think I'd let you know? This is a top 5 Earth Gang track. All in all, I'm giving Ghetto Guys a solid C+. I like 3 songs on this whole album. It was just miss after miss after miss. They lucky they had some not for me tier tracks like Power and All Eyes on Me, because this would easily be in last place otherwise. I love concise short albums, but not when they're filled with a bunch of missed field goals like this. Devin Malik is someone who started off as solely a producer on TDE, and he's recently gotten into rapping himself. And Deadstock is his first project where he's rapping on his own accord instead of only making beats for other people. He self-produced most of the songs on this album. Now, since I'm about to talk about Devin Malik, let me say this. The other producer on TDE that has his own album, Cal Banks, his 2025 album, Rhoda, will not be included in this ranking. The difference between Devin and Cal is that after playing the Rhoda album in full, Cal is not even on a lot of the songs. Although he produced every track, there are several records where Cal has very minimal vocals or he's not on the song at all. Devin is the opposite. He raps on every song. So that's why Deadstock is in this ranking, but Rhoda isn't. Just to let you know too, I would grade the Rhoda album a solid B-. The worst song on there is Stepping Stone. And the best song is 400. Rhoda also has like the best opening 6-track run in the history of TDE. From Sequoia to Chicken, oh my lord. That opening track run is phenomenal. 400, Tech Tech Tech, IG, Crucial, and Chicken. I need every person watching this video to go listen to those 5 songs. That whole run is incredible. Now on to Devin. Devin Malik is a TDE version of Lil Tecca and Eam Triplin. Speaking on his influences, Devin said that his inspirations are artists such as Tyler the Creator, A$AP Rocky, Kid Cudi, Playboi Carti, and Lil Uzi Vert. With those latter 2, yeah, you can certainly hear it on this album. If you want a TDE variant of Carti, Uzi, or Tecca, you certainly need to give this album a chance. I think there are 5 good songs on this album, and the problem is those 5 songs are within the first 9 tracks. So for this album to be 15 tracks long, the whole last third of the album could get packed up and shipped away. The whole project is just I'll give you credit for having a hard beat here, a nice melody here, but overall, this album is nothing to hype up that much. The opening track, Bang Your Head, is part of the blame for this. It features Schoolboy Q and is 5 minutes long. The song does not become good until the beat switch at the 3-minute mark. All before that, neither Devin or Q did anything noteworthy over the first beat.
I'ma hit your bitch, I like a lot. Bitch, my wife.
On top of that, I saw an interview on Lit Live where Devin said he got Q's verse at the last minute and Q almost ended up not being on it. So Q, you might as well have kept this. The second song on the album, Geeker Town, this is one of the ones that made me say earlier that Devin is a little Tekka variant.
One rule, tell me that you love me.
One problem with this album is the inconsistent production. Sometimes the beats will be insane trap beats, but other times it will be some wild card stuff that don't even sound like a hip hop instrumental. Two easy examples. The beat on the song Annoying definitely sounds like it's of a different genre. Not necessarily pop-ish, but just not a rap record. And his melodies were very amateurish.
We argue every day, I'm trying to say what I want to say though.
We argue every day, I'm trying to say what I want to say though. We keep going all this back and forth, it's starting to get in the way though. Another example is the song Backstage. Devin said in an interview that this is the first song he would recommend to someone who's never heard the album before, and I think he tripping for this. The song does not suck, but this certainly is not a song I would tell a beginner to check out. But some songs, like I said, the beats are insane, popping out the range. For me personally, I think he ran the A flow into the ground, but I can tell this song goes crazy at a show.
Hey, popping out the range, hey, popping out this bitch, hey, popping out the range, hey, popping out.
Canadian Tux, oh my goodness, this instrumental was knocking.
100K, that just cost me a month. I got more bread than they serving for lunch. The little body Bentley.
I don't even care about the weather. Every day I rock Bottega Veneta. Summertime, but I'm still rocking that sweater. Rockstar lifestyle, got that jacket with leather. My new bitch, yes, she a model. So every day we go shopping together. Call me Mr. Put that shit on. Ever since pockets was light as a feather. If you decide to check this album out, the last thing I will warn about Devin Malik is this. This little boy is a horn dog. So many of his lyrics are sexual to the point where I think he's addicted to smashing hoes. He does not shut up about it. You're going to come across so many sexual bars. I hit from the back and she pushed back is too much inches. Smelly sex at 12, we hear them crickets. And now we're in the whip banging like my instrumental. Put all this dick up in the shirt. She love me, I don't even flirt. There are several more, but you get the point. You freaky ass boy. Worst song on the album though is Strippers. I actively dislike the beat to that song. It's disgusting. Let me show y'all this top 3. Third best track is Link Ducker.
Stand up for your life. Stand up to the hype. We don't take advice.
Second best song is PDA, which Devin said is his favorite song to perform on the album. And this song is good. This sounds like some Eam Triplin stuff, except for the last 30 seconds of it. Nah, I don't know why he decided to switch it up like that. But before the switch up is good.
Hey, what can I say? Hey, please don't go away. Hey, no, baby girl, we can go to the bank.
And the best song on the album is Pearls. I didn't start liking this song until like the minute 3 second mark. All before that, this song was a skip. The part where it hit, "Had my mama check," that's my biggest flex. Starting right there, this song became hard. I actually don't like the first verse on this song. When I play Pearls, I instantly skip to the chorus and then let the second verse and the rest of the song play out. On my pearls, put that on my pearls. It's the pearly man. I'm the pearly man. Oh. I was so glad that part came up because this song was about to be ass if he didn't do that. Dead Stock is a high C+. This is the type of album I would recommend with a warning. Since it's 15 songs, there's definitely going to be a handful you won't care for, but I recommend playing it one time for the one time. Especially if you're a YN. If you're a young dude and you already like Eam Triplin, Lil Tekka, Lil Uzi Vert, Playboi Carti, you're definitely going to come away with this album with a couple of songs that you like. Money, all hundreds, higher, want it, we can run it. Yeah, y'all, we are at the final J-Rock album. Out of 33 TDE albums in this ranking, I don't think any J-Rock project even cracks the top 20. J-Rock is the worst rapper on TDE. I'ma slander him more as this entry goes on. Unlike his first album, he was smart enough to not make Redemption and 90059 super long. This is only an 11-track album, so let's get straight into it. The worst song on the album is Easy Bake with Kendrick Lamar and SZA.
Oh Lord, I'm just reminiscing. Could it be some intervention or some intervention?
This is the second song on the album, and I immediately went, oh my gosh. The beginning of this song was freaking horrible. If I do get some shines, you try to snatch, blame him. There's repercussions, blame him. And concussions, blame him. You know what's after that in the discussions, man, damn. This song only started sounding good when SZA's part came up, and then J-Rock's final verse was a nice touch too. But Kendrick didn't really help, and the first half of this song was so ass. If it takes over 3 minutes to get to the best part of your song, then that's an absolute travesty. Other than Easy Bake, I only dislike 3 songs on this album, so let me say them now. He had some of his TDE label mates all over this project, and they didn't really help that much. The other songs that I have as bottom 3 on the project are casualties of this. The second worst song on here is the title track with Lance Skywalker. I don't care if Lance was channeling his inner old dirty bastard, him on the chorus sounded awful.
I take your vine on this road you do.
That song being released as a single is pretty sad. I don't know why the hell he thought that song was going to make any moves. The only reason that track isn't worse was because J-Rock's verses were solid enough. Rounding out the bottom 3, another song that can leave the premises is Wanna Ride with Isaiah Rashad. I like the flow at certain parts, but J-Rock's voice wasn't that convincing, especially when he said politicking at an all-time high, but I'm just getting high. A lot of people like to wear disguises, I just improvise. That flow could have hit way harder, but his voice didn't have that conviction to me. It sounds like he's whining on this song. Yeah, this hustle is poetry. Money don't grow on trees. So much to oversee in this world that belong to me. The last song that I didn't like was Vice City. Although I did bring up that song Constipation that was on episode Long Term Mentality, I brought up how it was a bonus track. I didn't say my rating for the song. If I was to factor it in, that song would be mid. Just like Vice City, this is mid tier too. All of these fellas getting on the track together just ends up being too many cooks in the kitchen. It hardly ever sounds good to me when J-Rock, Kendrick Lamar, Ab-Soul, and Schoolboy Q are all on the same song. On the bright side, the opening song Necessary and the closing song The Message were decent. I like both of those. Back to Lance Skywalker, he's on 3 songs on this album. It took me until this album to find out that for a period of time, people didn't think Lance Skywalker was a real person. Apparently when he first came out, people thought he was an alter ego of J-Rock, not his own person. I've never heard that theory until I played this 90059 album for the first time. Anyway, I think Money Trees Deuce is just cool to have on. I can tell this is a song where he really tried, but it wasn't anything that special to me. The Ways with Sir, J-Rock was actually the one ruining this song. He's tolerable, this song is decent, but man, Sir was going off. He definitely has the most enjoyable part.
She gon' pop bottles, that's for sure. When we roll up, she roll up, that's for sure.
Top 3 on the album, let's get it. I'll say number 3 is Gumbo.
Some seasoning in this gumbo.
Whole lot of flavor, whole lot of. And now, speaking of the third track that J-Rock's alter ego appeared on, that's the one I gotta highlight as the runner-up. Telegram was so close to being a fire tier song. I had to knock it from being fired because that angelic hollowing in the back, hearing that throughout the whole song was a little much, but Lance was slaughtering his parts. On Telegram, I'm going crazy. Hey baby, now you want the truth? Well, I'ma yell it from the roof. But that best song title has to go to Fly on the Wall with Busta Rhymes and the Sandman's Wife. Busta Rhymes' verse was great. I wasn't expecting him to come through like that, and Macy Gray was in the back sounding as beautiful as ever.
And me and J-Rock kill these niggas till they dissolve. I hope you appreciate my viewers, the biggest fly on the wall.
There's a version of this song that completely removes Macy's background singing. I hereby declare that that song is much worse. Don't ever play the non-Macy Gray version. I'm not sure why that version even exists. Who knows? Macy Gray probably did the same thing Mary J. Blige did to Nas with Stillmatic. After the album came out, she said, hey, remove my feature from that album. I don't want to be on there anymore. Either way, 90059 is a high C+. Unless he shows up as a feature on another track or I have a reason to reference him, this is the last time J-Rock is going to be brought up in this video. This man has never had a hit song outside of King's Dead, and I guess you can count Win since it with Gold. But after sitting down and playing his 3 albums multiple times each, J-Rock is not slept on at all. He has been signed to TDE for 20 years and has yet to release a good album. All of you J-Rock fans that say, man, this dude never get the credit he deserves. He's been putting in that work since the mid-2000s and people stay overlooking his pen game and his discography. J-Rock is raw. He really that I need every last one of y'all to stop. Listen to me and listen to me closely. You people will never admit this to yourselves, but J-Rock doesn't get a ton of praise for a reason, bruh. And that reason is because his music is not that damn good. It's really, really not. Although he has some heat here and there, J-Rock, when it comes to his albums, is the shining example of you'll be fine if you don't listen to him. I don't usually go off of numbers, but for him to be in the rap game for 20 years and never having a super successful song or never having a groundbreaking, classic, successful album, the truth is he's never made anything worthy enough to get that praise or to get those numbers. At least not yet. He'll probably drop a fire album one day. So that's the last thing I'm gonna say on him. J-Rock has never necessarily blown up to be a very huge artist because he's not that good of an artist. End of story. Oh Lord, I know some of y'all are thinking, ain't no way in hell you got 2 JID albums this low in the ranking. Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way. And I'm here to tell you, yes I do, yes I do. Now funny enough, I will say this, even though I strongly dislike DiCaprio 2 and I have disliked it for 7-8 years now, I didn't think it would be that low. Now that I have officially heard every single Dreamville album, even the ones at the bottom of the rankings that I strongly dislike, I be catching myself going, hey, at least it's better than DiCaprio 2. For most of these albums near the bottom that are above that, they're only above it thanks to like 2 or 3 songs. Take off a couple of the good tracks and yeah, any of these would be in last place. Anyway, yeah, get this album out of here. I wish that I had proof of it, but back in 2024, I played this album and I said on Twitter, okay, I see why this album has been getting praised so much. This deserves the praise that it gets. It's really good. I don't know if I've been drinking, but super conveniently, I can't find that tweet anymore. I know, right? And playing it 2 years later in 2026, I said, ooh, I damn near don't like anything on here. What was I talking about? Keeping it straight up, I didn't like any song on this album until track 8, System Them. It took 8 songs until I finally said, you know what, I would go back to this one. JID says this is one of the more important songs on the album as he is very separated from his sisters and they don't mess with each other that much. And it's to the point where he said he doesn't even like listening to the song as he finds it very annoying that his relationship with his sister is so damaged. That song and the song right after it, Can't Make You Change with Ari Lennox, is really nice. Since we're discussing the second half of the album, I might as well touch on the 5 other songs. 2 of them are in the top 3, so I won't mention them. But the other 3, Money, don't care for it. Scheme on a dollar, thinking if anybody is talking, put some green on his head, he better be Marcus Smart. Because I ate so many bologna sandwiches as a child, I'd kill a nigga if he made one for me right now. Those lines were cool, but the whole song, I'm straight. Stars featuring Gangstalicious. This song was just way too slow. Like this song felt like being in a void with a soft beat playing, which sometimes can be enjoyable, just not here. Gangstalicious didn't come in until 3 minutes into the track, so the song was already a skip by that point. The final song on the album is actually a Not For Me tier song, and that's Lauder 2. I like the chorus to this a lot, but the verses with Jid doing the rapid fire flows over this fast paced techno sounding beat, it's good, but the verses where it sound like
fuck it, I'm sick as fucking, I told you motherfuckers no recovery, kicking up and I'm coughing and spitting legitimate love like I'm drug loaded in a
yeah, I'm not listening to something like this. This sounds like Jason Statham Transporter soundtrack music. But let's go to that weak ass first half of the project. Oh baby. 5 out of the 7 of these are just mid as hell. And 4 of those 5 are the first 4 songs on the album. Radar, Dance Now with Kenny Mason, Crack Sandwich, and Can't Punk Me with Earth Gang can't all get thrown in Lake Minnetonka. For Radar, the football referee noises on the chorus kind of ruin it because it's not like it's something catchy or hard hitting. Ooh, we have a penalty flag thrown on the 30-yard line. That was kind of a ridiculous choice for a hook. Even the second half of the song with the beat switch, I did not care for. Dance Now, this is the song with the almighty overcame struggle when the devil tried, let me bear it all when I'm telling God, you know I'm a rant when I talk to Jah, bar that everybody loves so much. I always thought that line was light. It's nice, but y'all saying it's incredible and the best bar on the album, I never thought that line was that impressive.
Overcame struggle when the devil tried, let me bear it all when I'm telling God, you know I'm a rant when I talk to Jack.
Crack Sandwich was another alright song to me. Running my city, I am my shooter. Minding my business, I am not you. One issue I sometimes have with Jid is his beat switches just seem unnecessary to me. It didn't necessarily switch here on Crack Sandwich, it was more so a stripped down version of the beat from the first half. But even with that and the story time in the third verse of his family getting into a fight at the club after his brother graduated from college, all of that still didn't make me enjoy the song. And then Can't Punk Me, I don't even have to comment on this song other than it's the second worst track on the album. Pull out the pump, can't pump me, bitch. Pull out the pump, can't pump me, ho. Ain't no way y'all are regularly listening to that. But there is one song that's worse than everything that I've been mentioning so far. The worst song on the album, and that's Brother Them with Lil Durk.
I spin a block for my brother Nim. I did a lot for my brother Nim. You better watch for my brother Nim.
Apparently Jid wanted Young Thug on this song too. I'm very glad that didn't happen. I mainly don't like the way JID says Brother Nim. I spin them block for my brother Nim. I did a lot for my brother Nim. You better watch for my brother Nim. His singing on other parts of the song is fine, but his singing on that part, you better watch for my brother Nim. I didn't like for my better than. This sounds very ridiculous to me, and I could have sworn he had the Master P smoke detector going off in the back with the beeping on certain parts too. Before naming the top 3, I do want to highlight Cody Blue 31, which means yes, this song is not in the top 3. I heard Gia say the song was initially dedicated to the deceased son of his friend. The son's name was Cody and he played sports for a team whose color was blue and his number was 31. Good record, but it ain't better than the top 3. At number 3, I got Surround Sound with 21 Savage and Baby Tate.
I'm on the road and I bet that you're holding me. When I'm in traffic, it's always a pole with me. Pillsbury, man, I keep doing me.
This is a case where the beat switch up made the song better. Part 2 of Surround Sound, where it's solo Jid, is actually better than the version with 21 and Baby Tate. The first half is tolerable, but it makes me not care to go back to the whole thing. Second best track is Better Days featuring Jonte Austin.
Balancing highs and the lows. Get your blindfold, only God knows.
Of course, a song with the GOAT Jonte Austin would be one of the best songs on the album. Unfortunately, Jonte's verse is probably the weakest part, and that's what stops the song from being number 1. I like Better Days, but it ain't better than Just in Time with Kenny Mason and Lil Wayne.
They minimized, I'm armed this time, can't miss this time, got time today and you just in time, yeah.
Flows from Jid and Weezy were crazy, but the best part is the beat. I love the beat to Just in Time, and I think it's the best beat on the album. I'm giving the Forever Story a high C+. The first half of this album is why it's so low on the list. There's not a single trash song or one that's very weak, but there's a lot of just alright songs that are ruined by a weak chorus, have an unnecessary beat switch that doesn't add to the song, or it just doesn't evoke a strong reaction out of me, and I just go, yeah, that song was alright. I'm sorry, JID fans. I thought this album was hard too back in 2024. Running it back and playing it multiple times to work on this video, I wouldn't listen to many of the songs on here.
Baby, I wanna do the right thing. Feel so much better than the wrong thing.
We finally came across one of J. Cole's side projects. We now have a side project in the ranking. For those who don't know what I mean, in an interview in 2026, J. Cole said that his albums For Your Eyes Only, KOD, The Off Season, and the mixtape Might Delete Later were more so side quests while he was finishing the Fall Off album. He was working on the Fall Off for so long, and he had so many moments where he thought of a new idea for a song, he thought of a new flow he could try out, a new sound, all of those things. And even though he had these ideas, none of them fit the mold of, hey yo, this would be perfect for the Fall Off. So that's what started him experimenting with concept albums like KOD and For Your Eyes Only, and then projects where he was just sharpening his pen and rhymes like The Off Season and Might Delete Later. With that being said, For Your Eyes Only has got to be the most overrated concept album in the history of mankind. Is it a good album? Sure, if you want to say it's quote unquote good, I have no issues with that. I'm getting on the heads of people who say this album is phenomenal, it's easily Cole's best project. From the production to the subject matter to how emotionally driven it is, oh my gosh, For Your Eyes Only is incredible. For every last one of y'all who believes this, y'all give this album way too much credit. Hell, I've seen people overrate the opening song. For Whom the Bell Tolls is solid, I like it, but y'all who call this an incredible and perfect way to start the album, y'all really need to stop. Nothing about this is an incredible song.
Before my very eyes should come as no surprise.
In other news, the track right after it is bottom 3 on the album. Immortal? Nah, bruh. This album would be better if this song wasn't on here or it just sounded better. It's okay, it's just pretty dull. Fun on the block. Hey, if I'm keeping it real, The first half of this album is terrible. I got Immortal as the third worst track. The top 2 worst tracks are in this first half as well. The second worst track is Ville Mentality. The singing on this song has always been ass.
How long can I survive with this mentality?
I don't know what y'all are hearing when it comes to this song. But the worst song on the album is the song right after it, She's Mine Part 1. When it comes to this song, and actually Part 2 as well, lots of fans defend this by saying for any man that has a daughter or a wife, this song will hit really hard for you as it's very relatable. I've seen men say that they went from not caring about this song to loving it when they got married or when they had their first child, because those 2 events just opens up a new level of understanding of what Cole was going for. Those people don't realize that a song being relatable doesn't automatically make it a great track. This track can be raw and emotional all y'all want to, it's still very, very boring. I'll give Part 2 about his daughter the edge because I think it's better lyrically, but overall both of these songs are really unentertaining, with specifically Part 1 being the worst on the album.
Don't you catch me, I'm falling in love.
Outside of Deja Vu, as a collective, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Immortal, Ville Mentality, and She's Mine Part 1, I would grade those 4 songs a low D+, dead ass. But with Deja Vu, I'll give the first half a solid C-. Either way, the first half of this album is why I think y'all Cole heads overrate the hell out of this project. Folding Clothes, I don't have a big issue with this song. I do think it's a little overhated, but I understand why people call it corny. Because the song is about a man wanting to do things for his lady. Let her take a load off. Baby, you relax today. You know, I'll handle the house chores. You know, you work a lot, baby, so it's time for you to relax for once. Nobody has an issue with the subject matter. The reason the song is hated is because of the actual words he's saying, his performance. Cole is singing like he just wrote the greatest ode to My Fair Lady of all time. Baby, I wanna fold clothes for you. I wanna make you feel good. I never thought I'd see the day I'm drinking almond milk. I understand not liking the song and thinking it's cheesy, but y'all who call this song horrible, y'all are getting carried away. The song is not even bad. Before I mention the top 3, Cole fans, get y'all pitchforks and torches ready. If y'all hated me before, y'all are really about to hate me now. But I won't stop now. Shout out to Diddy. I do not have the title track in the top 3. I think it's the 4th best song on the album. This song is considered one of the greatest storytelling songs of all time, one of the greatest title tracks of all time, one of the greatest final tracks on an album of all time, all of that jazz. This was such a beautiful way for Cole to end the album about his deceased friend. Every verse is so hard hitting. I damn near shed a tear every time I play this. Although I don't necessarily disagree with y'all, the replay value on this song is very non-existent. I am literally never in the mood to play this track. If it wasn't for me making this video, it would have been years until I played this song again. The strength of this track comes in the lyrics. The overall sound of it, Cole got way more enjoyable songs that I would rather hear instead, including the top 3. The 3rd best song on this album is Deja Vu.
Darling, don't you wait for me, 'cause I can see the promised land.
People's biggest gripe with this song is that it has the exact same beat as Bryson Tiller's Exchange, and so, damn that, I would rather go hear Bryson's song. Hey, I think both songs are really good, and I have no issues with Cole's version. 2nd best song, Wait, I think police is at the door.
Wait, I think police is at the door.
Okay, the neighbors think I'm selling dope.
The real life story behind this song is so wicked. There are particular parts of the track that are a little bit too slow for me. If the entire song was more hard hitting, it would be in the fire tier. Such as the whole, so much for integration, don't know what I was thinking part. I love the meaning, but I don't like the way he sings it. But I do like the singing on the #1 best song, and that's Change with Ari Lennox. Ari isn't credited as a feature on the song, but it don't matter. This is a terrific song, and it's a top 20 Cole record. Sorry if you wanted me to think the title track is the best song on the album, but I truthfully don't think it is. I'm taking Deja Vu, Neighbors, and especially Change every time over that. I'm grading For Your Eyes Only a low B-. I think this album is super overrated by J. Cole fans. And although I will say it's good, the first half is awful. Ville Mentality and She's Mine Part 1 are some of the most boring rap songs to come out of the 2010s decade. This album would have been way lower in the ranking if it wasn't for the second half pulling through.
go. Motivate, 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 motivate.
Yep. KOD is not that far off from For Your Eyes Only. With all the backstory that I gave earlier about this being a concept side quest album, again, I have to say the same thing. This is a good project, but it's extremely overrated by Cole fanboys. All you MFers that say KOD is slept on, it's a masterpiece, it's Cole's best album, the amount of sins you will have to answer for when you get to purgatory for saying that are innumerable. I don't know what album y'all are listening to that's causing y'all to say this is a slept on project. Many songs on here are not that special. Part of the reason is this Kill Edward persona. This was a horrible idea. That Kill Edward voice led to the worst song on the album. But before I say it, the other song that Kill Edward appeared on was top 5 on the album. And that's Friends. I gotta keep it real, that song was good. I just personally don't like it because of the E rhyme scheme and the flow ruins it. Type of ish that normally would call for therapy, but you know just how it go in our community. Keep that ish inside, don't matter how hard it be. Fast forward, them kids is grown and they blowing trees. He sounded like an amateur night MC during those parts, but overall, top 5. But back to the other Kill Edward track, oh my gosh. The Cutoff is a super weak ass song, and it is the worst one on the album.
Let me slow, I'm a clown, coming down, put me down, chill now, give me drink.
There is nothing entertaining about this Kill Edward voice. I don't see how some of y'all like this hooliganism. Now, there are 2 other songs on KOD that, although aren't bad, these are very, very weak records and some of the worst Cole has ever made, side quest or not. One of them is Motivate. This has always felt like a Temu version of ATM, especially because it's right after ATM on the track list. Being right after ATM feels like, dude, this sounds like the same song, but ass. I'm feeling alive, I'm feeling alive, I'm feeling alive, I'm feeling alive. Another huge miss is Photograph. Photograph is a song that I feel people hype up because of its relatable subject matter. The song touches on how many guys out there fall in love with a woman through her social media profile. You've never seen her in real life, you don't know her at all really, but just simply looking at her pictures and going, damn, this bitch bad, I love her. You start to build that parasocial and honestly creepy relationship with her in your mind. Relatable? Yes, for all y'all weirdos out there. The subject matter is not the problem. The song is outrageously boring. That's the problem. It doesn't help that trash "yeah" flow was used on a refrain either. J. Cole really acting like just because the SoundCloud rappers was doing it that he can hop on that wave. I'm not that nigga for lip, yeah. Put in my heart in a click, yeah. Can't see my heart, it don't fit, yeah. Don't think I'm built for this ish, yeah. Too busy thinking what if, yeah.
Photograph, I don't even know your name.
Now, I do like the remaining songs on the album, except for Brackets. I used to think that was a good track, but it really grew off of me over the years. The third verse is really good, but the overall track is in the bottom half of the album ranking. I like the opening song, that's decent. This is what you call a flip, 10 keys for a quarter brick. Windows Pane outro is decent. Kevin's Heart is a good song. As someone who has cheated on every woman he's ever dated and will continue to do so, I can relate to that track. But this top 3, man, this is where the real heat of KOD is. If this whole album was filled with tracks that are this good, I would be on y'all side that called this underrated. But it's not, so here we are. Number 3 is Addicted to Money, better known as ATM.
I know that it's difficult. I'm stacking this paper, it's sort of habitual. I blow the residual.
Catchy hook, his flow is incredible, some of the best flows he's ever done. Can't go wrong with ATM. This has always been good. But I still got these other 2 over it. Number 2 is Once an Addict Interlude.
Something's got a hold on me.
Rapping about his relationship with his mom amidst her alcohol addiction and him saying sometimes he wished he wouldn't have been so distant from her, as his presence could have helped her through her drinking battles. This is what I want from Cole. He has this big issue where the topic and the lyrics would be dope, but the overall sound of the song is nothing special. But he paired the 2 greatly with this song. And he paired the 2 really well with the number 1 song, which is 1985.
And plus you having fun and I respect that. But have you ever thought about your impact?
We all know this one. Cole said, I ain't gonna say no specific names, but all y'all little SoundCloud rappers, good night, God bless, and if the shoe fits, wear it. Y'all may be hot now, but that's because it's a bunch of little kids enjoying your hype, getting lit music. Once they get older and once you get older, you're not going to have any staying power because nobody's going to want to hear that type of music anymore. We all knew the SoundCloud wave wasn't going to last forever, but 1985 was a fire call out and warning to rappers that came up during that time. I'm grading KOD a very, very low B-. What I said about For Your Eyes Only applies here as well. If you want to call this project good, I hear you. It's just a good album. But calling KOD underrated and a top 3 Jermaine project is crazy, because there are really songs on here that aren't that special. I cannot fathom that some of y'all are listening to Born Center, Forest Hill Drive, The Fall Off, and saying that KOD or For Your Eyes Only are better than those. I really can't believe that.
Okay.
That part.
Do y'all remember way back when I was discussing Trash Talk and I brought up a 2019 BBC interview with Tiffany Culver? I said this interview would be mentioned a couple of times. This is one of those times. In that same interview, in regards to Blankface, Q said this album was nowhere near as perceived as people make it out to be. He said people on the internet make it seem like this project got a whole lot of love and that it was a holy grail for new age gangster rap, when in reality, that's just internet talk. This was a project that people on the internet, y'all heard the album, y'all wrote y'all little reviews and articles, and y'all just went on to the next thing. But in real life, he doesn't see a lot of love for Blankface, and it feels like listeners moved on from it rather quickly. I even heard him say that on the Breakfast Club when he was promoting Trash Talk. He was like, bro, y'all love to say that albums like Blankface LP is like fire and some of the greatest albums y'all heard this decade, but y'all niggas don't pop out to the shows, man. Where y'all be at when it comes time for a show? Y'all don't show up and show no love. So that's why on Trash Talk, he went out of his way to make more mainstream club appealing records. Because when he wasn't on that tip in his previous albums, y'all barely support him. For those of y'all out there who think Blankface LP is Q's best album, you low-key might be in the minority. Now let me put it to you like this here. This album is lower on the list because of the first third of the album. This is a 17-song project, and when I heard this album wasn't looking too good based off of the first 6 songs. From the opening song Torch to Ride Out with Vince Staples, I said, damn, this album about to be ass. The opening song Torch, Anderson .Paak is like on half the song, but he's uncredited, and his parts were cool. It's Q that messes it up. I don't like Q's tendency to hold out his words on this album, and he did that here. Who needs a motherfucking friend? You see my motherfucking rims. For an opening song, I was like, fuck no, baby. Next, although it can be somewhat catchy, that part was ruined by Kanye West. The song was already just okay with Q. It's a 5-minute track and you can tell he was having fun, but it wasn't anything that impressive. Kanye's verse was giving Marshawn Lynch, man, I'm just here so I won't get fined. 2 of the album's worst 3 songs are in this first third. The third worst song is Groovy Tony. Q said he released this song as the lead single because he didn't want to be stuck in the putting out pop records as the lead single box like he did with tracks like Collard Greens, Man of the Year, and Studio. But as a lead single, this was a horrible choice. Y'all don't hear me, I want the money right. Groovy Tony, no face killer, I see the money right. Y'all actually like this damn song? The Eddie Kane portion was better, but even then, the interlude from Them Joints, that was the best part of the song. It's not within the first third, but the second worst song on the album is Black Thoughts. I was more invested in the music video. The trial at the beginning of him contemplating staying free and living the rich life, but with the back of his mind that his boys was locked up, so ultimately he took the deal for 16 years. The story of the song was more enjoyable than the actual song. When the actual song started, I liked the lines about how he was sharing food with the roaches and how his father was a bitch, but still, I was instantly disappointed with the sound of the record and I didn't like it. Now back to the first third. The worst song on this whole album is Ride Out with Vince Staples.
Freeze up, I see ghosts, ride out.
The hook makes this song just dreadful. Big smoke, re-up, big dope, G's up. The guitar in the background was great though, production cool, the rapping I don't care for at all. Y'all that's hearing me call this the worst song and going, what you mean, that song hard? I disagree with every last one of y'all. The only 2 songs I like from that first third are Lord Have Mercy, produced by Swizz Beatz, and then Know You're Wrong with Lance Skywalker. Some other skips, the title track with Anderson .Paak, you can pack that up, and the final track, Tuki Knows Too. That is the best song amongst the ones I don't like. Ranking the songs from worst to best, Tuki Knows would be like 11th place. Now, some decent tracks from the rest of the album are Dope Dealer with 40 Water. This song being produced by Southside and Metro Boomin definitely gave it an ear-catching, attention-grabbing sound. That beat was crazy. John Muir strongly carried by the chorus and production. Schoolboy Q on the verses did nothing for me. One of the most unorthodox and goofiest songs on here is one that I actually enjoy, and that's Big Body with the Dog Pound. Man, them niggas ain't hot. Man, them niggas ain't cold. Big body, big beans. Big body, big beans. So there are 5 songs on this album that I think are good. So clearly these are the top 5. The 2 that fall right outside of the top 3 for me are Never Change with SZA and Whatever You Want with Candace Pillay. Never Change was one of the songs where him holding out his words didn't bother me that much. Well, keep spinning, the block stay hot. And SZA was a great addition. I didn't like all that yapping that Candace was doing at the end of her song though. I don't want your money, honey. I just want your love. That part, get that part out of here. But it's still a good song. Top 3, let's go. Number 3 is Straight Ballin' Like a Bitch.
Straight ballin' like a bitch. Hey, wait.
I like the line of, it's easy how I make a meal flip. Snoop is like the only rich Crip. I'm 100% sure that there's other rich Crips, but still a dope line. Number 2 song on the album is By Any Means.
You can steer that wheel, hit the gas and go. Get yours, get yours.
Get yours by any means. Now I know this is an insane take to have this as the best track on Blank Face, but honestly y'all, my number 1 is Overtime with Justine Skye and Miguel.
I wanna fuck right now. I wanna fuck right now. I wanna fuck right now.
This is a case where having a super obvious mainstream chasing record on an album worked out in his favor. Like I be saying, there's nothing inherently wrong with making these type of tracks, because in a case like Blank Face LP, Justine sounded beautiful, Miguel himself is beautiful. Let me stop. And this is the best sounding song on the album to me. Simple. I'm grading Blank Face LP a low B-. I actually disagree with the folks that say that this album is fire, amazing, and all of that. This album is greatly hurt by the first third. Torch, Groovy Tony, shout out to Jadakiss. That part, nah, shout out to Kanye. He completely ruined that. And I don't have anything against Vince Staples, but in my life experiences with him, it's extremely rare when he's on a song and it ends up being good. All of these tracks, the title track, Black Thoughts, yeah, this album is just good. Nothing more than that. SZA is someone where I have a whole video on my channel already saying how I feel about her music. My issue with her is that when her lyrics aren't being cryptic and confusing, which is something she's admitted herself, that sometimes she has cryptic lyrics with really no deep meaning behind them, I really feel like sometimes she just be taking random poetic lines and just be throwing them together with no cohesion. But when she's not doing that, her lyrics are very relatable. Listening to SZA is like you're listening to someone vocalize your personal diary. But outside of that, it's really just the execution that doesn't hit for me. A lot of SZA songs are really boring, or even if her singing is nice and it's a nice subject matter, the overall track is uneventful. She can try all the melodies she wants to, but more times than not, I just see myself sitting there going, that song was straight. The fact that SOS is a classic and is already praised as one of the most legendary R&B albums of all time is insane. Y'all girls that's fighting y'all insecurities be listening to anything. This project is 23 goddamn songs long, so you already know it's some mid sprinkled throughout the whole SOS bed. Let's get into the disrespect. Used with Don Toliver, I would probably enjoy this song if it was a solo SZA record. Get Don Toliver out of here. You can't trust nobody you ain't been broke with. Whew, I like that line though. And my favorite part of the song is, can't lose myself to your ego, I wanna say. But at least that song wasn't SZA's fault on why it's mid. Some of these other ones, yes, it is her fault. Ghost in the Machine with Phoebe Bridgers, Special, Shirt, and Good Days, all can go. I can't even blame the features. Even the latter 3 songs when she's by herself are no-goes. A couple of tracks, although I'm skipping them, I would say they're in the better portion of the mid records. Open Arms is completely ruined by trash Vic Scott. The solo version that doesn't have him, I'm picking that one every time. Travis's influence on the song Low is a big reason I don't like that song. I can tolerate it. I'm fucking, I ain't making love no more. You got a new bitch, what the hell you crying for? But that's one of the last songs I would want to hear from this album. Forget just TDE. I think this is the first time ever in my YouTube career of reviewing music where this has happened. I actually think the top 3 worst songs on SOS are the first 3 songs on the album. The opening track SOS, this didn't even sound like SZA. It's cool, she was still talking her ish, but it sounded like an R&B version of Dej Loaf. I don't like the background vocals either. Because I already know some people are going to be whining from this take, y'all need to remember that when I call a song mid, I'm saying that the song is just okay. Lyrically, SZA was talking that talk on here. It's a cool song. I just don't like the way it sounds. And that goes for every track on here that I dislike. All of the past songs that I said are mid, the songs are still fine. Seek and Destroy, I get turned off by the chorus. I don't like, do it to you, I have to do it to you. Nice song, just the chorus kind of gets on my nerves. But the #1 worst song on the album, oh, y'all have never heard this take in y'all life. But I am not trolling at all. The worst song on this album is Kill Bill. I don't like the melodic choice of I might kill my ex. She doesn't sound that good when she's rapping either. This text gonna be evidence. This text is evidence. I tried to ration with you, no murder, so crime and passion, but damn. There are a few things I don't like about this record. Lyrically, the song is good. I need to stress that about SZA. What she's singing about, the songwriting is okay. I just think the song doesn't sound as incredible as people say it does. Hearing people say this is the best song on the album, or even SZA's #1 best song, period, I just go, absolutely not. SZA has songs not on this album that are way better than Kill Bill. Time Travel Undone, for example, is way better than this song. Out of 23 songs, I like 13 of them, so I can give some compliments and some backhanded compliments. The song Snooze, I like it, but it's not all that. I really don't know why this is praised as a top 3 SZA record. Blind, fucking on my ex cause he validate me. I like the way the song picks up with the more orchestral production, but the way she says, blind, blind, brings the song down. That part low-key sucks. She lucky the rest of the song makes up for it. Notice Me and Smoking on My X-Pac are tracks where she's more so rapping instead of singing, but it works in these cases, especially for Smoking on My X-Pac. That's not decent. That's one of the good songs. Same thing with I Hate You. That track is really good. The way she delivers, and if you're wondering if I hate you, I do, is just chef's kiss. And then the last bunch of decent songs are songs like Nobody Gets Me. Lyrically, that's probably the best song on the album. I Only Like Myself When I'm With You is an insane line. Lyrically, that's one of her best songs that showcases what she means when she calls herself insecure and needy. And then Conceited, Far, and the final track Forgiveless with Old Dirty Bastard, those are all decent. That last one, I more so enjoyed for SZA's production. The ODB vocals were so damn abrupt that, yeah, they could have been removed from the song. Missionary is getting boring, so let's switch positions to this top 3. For the first time in this TDE ranking, y'all, all 3 of the top songs are fire tier songs. All 3 of these tracks are great. Let's start with number 3. Gone Girl, Flames.
Gone girl, gone girl.
Number 2, yes, I freaking love F2F. The streets love to say this track was too off the wall for SZA. Shorty thinks she Avril Lavigne. And here's the thing, they're not wrong, but I would rather take this Solana Lavigne Avril Row record over many other songs this girl has. As fire as F2F is though, it ain't messing with Too Late, bruh. Is it bad that I want more? Moving so close we can bust. Is it bad that I want more? Too Late is the golden example of I would like an artist way more if they had more tracks that sounded like a particular one. SZA could easily be one of my favorite R&B singers ever if Too Late was a staple in her sound. But with the nonsense SZA be choosing to make instead, I don't even have SZA over Tiffany Evans. I'm grading SOS a low B-. If you want to call this a good album, yeah, sure. Hardy, hard. A lot of the songs y'all hype up on here, I really don't think are that special. And I think people hype up SOS simply because they relate to the lyrics, not because the songs themselves sound that amazing. Yeah, Absol, you got another miss right here, bro. I guess that's how it is these days. You even lose when you win these days. Apparently, this was the album that got Solo some flack because instead of sticking to what he was used to with his own sound, he was trying too hard to match the music that was popping in the early to mid 2010s. His choice of flows and choice of overall sound for the project just had a percentage of people looking at him going, "Aw, Ab, this ain't you. This ain't you." It can make the album more accessible to the average person, but to the everyday Ab-Soul fan, to the people who have Ab-Soul as their favorite rapper, this missed the mark for all 14 of them. Now, for me, someone who's not a connoisseur of Solo, I can hear those criticisms, I hear them, but after hearing all of his albums and looking at his full catalog, I'm still taking this over some albums where he's quote-unquote being himself. There are some songs on this bitch that I'm not taking, such as 100 Stacks with Schoolboy Q. That song is bottom 3 on the album. Put It On Crib, Ignorance Is Bliss, I Love Foreign Tits, and a Clitoris, Beat the Pussy Down Like My Nemesis, Make the Pussy Drip Like a... Ooh, I ain't gonna say that, he was wildin'. I don't dislike that many songs on this album. There's about 5 you can pack up. That's still a third of the album, but it could be worse. Another song you can pack up is the Kendrick Lamar interlude. Ab is indeed on this song, it's just named after Kendrick. This is a sequel to Ab's outro on Kendrick's Section 80 album. The last minute of just the saxophone playing doesn't sound that good to me, and that angry, gruff delivery that K-Dot was using wasn't for me either.
So these days, these accolades that's meant for we, it's only truth that this ish was meant to be. TDE.
Closure is another skip. I actually really like the hook, but the verses are boring and drag the song down.
Things just ain't the same no more.
Things just ain't the same no more. Still think about you every day, and I wish I could stay. It's too bad that the rest of the song doesn't hit. Stigmata with Action Bronson and Asad can go, because who the hell is listening to Action Bronson? And finally, the worst song on the album is, for sure, Ride Slow with Danny Brown and Delusional Thomas. This is probably the worst Ab Soul song of all time. This track was painfully freaking boring. And it's 7.5 minutes long. What the
Why come with me? Come with me.
I'm not even saying that as a hyperbole. This is a top 3 worst Ab Soul track ever, along with Crazier with JID and Gone Insane. Fortunately, it's not all skips on here. Some decent tracks to me are Feeling Us with Ray Vaughn and some other weak ass rapper. That was cool. I like Twalk with Short Dog and Young Jinx. I've never heard this word in my life. Twalked, twacked, whatever. Clearly it may be a regional thing. But this is one of the main party records on this album and one of the tracks that people criticize for so chasing the popular sound at the time. This song just screams Diet DJ Mustard. Tree of Life is okay, but the last minute of the song was unnecessary. The moment Ab said, "Hey yo, Dahi, what up my nigga, drop that," the song went downhill. And also World Runners with Lupe Fiasco and Nicki Jean, that was light. I think there's 5 good songs on here. The 2 good songs that fall right outside of the top 3 are the opening song God Rain with SZA and Just Have Fun. Just Have Fun is one of those instances where the last minute switched up style of the song is probably better than the original song playing before it. Top 3, let's get it. Number 3 is Sapio, Sexual, produced by J. Cole. This song is hella goofy, and I kinda don't blame someone for not liking it, but it gets a pass from me. Number 2, Ricky Rose. The song Never Mind That is hard.
Nigga, tell me something I don't know.
Are you a lesbian or a librarian? I know you got room for my dictionary in your library then. That line was whack, and I understand that the radio static effect that keeps popping up can be weird, but I rock with it. This is actually a fire tier song. I love randomly singing, "Nigga, tell me something I don't know." But the best song on These Days is a top 5 Ab Soul song of all time. Never Mind That is top 5 too, but I was so impressed when I heard this, and that's We Really Out Here. Now this is a 23-minute song, but the thing is, We Really Out Here is only 4.5 minutes. After the song finishes, there's a 25-second silence that follows up with an 18-minute rap battle with Daylight. I was so confused that the song was so long, but when the battle started, I went, okay, this was nice. It was a tough battle, but granted, it doesn't warrant playing it multiple times. Just listen to the song itself. Jameson helped make the song itself sound fantastic. We really out here. Yeah. Freaking beautiful. I'm grading These Days low B-. I do recommend the album, but with albums like Long Term Mentality, Thou Shalt Not Scareth the Hoes, Soul Burger, and These Days, giving Ab the title of the best rapper or second best rapper on TDE behind Kendrick, it makes these rankings even tougher because as a rapper, Ab is incredible. But your music, sir, your music, you be slipping a lot. Honestly, I can't even call Ab Soul underrated. I don't think he is. Because more times than not, his music doesn't sound that incredible for me to say that he warrants more attention. Alright, we going to Isaiah Rashad, to Isaiah Rashad, to Isaiah Rashad, to Isaiah Rashad. I don't have high expectations for Showtime. I went into this knowing it would be a silky, vibey, smooth type of hip hop because that's what his first album tried to do. And this was a way better attempt at it. I don't care what any Isaiah fans say. Not only is The House Is Burning better than The Sun's Tirade, it's way better. Like, dead ass not close. But even though this was an improvement, you not without scrutiny, you freaky ass boy. Let me immediately announce the worst song again. That title goes to Hey Mister. All this talk I've been saying about Zay being boring as hell, this is Exhibit A, ladies and gentlemen. Hey Mister is sleep inducing. I'ma tell y'all this straight up. If there's ever a night where you're laying in bed and you're struggling to fall asleep, you tossing and turning and you just can't seem to enter sleep mode, put Hey Mister on repeat. Guarantee you gonna be out of there after the first verse.
Yeah, me and my niggas on P's and we was on Blaze and we was on sofas. One of them bitches gon' tease.
There are 3 songs where I don't like Zay's performance, but the feature artist did a nice job. Chat with YGTYT. This beat is so hard, but the way Zay is rapping is way too boring. If I wasn't rapping, baby, I would still be riding Mercedes. These next 2 examples, oh my freaking gosh. These are skips because of Isaiah. From the Garden with Lil Uzi Vert, the first half of Isaiah's verse was such an annoying flow. And the hook too. Came out buzzing, came out puffing, came out on your cousin. I do all these floozies worse than they daddy, but you love her. Came out buzzing, came out buzzing, came out buzzing, came out buzzing. I will admit it gets tolerable as the song goes on, but damn, that first couple of plays, I thought this song was awful. The other song was Lay With You with Duke Deuce. He got smoked by Duke Deuce.
Pussy niggas acting tough. Fuck a Draco, keep that capital K for range, that's if you run.
This was pretty much the worst song on the album until Duke came in. Old niggas turn to enemies, now I'm seeing plenty strictly business. They like, don't get trippy, bitch, I need a milli. But this nigga Isaiah, last year you was my bitch, now you my baby girl. If this was a solo record, this would have been the worst song on the album. He got Superman saved by Deuce. The only mid song where this isn't the case is All Herb. I wouldn't say he got carried by Amenity. The song overall is mid because of the both of them. Here's a big flaw with the end of this project. Amongst the last 6 songs, there is not one good track. Every last one of these is just okay. There's decent songs earlier in the project like the opener Dark Side and Claymore with Smino, but the ending is when it reaches a long stretch of decent island. And the thing is, I enjoy 5 of these 6 songs, but I really wish they hit harder than what they did. Instead, they're just smooth background stuff to have on while you're studying or something. Case in point, Score with Black and SZA. SZA did her thing on Score. She actually carried that song. And all of these other songs, 9-3 Freestyle is nice. The title track is cool, the production is smooth, and it can make your head bop. But Zay's actual rapping, chain swinging, still empty. Fuck it. Whole children, still empty. Fuck 'em. I don't even like any. Nah, bruh. The final song, HB2U, the second half of the song is unnecessary. It's a 6-minute track that splits up at the 3-minute mark. The first 3 minutes was way better. But let's get to the good records. Because this is Freaky Frog Isaiah we're talking about, he had to get a Freaky Frog feature on here, and that was Doechii on What You Said. Her, Zay, and Cal Banks, that song tough. Watch the music video if you want to see Doechii pussy popping on a handstand. Top 3 though, number 3, I gotta be honest, he was hella carried by the production and the sample, but it's RIP Young. The second best track is True Story with J Rock and Jay Worthy. This beat gave me some old school Southern player feels. Now, Isaiah Rashad and Fire typically doesn't go in the same sentence because he don't got it like that. But yo, this number 1 song was beautiful. And that's Headshots. It's really the chorus, the melodies, and production that carry the whole song. When I'm in the car, I be addicted to singing, okay, you caught me by surprise in my brand new whip. I gotta be real, this song is one of the smoothest tracks I ever heard. I would love this man's music if it regularly sounded this good. For the grade, the way you suck a dick, you get a B+. Well, Zay, the way you made this album, you get a low B-. This guy actually made a good album. Going off of the Sun's tirade, I didn't think it was possible, but he came through. This certainly could be better, but as it is, yeah, his first album, The Sun's Tirade, is not messing with this at all. Do y'all know how long it's been since we discussed a Sir album? His second album, Chasing Summer, was way near the bottom of the list. I told y'all, I like Sir a lot. I just think that project wasn't a strong showcase of his music. We're finally discussing his debut album, November. And there is one song that stopped this project from being higher. This album is outside of the top 10 solely off of this one track. We have another case of the worst song being a very easy pick. When I was discussing his Chasing Summer album and I said Still Blue with Jill Scott was the worst song he ever made, that might be cap. That might be some cap. That's the second worst song he ever made. His number 1 worst song, that title belongs to I Know. This nigga sounded like a bisexual Travis Scott. I don't know what the hell he was on when he made this. Dude was super tripping.
All it take is a couple bands, I'm just saying, get the D, yeah.
The only thing I liked was that one line on the hook made me laugh. Badass kids, them some badass kids. Other than that, this song is almost terrible. That's probably the worst song Sir Daryl has ever made. Other than the song I Know, I gotta keep it real. The strength of this album is not in the first half. It's not. This is only a 10-song project. Dude, when I tell you that off of that first 5, the only good song is Something New with Etta Bond. Etta Bond on the chorus greatly helped the enjoyment and provided a vibe. Etta also sounds like Joy. For those of y'all who know who Joy is and y'all like her music, Something New is certainly a track I would recommend. The other songs within that first 5, I do like the songs That's Alright and Something Foreign with Schoolboy Q. The former, he's kind of singing like Kevin Michaels. I'm getting too deep into my R&B bag. Y'all young niggas, y'all don't know who Joy or Kevin Michaels are, so let me stop. Something Foreign is a fine record, but then the second worst song on this album is that Devil song. Hearing that, constantly was pretty annoying and took me out of the song. Mind you, this is Sir's first album, and these are the first 5 songs I've ever heard from him. So going off of the first half of this album, I was scared. Like, oh lord, no wonder why don't nobody know who this nigga is. He trash. Fortunately, the songs pick up right afterwards. I like 4 of the 5 songs on the second half. Sir's strong point on this album is that he can definitely make some laying down and relaxing music. If you really need something soothing to hear while you're laying in bed, laying on the floor even, this man's vocals can just get you lost in the middle of a daydream, such as the song Dreaming of Me. This has the classic Erykah Badu, Bag Lady, Dr. Dre explosive sample, and y'all know that's a cheat code amongst hip hop and R&B. You can't go wrong with that sample. The only song I don't like in the second half is Better. It's a solid song about losing a lover because you didn't allow them to love you because you didn't care that much and you was trying to create space, and in the meantime they found somebody better than you. It just doesn't sound the best to me. The other tracks I liked in the second half are all part of the top 3, so let's get there now. Third best song is the final track on the album, Summer in November. Just the way he's singing, temperature rises, rises. This boy be singing his ass off. Listen to this. The second best song is Never Home, and I really like the idea of this song. It's a storytelling track of Sir's woman pressing him for not being attentive to her enough. Like she's calling him hundreds of times while he's on the road, and he never answers because he's been partying, working, and living life as a successful singer. The title of the song stemming from, I don't know how my girl feels about our relationship at the moment because I'm never home to spend time with her or check up on her. Dope track.
She say she been fine, but I could never tell cause I'm never home.
But number 1 has to go to Wall. This is the song where he has the catchiest singing. I'm ready to fall for you. I've been waiting too long. I gotta fight for us. Yeah, this number 1 for sure.
I've been waiting too long. I gotta fight for us.
I'ma grade November a low B-. While there's only about 3 or 4 good songs here, the benefit is that it's a concise album. Some of these TDE albums rank lower also only have 3 or 4 good tracks, but the damn album be 16 to 18 songs long. So that's why their grades are hurt and they're lower on the list. But for November, if you want to see if Sir makes the type of music you like and you don't want something bloated that would be a chore to get through, then start with this project.
Raised by the gang with a meal like Philly with a watch 250 in a bitch so
blue.
I don't know what it is with y'all TDE artists feeling the need to make these monstrously long albums. Blue Lips is 18 songs long, and the amount of just alright songs on here is pretty alarming. I watched the conversation Q had with LC Not Elise where he said Blue Lips was his first album where he paid attention to the order of the songs on the track list. In previous albums, although he always had a concept or a theme, he never focused on, okay, this song gonna go here, this song is gonna go here. Blue Lips is the first project where he meticulously chose the track order. Let me tell y'all how much my heart was broken with my experience with a certain track on this album. While playing this project and after finishing the project, there was a song on here where I said, yes, this is without question the best song on the album. Unfortunately, I realized that the version of the song I listened to isn't the full song that's on the project. The song that I'm talking about is Lovebirds with Devin Malik and Lance Skywalker. So the version of the song that I found was a solo Lance version where Q and Devin Malik were nowhere to be found. And I said, yo, this track is freaking beautiful. For those of y'all who know the song, sing along. Girl, I acknowledge that I mistreated you wrong. That is incredible right there. But as mentioned, I found out that version wasn't the one that was on the album, so I was forced to instead factor in the one with the other rappers on it. When I tell y'all, I have never in my life snatched the best song on the album title from a track so goddamn fast, Devin Malik and Q completely ruined this song. The switch up of the beat is whack and I don't like it at all. Devin produced the beat, so yeah, he should have left it at that because neither of their verses sounded good. Ugh. I had to get that off of my chest. I haven't been that disappointed by a song, I think, ever in my life. Now, shout out to the YouTuber Sarah Rose. She has a half-hour breakdown video of Blue Lips, and the amount of time, research, and editing she put in her review is incredible. But I must say, I disagree with so many things that she said. She was calling Blue Lips an amazing album. I'm like, an amazing album? She was saying you can hear the high amount of detail Q put into the project. I'm like, high amount of detail? Sarah was saying every song hits hard. I'm like, every song hits hard? I didn't enjoy this album nowhere near as much as she did, but I still strongly recommend you watch the video if you enjoy the album. But let's dive deeper. Again, there's so much mid on here that it's ridiculous. Speaking of Devin Malik, he's on the track Back in Love. I think the music video of showing Q as a little kid was cute and all, but the song is forgettable. Pig Feet with Childish Major is also pretty forgettable. I have Pig Feet as the second worst song on the project. Spready Gibbs makes an appearance on the song Ohio, and this is a song where I only like the middle portion of it. The first minute and a half of the David T. Walker sample, I didn't care for that. The last minute and a half with Spready, turn me up then bitch, run it up then bitch. I didn't like that either. I only care about the middle of the song. Got me rolling my roots in the soul, down in the bottle my president gold, dancing the pussy and coming her throat, sipping the clear when I open the door. I don't think I've ever came across a song where I enjoyed the middle of it, but the beginning third and ending third are skips. Speaking of big chunks of songs I don't like, thank God for me, y'all gonna think I'm crazy, but the beat switch where he samples Project Patar's Chicken Head, although I like the song as a whole, I did not like that one part. I feel the switch was unnecessary. Lastly, I get that it's a reference to their past collabs Drug You With The Hoes, but Foe with Ab-Soul is yet another forgettable track. Marijuana, hydro, pussy, hoe, ass, titties, marijuana, hydro. I'm sorry, I don't really care for that song. I don't even dislike Schoolboy Q, but he just has songs where I'm like, this is fine, bro, it's fine. And that's what makes me think about Sarah's review. Her calling this an amazing album, my flabber is gasted. Amazing? Baby girl, what album was you listening to? I count 5 good songs on this album, and 2 of those 5 are not for me tier tracks. Yearn 101 and Lost Times with Jazzy are good, but I'm not trying to hear those. Some songs that I like, but I wouldn't really call them good, are Cooties, Time Killers, I Don't Take Advice from Niggas With No Hoes, Pop with Rico, Nasty. The beat to that song gave me old school NWO vibes. Blue Slides, Sometimes You Gotta Be a Deadbeat When the Kids Gotta Eat. A way of saying sometimes you can't be there with the children because you're focused on making as much money as you can. I wish I could like this song more because it's lyrically nice, but the slow, jazzy, coffee shop, lounge music tone that it has made it not hit that hard. Movie with AZ Shike. Q was not even on this song. This is a solo AZ track. It was confirmed that Q had a verse for the record, but he removed it after hearing Shike's verse, so that's pretty flattering that Q would do that for him. The song First is cool too. I like the rapping on this song more than certain parts of the beat. The beat is serviceable, but the rapping is so tight. I was the first one moving that script. How to get lit, how to get blicks, how to get fixed, how to get mixed. Oh, now WAP, I was trying to go Wayne. Took a little half trying to find my brain. 1 million, 2 million, what am I saying? 250,000, 500,000, really insane. F***ing up guts, wifing up sluts. That's hard. Oh wow, I can't believe I didn't say this yet. I think the worst song on Blue Lips is Lovebirds. Make sure y'all drill that into y'all head. This went from the best song on the album to the worst when I heard the full version. That version needs to be scrapped from existence.
Think I need a timeout. Think it's city time now. Pin them pretty whites down. In my city right now.
I really don't like that track, and it knocks Blue Lips down by like 4 placements in the TDE ranking. The third best song, I'm gonna give it to the final song on the album, Smile.
Even when I'm on my low day, even when I'm on my high day, even when I'm on the highway.
Some of y'all may say, what? That's a top 3 song? That's only 70 seconds. It's 70 seconds long and it's one of the best songs on the project, so argue with your mama. On the other end of the track list, the opening song, Funny Guy, I would say is the second best song.
Bring the dope, bring the hoes, bring the money bags in, bring the dope, bring the hoes.
The hilarious part is that this isn't really a song. It's 2.5 minutes of mostly saying, bring the dope, bring the hoes, bring the money bags in. It sounds good though. Now for the best song, I don't think this has ever happened in the history of history or even in the history of history. The song Nunu grew on me so tough that it went from the worst song on the album to the only fire tier song on the album. Initially, I didn't like it. I thought I was hearing 2 different songs at once. It was too many instruments playing at one time. It's like the beat was overlapping with something else. But you gotta admit, that was hard when Q went, blowing money fast, cash money hoes, ran through the dash, keys open doors, cash on the ground, ass on the floor. That song gets fired to me now. Although I'm grading Blue Lips a low B-, this album could have been higher, bruh. Unfortunately, 18 tracks? There's like 10 of them where I wouldn't blame someone who said they didn't like them, cause they're nothing worth going back to. I have seen so many people call this a top 5 best rap album of 2024. Some people flat out have it as their #1 best album. All I have to say is, 2024 had to have been a weak ass year for rap music if Blue Lips by Schoolboy Q is y'all's #1 best project. It's a good album, but it ain't all that, bruh.
Might as well, water swarming up to swim. Might as well stretch it out.
The album that Sakari was working on for 5 years. For those of y'all who are not hip to Sakari whatsoever, let me tell you, this album sounds like some cyberpunk R&B music. Like, this is music that you would hear when watching a video of someone walking in a futuristic downtown Tokyo setting, or someone being in a nightclub while it's dark and rainy outside or something. Add a pinch of The Weeknd as well. If you rock with Abel, there is no excuse why this Bliss album shouldn't hit for you. Now, at 17 songs, I believe Dog is super wildin', but what's funny about this album is that there are really no decent songs on here. There's a ton of mid, but every song that I like is at least good. I didn't really have that reaction of, this song is just cool to have on, I like it. The only decent track on the album that made me think that was Girl Next Door.
Girl next door, you should be on movie screens.
Other than this, every other track I like had me going, hey, hold on now, Sakari doing it like this? But you know, we gotta get the mid out of the way first. In addition to one Not For Me tier track. The Not For Me tier song is the second song on the album, Reverse with James Fauntleroy. This song sounds like a score, like it would be in the background of a movie scene. Not that there is anything wrong with that, but I can do without this one. Although I recommend this album, like I previously said, there is a handful of mid. The first skip is Ave Maria with Ty Dolla $ign. The simple trap beat elements take me out of that song, and it just sounds like a weaker version of the track Reverse right before it. I also didn't like his high voice right here. What the hell is that? I've been living life unfearful. I was never like. The song Nocturnal can get out of here. The oh yeah is a turnoff for me. I just don't like the way it sounds when Sakari does it. Faith plus Sight is okay, but the Jamaican artist on the track Beam made me not want to go back to that song. Bliss with Isaiah Rashad. I know Zay be liking them songs that have an up-tempo beat with his mumbling voice, so that overall it gives a zooted, chilled out feel. I just don't care for it most of the time. You know what? The remaining mid songs that I haven't mentioned yet are all bottom 3 on the album, so I might as well say them in order. The third worst song is Berserk. From the production to the lyrics, this song just felt super basic to me. I'm a dog, I need a vet. Overseas, I need a jet. Guaranteed, I'ma go give me a check.
I'm a dog, need a vet. Overseas, I need a jet. Guarantee I'ma go give me a check.
The second worst song is Lone Wolf Steel. His choice of melody for that track made the song a drag to listen to. 333, I can see angels all around me, in between. I did not like that. But the worst song, I don't hate Doechii, but that song Believe, hell no. This song is irritating because some parts would sound nice, but they're outweighed by parts that have this Roger Troutman synthesizer effect on his vocals, and it drastically kills the replay value. But on the bright side, bruh, Zakari did his motherfucking thing on these other songs. The final song, Icarus Outro with Ab Soul, is good. Blast did his thing on Bless Her Heart, good track. Truth Is, where he discusses needing a woman, but at the same time being afraid of hurting her feelings because of his own internal problems, such as feeling like a fraud, a failure. He just thinks the downside of their relationship would be his fault. There is a beat switch that happens 2.5 minutes into the song that I feel was not needed. The first beat was fine. A song like Ocean, Zakari singing is just beautiful on here, man. Before Ocean, there is a song called Give You Up. This is the most unsounding Zacari song I've ever heard. He sounds like everybody from Boyz II Men to Michael Jackson. It's not in my top 3, but I would not blame a single person if you have this as the best song on the album. But with that, top 3, let's go. FOMO, which stands for On My Own. This is the roller skating song on the album. If you're like me and you love roller skating, you have to listen to this song just off of that. The second best song, Destiny, is insanely helped by the guitar. This is the best beat on the album. I'll admit it, his singing isn't as great as it could be, but I can overlook it because let me just play a part with just the guitar. Y'all can't tell me this don't sound phenomenal. This is the first and only time in TDE history where the first song on the album was the best song. Here, that song is called Homeless. Look at this man giving us some poetry. They say home is where the heart is, then I'm homeless. And if my heart is an open book, then I'm missing pages. This has no business being only a minute and a half long. This could have been something amazing. Either way, I'm grading Bliss a low B-. This is Zacari's only album, and I will definitely check out his next album, whether he releases it under TDE or not. I was thoroughly impressed by the collection of good tracks on here.
See you in the morning, take off, nigga, on time zone, and tell them I'm sky.
In an interview Q did on the Back on Fig podcast in 2023, he said how he was uncomfortable making every album he's ever made. Something always happens when he's just not in a good headspace working on his music. And yes, that obviously includes setbacks. So with that, let me say this. Q, I need you to be uncomfortable all the time if it's going to lead to you making music that sound like this project. I enjoyed like 75% of this project, and your ratio is usually never that high on other projects. But even though I like most of the songs here and I consider it a top 15 TDE album, there is a massive problem this album has that I must say when talking about the grade. I'm going to slightly allude to that problem now though. I enjoy the first 5 songs on this album, from Fig Get to Money to Hashtag But I Got Some Weed. I like all of these songs, but none of them are good. Every last one is just decent. The opening track, I rock with the smooth beat. Q's voice sounded very fitting over it, but the problem is that weak hook. Him repeatedly saying, Fig get the money, yeah, 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 Fig get the money, yeah. That alone is why it's stuck in the decent tier and it's not higher. The next track, Kamikaze, is the best song amongst these first 5. I really love the triumphant production. Those trumpets, those horns, it sounds like TDE is running out of the tunnel to a football game, or their nation just won the Olympic Games. That beat is dope. Light Years Ahead with Kendrick Lamar is solid, but then What's the Word with Ab-Soul and J-Rock? Oh my gosh. This hook is not flat out ass, but it's still one of the weakest hooks ever on a Q song. Continue to bring you nothing but that truth. And then Hashtag But I Got Some Weed. This is the second best song amongst those first 5. I'll put Kamikaze over it. I'm very, very surprised that someone like Currency wasn't on this track because it seems so fitting for him. But then again, the less Currency to appear anywhere, the better. So I'm fine with it. After you finish this 5-track run with all these decent, cool tracks, you're instantly hit with the worst song on the album. And that's Drucky with the Hoes with Ab-Soul. Similar to the first few songs on this album, the weak hook is the problem with it. Got the baddest hoes, got the finest weed. Everywhere I go, they know who I be. There is only one part of this song that I like. On any given Sunday, that pussy a runway. She did it the fun way, smash it like Decante. She did me ombre, no need for nombre. We screaming Olay and Olay. We scream no gole. She just a group A and group A. That was funny, but everything else, yeah, nah. Even Ab's verse was nothing special either, so all around, I just don't like this song. Later on in the project, you got songs like Fantasy with Skin Diamond, which I think is the second worst song on the album. This song is honestly really boring. Just like Skin Diamond's actual music. I know this is supposed to be a smoking, chillaxing song, but no. We literally already have Hashtag But I Got Some Weed for that. The track right after it, back-to-back songs that are boring, but I was closer to liking this one, was I'm Good with BJ the Chicago Kid and Punch. I like the chorus, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. But thinking about the verses, realistically, this is not a cute song that I would go back to. I'm good. For more songs that I like, I enjoyed To The Beat F'd Up. I used to think more highly of this song. On repeated plays, it wasn't as good as when I first heard it, but it's still cool. I also like the song Situation, and then the final track, Birds and the Bees with Kendrick, is another contender for the best beat on the album. So there are a gang of solid, enjoyable tracks, but there's only two that I will say are good, and that's the top two. Those top two songs, they're not even just good, those are fire. So really quick before that, the third best song is Crazy.
Jump the boogie to the bang bang boogie, not another nigga fucking with me. I go what?
I instantly rock with that beat heavy. Those guitars, super dope production. Number 2 on the album is Cycle.
I know niggas that kill niggas that kill niggas that kill niggas that kill niggas.
You can't tell me that's not catchy. I know niggas that kill niggas that kill niggas that kill niggas that kill niggas. But the best song here is Phenomenon with Alori Joe. This beat is such a head nodder. Alori singing is powerful, and it's a powerful track, period. My choice for number 1. Even though I'm grading Setbacks a solid B- and I consider it a top 15 TDE album, let me say this, and this is the massive problem that I alluded to earlier. Setbacks is an album that's strongly carried by its best tracks. I'm gonna say that again. Setbacks is an album that's strongly carried by its best tracks. The deep cuts on this album are not that strong, and the only good songs here are the top 2. So I really need y'all to drill in y'all head what I'm about to say. If Cycle, Phenomenon, and I guess Crazy were not on here, this album would drown to the bottom 10, bro. If you solely judge this off of the other 11 songs outside of the top 3, this album would be incredibly mid. It wouldn't be as bad as Trash Talk though. I want to make that clear. Even without the top 3 songs, I would still put Setbacks over Trash Talk.
July 2017.
Way too many fans and not enough wins in.
You watching this video right now, if you don't want to put respect on Reason's name, I don't blame you. But I think every one of you needs to at least need to show some respect to this album. I know I was dogging the hell out of New Beginnings, but that's because that album was genuinely ass, while Porches was genuinely good. He super stepped his game up here, and this is washing his first album. The only big problem is 17 songs long. Reason, you have to realize that people don't like you that much for you to be releasing 17 song albums. Please never do this again, because if you take off like 5 or 6 of these, this album could have been top 2 in the ranking. Let's get some of the songs I would take off out the way, and we're going to do this by, again, first announcing what I think the 2 worst songs on the project are. Caucasian Estates is the epitome of a TDE template record. I can literally imagine J-Rock, Kendrick, Ab-Soul, and Schoolboy Q all making a song that sounds exactly like this. After hearing his first album and getting to this, I thought, wow, he wasted no time hitting us with the generic record.
Go from ghetto to Caucasian Estates. Push the button before you come to the gates. Hey, help me eat.
The worst song on the album, At It Again, is immediately after it. I heard this and went, oh my goodness, this song is super generic too. This song just feels like Punch and Top had zero faith in Reason's career. They just signed a random nigga off the street and just handed him a flash drive of TDE type beats, and this song was a result. At It Again is a weaker version of J-Rock's Win, from the beat to Reason's delivery.
I'm at it again. I said ain't no turning back, but I'm at it again.
Some other songs that would make the album better if they weren't here are Gina, August Alsina. This is the 3rd worst track. One line he said was, F her till she dry, I like my chicken soaked. What? Rich Mirages with Flo Zig. There are these faded vocals on the chorus that ruined the song for me. I wasn't going to think it was great regardless, but that certainly didn't help. Doechii, Get Your Ass Up Out of Here. The song she's featured on, I Don't Trust You, is another skip. Doechii tried jumping into different voice pockets, but it did not help. This honestly doesn't even sound like her on this song.
I need more space and more grace from like everyone, and I need myself.
Now, there are a lot of Not For Me tier tracks here. Those are Too Much, Gange-ish, the first song on the album, Faded of Pouring Riches, A Broken When a Break with Kylan and Sir. This was a song where you can tell that he was really trying to make deep emotional records, but I'm not going to say it feels inauthentic coming from Reason. It just doesn't feel special coming from him. A Broken When a Break feels like this guy just read a manual on how to be a lyrical, conscious, emotional rapper, and he's doing everything on the checklist. It's still a quote-unquote good song about wanting to rob the dude's back that robbed one of your homies. The final song on the album, Poster Child, this song was hard. The line where he talked about losing his homie to gun violence and his fallen friends are the reason he goes so hard in his music. Ken got hit with a bullet, lost his life before his daughter was grade 1. He died on impact, so I'ma die trying to make one. Woo! Speaking of hard-hitting lyrics, that's the entire song of Call Me. A single verse song where he talks about how people in his life assume that he has a lot of power because he quote-unquote made it in his life and he has success. So now with that fame, he can help out other people. He turns to discussing a friend of his who is living a life of self-doubt, having a fear of failure, and his own life isn't working out the way he wanted to, so he blames people that are doing better than him. That friend starts getting addicted to alcohol, he starts abusing his girlfriend, a bunch of consequences that arises because he feels he's failed at life, and he feels entitled for the world to give him things.
I know you call me a bum, I know you say I've been struggling, I know you call me a nigga that you been loving for nothing.
Now I don't know if this is ridiculous logic for me to use, but Call Me is a song I believe would be more respected in hip-hop circles if someone else made it. This is actually a great track, but since Reason made it, it's going to go under the radar just off of that. This song is fantastic and it would be the best song on the album if I simply enjoyed it more, but I don't because it's too J. Cole-esque. Go play the song for yourself. I promise you, as the verse is playing, you're going to tell yourself, this sounds like something J. Cole would make. Some of y'all may think I'm insane ranking the album this high because I only like 5 songs out of the 17, but that's because I'm being unbiased. Me not liking Call Me, A Broken When a Break doesn't mean I'm about to sit here and completely dump on them. I still think these tracks are really good. I think the song Sent You to the Afterlife is decent. It has a dope 3 6 Mafia, Coops the Nicka sample. I also think You Better is decent. Apparently ESTG and Lotto was supposed to be features on this album. You Better is a song I can certainly hear Lotto on. The beat is dope, but the hook is kind of weak. I let Jesus take the wheel, Glock on my lap, I let Jesus take the wheel. Now the whole side of me came out because the ladies coming in the background saying, bounce on that dick, that's right. Bounce on that dick, that's right. I was like, yeah, that's what's up, yeah. The other 3 songs that I like are in the top 3. Number 3 is FTN, which means F that nigga, and it features Baby Tate. I gotta admit, Baby Tate carried this. The top 2 songs are fire. Number 2 is Family First with Kalon, FR, Sir, and Zakari. Kalon totally sounded like Roddy Ricch on here, but it's all good because this chorus is fire.
Don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry for a nigga way.
But the best song on the album, it hurts me to appoint this at number 1 because of the feature artist on the record. I low-key think Dog is a sensitive ass rapper, but his verse was cold. He went off. That song is Bustin' featuring Ray Vaughn. Ray's flow on this was insane, and this boy Wonder Beat was incredible.
I dress shit like homecoming. When them hoes coming, I be in the street like road runner. Let me hold something.
Stupid nigga in school, I got all kind of class. Y'all run on sentences where your comments at. I go on your Instagram when I'm trying to laugh. Used to be a bum, now I woke up in all kind of bags. I'm bustin'. I used to be a bum, but now I woke up in all kind of bags. I really don't like to give Ray Vaughn credit after what he did to me, but that line was insane, man. I'm giving Porches a solid B-. Saying that this is better than New Beginnings is an understatement. This is a massive improvement. And although there are a lot of Not For Me tier songs that I wouldn't go back to myself, saying that these aren't good songs would be a flat out lie. Reason did his thing on this damn album. The first album by Dreamville signee, and man, the J. Cole influence was apparent off rip. There are songs on Last Winter where I had to keep checking the credits like, is J. Cole on this song or not? Because Boz is rapping and his voice sounds exactly like Cole's. Namely, the second song on the album, Mook in New Mexico. So off the second song, I said, this nigga Boz immediately sounded like Born Center era J. Cole. When she with me, got yo bitch open. There are several melodies from Born Center, specifically a track like She Knows where Cole was like, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Either Cole got singing lessons from Boz or the other way around. You can tell they be helping each other with their singing chops.
She don't get mugged. When she with me, got your bitch smoking.
Also, the title track, which is the last song on the album. This one is more so Boz's rap style and delivery that sounded like Fold World to me. I got like 45 seconds into the track until I went, wait, this isn't a Cole feature? It's just Boz?
And Gwelly, my nigga, I ain't seen him in a minute, so he probably got a new ride. And Gunna 100, and Reg getting fed.
Boz explained the album title as he grinded in the basement with his friend in the winter cold, and they promised each other that every fire song they made was going on this project. And they hyped each other up by saying, this is going to be the last winter that we're stuck living in these type of conditions. We're going to make it and never look back after this. I gotta admit, that's a dope concept to an album. Unfortunately, like 2/3 of this album is just okay to me. Nothing is bad at all, but nothing is fantastic on here. There's like 4 good songs and the other 8 are just nice. Mook in New Mexico and Last Winter are amongst those decent songs. I thought those were just okay. Same thing with Charles de Gaulle to JFK, Nigga on the Dos Equis, The Most Interesting Man in the World, and Your World. All 3 of these songs, Boz's singing is cool, rapping is cool, production is cool, but there's nothing super engaging about any of these songs. This next record, I don't mind playing this track and I like it, but it's the 3rd worst song on the album, honestly. Vacation with Irvin Washington. The Roger Troutman synthesizer-like sounds and singing does kinda get unbearable. It's not OD, but yeah, if I had to choose a song that I like that's towards the bottom of the ranking, it would be this one. Since Vacation was the 3rd worst song, I might as well mention the bottom 2. Golden Goals is a bar fest that doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't musically move me, and the rhymes were fine. It's just pretty forgettable. But the worst song on Last Winter is Building Blocks Interlude. Forget the bars being forgettable. I think these just sucked and were elementary as hell. I don't see you niggas, I just see myself on some mirror-ish. Starting ish, but I finish it like a period, and you still a bitch like a period.
Starting shit, but I finish it like a period. You still a bitch like a period, and that's real.
This song is super mid, and I think it's the worst song. Funny enough, Golden Goals and Building Blocks are the only 2 tracks that aren't produced by Ronald Gilmore. So yeah, Ronald had the magic touch. As soon as he leaves, Boz starts BSing. Dog, I came across a YouTuber named Lee Born Again. I was just calling him Lil Spike Lee. This dude made a whole video saying Last Winter was a classic and a masterpiece of an album. I ain't never heard any talks about Boz having a classic in any type of circle. So I said, classic? In what universe? At the same time, dude spent the entire video talking about how he first heard the album when he was a teenager thanks to his brother, and this album just meant so much to my young mind and my young heart at the time. So I went, okay, it's a personal classic. That's what you meant. Because the more I was hearing this album and hearing the mid records, I said, Lil Spike, ain't no way you think this is a classic, man. In what universe is a Boz album a classic? Shout out to Lil Spike though. Like I said, there are 4 good songs on here, but one of them I don't particularly enjoy, and that is My Nigga Just Made Bail with Fold World, Fold Life, Fold Blooded. This may sound like a weird critique, but this song doesn't sound as celebratory as it looks. Like watching the music video and whatnot, Cole and Boz are happy about what they're saying on the song. My nigga just made bail. My nigga just made bail. But they're way happier in the video than they sound on the song. This track is rapped kind of soft, like they're not that excited. It's that kind of excited when you hear some good news, but somebody is sleeping right next to you, so you don't want to cheer that loud. Cole was flowing his ass off, but instead of feeling like, yes, my nigga just made bail, this song feels like, damn it, this nigga just made bail.
My nigga just made bail. My nigga just made bail. My nigga just made bail.
So yeah, keep this one, but I'm taking these top 3 songs. Number 3 is Fiji Water in My Iron. Boz says the title of this song is a metaphor for extreme confidence, as one time he was late heading out somewhere and he didn't want to have his clothes bummy. He heated up his iron and then he realized he didn't have any water in it, but then he saw a bottle of Fiji water and so he just added it in the iron. If that's how he comes up with song titles, then sure, I guess. It's some really smooth singing on here though.
Yeah, I gotta stay fresh.
Second best is Donk of the Day. Now the beat is honestly more enjoyable than Boz's rapping. His singing was not good, but that's kind of the reason why I like it. It has a weird charming aspect to it. Oh, I've been waiting for you. I don't know why he did that. Me imitating right now sounds better than the way he did it. The overall sound of the song makes up for the mediocre singing.
But ooh, I've been waiting for you.
The number 1 song is the opener, New World Order. I love the way the pickup of the production matches Boz's singing. This ish is for life, NWO, I ain't hitting you back, I'm done with you hoes. The chorus to NWO are my favorite sounding moments on this whole tape.
This shit is for life, NWO, I ain't hitting you back, I'm done with you hoes.
I'm grading The Last Winter a solid B-. Although New World Order was the closest, there was not one fire tier song on this tape for me. Even the best tracks here are good, but just good. Nothing where I went, woo! For a debut project, I think Boz did a solid job. I don't agree at all with Lil Spike Lee that this is a classic though. That nigga tripping. I think this is Boz's worst album, but it's still a nice album.
Yeah, and it seem like that shit stuck with me. Keep your guard up, don't fuck with me.
17 songs, Boz? 17? Come on now, big man. You know you tripping. Take away like 5 of these and this album could have been great. Being released in December 2023, this was one of the last few albums that I had to play for this ranking, and it's still a good album even though it's long. So it's good to see Boz is still doing the damn thing after all these years. Let me start with some J. Cole slander because you already know that's what I do over here. I would probably leave it on the album, but one song that I will say is a not for me tier track is Passport Bros.
I'ma get you to rollie, I'ma take you to Italy. Need you to...
Now I do get the appeal of this song considering the party vibes, and it's an energetic track that can make you move. One strength that I always give Boz is his melodic choices, bruh. The way he sings things, you be like, ooh, okay nigga. Clase Azul, got me singing I love you too. I'ma get you to rollie, I'ma take you to Italy. Parts like that, I'm like, alright nigga, yeah, that's what's up, yeah. But it's really just those specific parts. The entire song doesn't move me, and J. Cole's verse I don't care about at all. Get that nigga out of here. So Passport Bros is the epitome of not for me. If this is your favorite song on the album, I understand. It feels like a modern day version of Cole's song Can't Get Enough. So if you like that song with Trey, play this song with Boz. Dr. Oblivion, that song can go, nothing special about it. The next 3 tracks are bottom 3 on the album. Third worst is Yao Ming. This song is right before Dr. Oblivion, so this is back-to-back skips. Bitches try to lie to me, but I'm not a map though. I am not a flagpole, you cannot climb me. I am not a tadpole, but a nigga slimy. Yeah, you didn't even try to have good lyrics on this, Boz. Second worst song is U-Turn with A$AP Ferg and Blackie. See, I told y'all, Ferg ain't never part of any good records. It's a song about enjoying a girl's company and sex so much that she made you want to run it back and go be with her again. But this hook is lame to me. She made me bust a Yui, she made me bust a Yui, she made me run it back.
She made me bust a Yui, she made me bust a Yui, she had me running back. She made me bust a...
Honestly, the phrase itself just makes me cringe. I had to bust a Yui to get back to her. That phrase just sounds dumb. Coincidentally, the worst song on the album is another J. Cole feature. Cole is on here 3 times and I dislike all 3 songs that he appears on. But this track right here is the worst, and it's called Paper Cuts. Can you say boring, boring? Can you say this song is just boring, boring? This turned out to be one of the most sleep-inducing tracks Boz has ever created, and it's actually disrespectful to the song Passport Bros. I would much rather hear that.
Paper cuts from all of the paper that's under my thumb.
Now the third track that Cole appears on is another Not For Me track, and there's a few of them on this album, so let me run through those. So one was Passport Bros, the other one with Cole is called Home Alone. Cole's flow on his verse was so crazy, but at the same time, because there was no switch up with his voice or the sound for such a period of time, it did feel mumble rap-ish, and that's a term I never use. But that, mommy daddy arguing in the living room, I would come to learn that some things ain't meant to be. Guess I'm destined for a childhood of solitude. Introverted cause there's nobody listening. Father figure wasn't on television screens. Told me stories every day that were riveting. Homicidal niggas die over anything. All my idols either rapping or pivoting. That tone he was using for that flow pocket, I just feel it went on for too long. But the rest of the song is good. 179 Deli with AJ Tracy is good. The background vocal sounded like Kanye West Good Morning. Overall, it didn't move me that much, but it's good. The Pentultimate track Cartoon is one of the more thoughtful tracks on the album. Since Boz has personal friends and family members that have experienced being in that area due to the war in East Africa, you can tell this was a personal strong point for him to cover these tragedies happening in that area on this album. Pack it up though. And then lastly, we have the opening 2 tracks, Light of My Soul and Black Jedi. The background sample added a beautiful element to Light of My Soul. We got a way of love.
Shit, I want something back. The light of my soul. Y'all niggas owe something back. Y'all niggas owe something.
That's beautiful, but at the same time, it doesn't have to play throughout the whole song. Hearing it for 3.5 minutes instead of only particular parts is why I'm not fond of it. And then for Black Jedi, I don't have much to say here. Good beat, nice flow. I gotta watch my back cause I got a name that these hoes can ruin. That was a good line. They're just more enjoyable songs to me. Now for the songs I do enjoy, my biggest issue with this album is that the choruses are not that strong. There are records where the delivery on the verses would be great, but then when the chorus come in, I just throw my hands up like, you almost had it, bruh. Or if not for the chorus, just in general, there is some moment that occurs that brings the whole vibe of the track down. Like the song Risk with FKJ, I like it, but the hook is such a downfall for me. The track goes from having so much motion to, alright bruh, you losing me. There are moments where this man sounds great on here. Where it was on for so long, I'm ready to go home, I'm ready for your bed. Keep hold my hair off so it don't dread. I just want my hair rub, I don't want a mixtape, I just want the best of, I just want to get grub from my spot again. I'm like, But do the odds work in our favor? Stay down, escape town, head low and face down like a kennel greyhound, doing God's work in the devil's playground. Parts like that, I'm like, yeah, that's what's up, yeah. But the chorus is just him repeatedly going, risk, 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 risk. Like, bro, really? That was the best you can do? Oh, don't get me started on Decent with Amiri. Boz sounded fantastic. He was singing, and this could have been top 3 on the album if he was by himself. Instead, the quality plummeted as soon as Amiri opened her damn mouth. What the hell kind of singing is this? Speaking of decent, I think the final song, Wait For Me, is decent, but if I had to get rid of 7 songs instead of 5 to knock this down to a 10-track record, Wait For Me is one I would give up. Right before the top 3, one track that fell right out of it, and I think it's the 4th best song on the album, is Ho Chi Minh. The title of this song pays homage to the former president of North Vietnam. This is a single verse song, but the verse is really powerful, with Boz talking about his drug use and why he feels the need to indulge in them. She asked me, aren't you exhausted? I said, that's what they make drugs for, isn't it? Please don't judge me, I need your love while I'm still in it. A line like that and the only time I feel alive is when I'm on the ish. Lines like that are good. Where the problem occurs is that this song is only 2 minutes long and the verse takes up 1 minute. So after he raps, there's a minute left where nothing happens. It's just the beat playing, and the beat by itself is not spectacular enough to have it lingering for a whole minute. I would have preferred a second verse or just a more enlightening and powerful production choice. Ho Chi Minh goes from great to just nothing immediately after 1 minute. Top 3. Third best song is Diamonds.
I'ma take leaps, yeah. I'ma take leaps, yeah.
Second best song on the album is Testify with Shay Shay, Shasha, whatever. Testify is another one of his singing tracks. I recommend this. This is beautiful, tropical, vacation romance music. The best song on the album is Choppers. This is one of the most R&B feeling songs I've ever heard from Boz. I understand how this track could be obnoxious because of the wasn't even me throughout, but in this case for me, it's an earworm. It kind of started to tail off when it just kept on repeating, choppers, 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 choppers. I know it's the hook, but my point is it could have been a more engaging hook. This song is neck and neck with Testify as the best, but I'll give the edge here. I'm giving We Only Talk About Real Ish When We're Effed Up a solid B-. A massive problem with this record is that for there to be 17 songs, there isn't a single great song. Nothing was fire tier on this album. What hurts even more is that a couple of tracks could have been fire tier, but he messed it up with a repetitive cringy hook or a weak ass feature artist that can't sing as good as he can.
We gon' be alright, nigga, we gon' be alright, nigga, we gon' be alright.
This is the first Kendrick Lamar album to pop up in this ranking, which means yes, I think To Pimp a Butterfly is actually Kendrick Lamar's worst album. I'm not about to sit here and say I think it's crazy overrated and how the hell y'all think this is the greatest rap album of all time? It's not that good, what the hell? Because remember, like I keep reiterating, I've never listened to To Pimp a Butterfly. I only heard it multiple times. If I was to study and do research on this project, I would probably have way more appreciation for it. But as it stands on casually playing it and how I think the music sounds, oh, this album is not even a top 10 TDE record. And I'm playing every other Kendrick Lamar album over this. So I didn't like more than half the album. I like 6 out of 16 songs. For the 10 I didn't like, for some of them, I'd be like, there is no way y'all are hearing these records and calling them perfect. Y'all be using perfect, amazing, incredible, outstanding to describe the #1 worst song on the album? Y'all better not be using those words to describe this. The #1 worst song is For Free Interlude.
This dick ain't free. You looking at me like it ain't a receipt, like I never made ends meet.
I know y'all not hyping this up. In April 2015, Kendrick told someone that For Free was his favorite song on the album. That's pretty insane to me. But I guess I understand because it is the goofiest sounding track. It's just the delivery of that one line that he keeps repeating. This dick ain't free. This dick ain't free. The voice he says it in just sounds whiny. The fast rapping in the second half is what stops this song from being worse than it could be. He started flowing heavy at the end. But all before that, I thought this song was about to be horrible. I don't like For Sale Interlude either. This one got ruined because of Kendrick. I enjoyed everything except for the verses. Kendrick's voice makes me not like that whole song, so get both of these interludes out of here, especially For Free. Some of these tracks that y'all love, and these are the reasons why y'all have Kendrick shrines in y'all bedroom and why y'all worship him so much, these songs are mid to me. One of them, if you don't want to count the interludes, if for some reason you don't factor in the interludes into your ranking, then this would be the worst song on the album to me, and that track is You.
Loving you is complicated. Loving you is complicated. Loving you.
That goddamn loving you is complicated. Loving you is complicated. Over and over was weak as hell. The second half was better, but Kendrick was getting super carried by the jazz production. I refuse to believe y'all are hearing loving you is complicated and saying, oh my gosh, Kendrick, I love you. TDE, hold it down. I'm 100% sure that I don't know the context behind why he's delivering it like that, but whether I know the context or not, it doesn't sound good to me at the moment. The Blacker the Berry, get that song out of here. I like the voice on the hook when it says, the Blacker the Berry. But the whole track, I'm not trying to continuously hear, I said that treat me like a slave, come and block. War for the whole hip hop, come and block. I actually think The Blacker the Berry is the third worst song behind For Free and You. Institutionalized can go, the vocal effect he used on his voice for the intro, the zoom 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 zoom, the Busta Rhymes flow in the first verse. I didn't like any of this. The beat was fine. What Kendrick chose to do over it, I wasn't impressed. The big Snoop D-O-double-G was whatever on here. Institutionalized has always been an alright song to me. If this song is y'all definition of incredible, we have very different definitions. The last two mid songs are Hood Politics. This beat is dope and it really saves it because this chorus is terrible. I've been day one since day one, you niggas boo-boo. Your homeboy, your block that you're from, boo-boo. That production did a lot of carrying. And lastly, y'all, I don't care what y'all say, this song does nothing for me. You can get rid of how much $1 costs. It's one of the better mid songs. This is better than the other tracks I said I would take off, but I still wouldn't go back to it. I was enjoying James Fauntleroy's vocals the most. There are specifically 3 Not For Me tier tracks. One of them is the opening song, Wesley's Theory. I gotta keep it real, I was messing with the production and singing at the beginning. Every nigga is a star. But once it switched to the more funkier, upbeat sound, the song was still good, just not my taste. Those funk elements that are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm sorry, that was making me not like the song. Another one is Mortal Man, and my dislike is not even cause of the long ass Pac conversation at the end. The song itself has really good jazz elements and provide a nice feel with the trumpets and such, but honestly, if I want to hear some Kendrick Lamar, I'm not going to this song. The last Not For Me tier track, it's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. Get King Kuta out of here, bro.
King Kuta, everybody wanna cut the legs off when you got the yams. What's the yams?
I feel like this song takes a minute to pick up, and not figuratively, literally. Before the beat picked up, and if I got a brown nose for some gold, then I'd rather be a bum than a motherfucking baller. I honestly thought this song was just alright. But even though it picked up, I only like the chorus. The verses on this song are just not interesting musically. There's these long pauses in between certain ends of the line. I don't like that choice of flow because it feels like dead air. The yam is the power that be. You can smell it when I'm walking down the street. I can dig rapping. But a rapper with a ghostwriter? What the happened? See, those are the parts that I'm talking about. It's like, why are you waiting a half hour to get to the second part of the line? It just feels like you're dragging the song out. Now, there are songs on this project that I think are good, but just not amazing, and one of them is the quote-unquote legendary Shout out to Pharrell for the catchy chorus, but Alright has never been some fantastic song to me. I think it's really good, but that's it. Complexion, A Zulu Love with Rhapsody is another good track. I was mad as hell when I was enjoying this song and then I realized Rhapsody's verse was coming up. For those of you who don't know my beef with Rhapsody, I think she is hands down one of the most boring rappers on the face of the earth, and people love to list her as an example of, man, y'all only want to listen to these hoes rap. Y'all love the Cardi B's and Megan Thee Stallions of the world, but where's the love for Little Sims and Rhapsody? I honestly believe a lot of y'all that say that, y'all don't actually give a damn about Rhapsody for real, and y'all barely listen to her. But fortunately, she didn't ruin the track. And oh yeah, the song Mama is just decent. It's decent, I like that. Top 3 though. Number 3, I'ma be real, this was the #1 best song on the album for a while, but I had to knock it down to number 3 when I realized, truthfully, I would rather hear the other 2 songs more. And that's If These Walls Could Talk. The number 2 song is fire, and that's I Love Myself.
I love myself. The world is a ghetto with big guns and dicky signs. I love myself.
As I look around me, so many wanna down me, but in the Miko never drown me. In front of a 30 double mirror, they found me. Great production, oof. This whole song is legitimately great. But number 1, this song is also so fire, I just like casually saying this sentence at random times. You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta lie.
You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie.
I'm grading To Pimp a Butterfly a solid B-. There are a lot of songs that I don't think are good, they're just okay. But then tracks like Wesley's Theory, King Kunta, Aight, Complexion, and then the top 3, these are the songs that make me say, yeah, this album is hard. But everything else, especially songs like For Free Interlude and Hood Politics, Kendrick is the one that's ruining the songs. The production would be fine, but it'll either be the way he raps, his voice, the chorus. A few songs I just end up saying, man, I ain't trying to hear this. Calling this a perfect album is blasphemous, and calling this the greatest rap album of all time is even more blasphemous. There's definitely some things wrong with it, and it's Kendrick Lamar's worst album in my opinion.
Again, never been shit, never had shit, never knew shit, never out, never do shit down, but the nigga never gave 2 shits.
I'm going to say it now, this album is up here because I was going back and forth on whether or not to include one particular track. The track is amazing, but I felt like it didn't qualify for the ranking, but I chose to include it, and that's why it has the spot and grade that it does. If I didn't count this song, oh no, The Never Story would be like 6 spots lower in the Dreamville rankings. Now, as I explained when discussing DiCaprio 2, I was a big fan of JID when I first found him, and this album was one of the reasons why. This, in addition to his Root of All Evil mixtape and the tapes with Spillage Village, I used to like Dog. But one thing I always recommend is re-listening to something over time to see if your opinion is the same. And with that, there is definitely some songs on here where 2017 Amir and 2026 Amir would give you a different opinion on. 2 songs I used to think were decent, but now they're pretty mid, are Underwear and Division with Earth Gang.
But lately I've been blocked up. Lately I've been struggling with ways to get my stock up. Me and Venus.
I actually think Division is the second worst song on the album. The duo said that this was the very first track they rapped over when they first met J. Cole and went to the shelter. Cole had just made the beat to this song right before they got there, and Cole told them, y'all can't stay here unless y'all rap on this beat. And the rest was history. Threatening people to rap over a mid beat is crazy. For Underwear, I don't think I've ever cared what this song was about. I have no clue, but I do think the chorus is cheesy. Boy, the revolution is underwear. Underwear? No, it's underwear. Underwear. She said underwear. That's pretty lame. Really quick, General packed that up too. That song is just cool. I'm not a big fan of that. One song I'm certainly not a big fan of is the worst song on the album. I have always, even when I was on my JID wave, this song has always sucked. The worst song on The Never Story is Ed, Ed, and Eddie. This song has always sounded annoying to me. I get he's imitating the voice of the Ed, Ed, and Eddie characters, but this beat isn't good to me, and hearing the Ed, and Eddie, Ed, and Eddie, me and my 2 niggas, we like Ed, Ed, and Eddie. I have never liked this damn song. I actually think it's JID's worst song ever. It's not for me tier time. There are 2 songs on here where I will admit they're some of the best songs on the album, and JID's rapping was insane on these. I just don't care for the overall song. One of them is Never. Yeah, sorry. Even the beat switch at the end, it was good. What do you call a chick that don't suck dick? You don't. But it's not a go-to song for me. The other one is the final track, Louder. This is one of Jid's main songs where you can hear the Lil Wayne influence. It's certainly there. His rapping on this song is insane. I knew in diapers you and I was nothing and like it all. I do or die, you do it to die. I'm really making calls. You couldn't kill it and take it out on me. The ideology, this the odyssey. I'm Odysseus, you gotta follow me. I actually think this song is better than Never, but I'm sorry bruh. In the extreme rare instance I want to hear some JID music, I'm not going to this song. I done named like 6 songs I don't like, so let's get to the positives. One song where I can't front, this would usually be a huge negative for a lot of tracks, but for this record, that's the reason why this song would get played. All Bad with Mereba is probably the most sleep-inducing song that JID has ever created. This song is truthfully boring as hell. That's the reason I would put it on though. If I really want to fall asleep, or if I want to hypnotize somebody else into falling asleep, All Bad is perfect for that hypnosis. Come on baby, I'ma tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Speaking of sleep-inducing, Black is on this album on the song 8701, but I do like that song. Similar to Louder, another song where you can hear the Lil Wayne influence as soon as you get to the first verse is Hood Booger. I swear you can imagine Wayne using this flow and it would be the exact same song. And that beat go crazy on Hood Booger. This is most certainly the 4th best song behind these 3 right here. 3rd best song on Never Story is Hereditary.
I guess it's hereditary, baby. Why you playing with my heart? It's hereditary, girl.
One of JID's best singer performances without question. My opinion has not shifted on this song. I thought it was smooth as hell when I first heard it, and it's still one of my favorites from him. These last 2 songs are great. These are fire tier, and they're both top 5 songs from all of JID's albums. Number 2 is Somebody.
Everybody gotta love somebody. Everybody gotta fuck somebody.
The Imaginary Kids produced 1 song on this album, and it's one of the best tracks. This production is so funky and upbeat, and it's a good thing that Jid didn't ruin it, because you know how he be. Somebody sounds beautiful, but the number 1 track sounds even more beautiful, and this is the one that I almost didn't even factor into the ranking. The best song on this album, hands down, is Doo Wop.
Everyone's a star. Everyone's a star.
The reason I almost didn't include it is because it's not a full track. It's not even half a track. This is only 1 minute and 16 seconds long. No verses, no bridge, nothing. The whole track is just Sean McVeigh repeating, everyone's a star, every day's the move, everywhere you are is for you. The thing is though, he sang it so beautifully. And Jid actually helped with his background vocals. Everyone's a star, everyone's a star. Every day's the move, every day's the move. This little ass 76 seconds sounds incredible, bruh. I'll grade the Never Story a solid B-. And again, this would be a low B-, almost just a C+, if I wasn't factoring in Doo Wop. Doo Wop is a top 5 JID track ever, so if you don't want to count it, I would place the Never Story in 19th place in the Dreamville rankings. DiCaprio 2 is such a big sophomore slump. Nothing about that album is better than this one.
Too high to riot, that's my best excuse for being lazy. Being an artist.
I know. 3 Boz albums this close together. I promise you this is not a game. I really have We Only Talk About Real-ish, Last Winter, and Too High to Riot in this order. Here's the good news and the bad news for this album. I only disliked 2 songs out of 12. This man almost had a no-skip project on his hands. I almost ended up like Lil Spike Lee. But there ended up being 2 songs where I went, nah. One of them is the song that I introduced the entry with. J. Cole smoked that nigga Boz on Night Job. Too high to riot, that's my best excuse for being lazy. Being an artist, that's the best excuse for being crazy. Cole just had a better rap voice than Boz. As soon as Cole's verse starts, he just sounds better than Boz.
Keep reaching. If these bullets was heat seeking, they wouldn't even reach you niggas. I'm on my.
It's good, but admittedly, this is not a song I would go back to, so not for me tier. The other track I dislike is straight up mid, and it's the worst song on the album. And it features Mr. GameCube Head, yay! Dopamine with Kaz, get this song out of here.
Got a whole tank of dopamine, flush it. You're only as low as you think, fuck it. You're never as low as you think.
Although the beat is really nice and lyrically is fine, I just feel that Cube's flow wasn't that great. I think the hook is boring. Got a whole tank of dopamine, flush it. You're only as low as you think, F it. You're never as low as you think. Nah, man, you're never as low as you think. Yeah, sorry, this is the worst song. Now, some of you may be asking, well, damn, if this is almost a no-skip album and you like 10 out of 12 songs, why is it not much higher in the rankings? Anybody who is wondering that, I don't think y'all watch my channel enough. Y'all should be used to this, not new to this. The reason is because the decent tier exists. Out of 10 songs that I enjoy, I will only say 3 are really good. The other 7 honestly make me go, yeah, it's cool, it's straight. I'm not blown away by it, but I'll play it. The 3 good songs are in the top 3, so I gotta mention all of these other aight songs first. A couple of tracks that I like, but they're at the bottom of the track ranking, like these are slightly better than Dopamine, are Live For and Black Owned Business. These 2 songs are honestly bottom 3 on the album. Black Owned Business is really just cool, I don't have anything to say about it. Live For, however, Boz is super carried by the production. Boz doesn't even start rapping until 50 seconds into the song. I really don't be caring about what he's saying, but the production is smooth as hell.
Searching for any others. Let's get together, make the whole world believe us.
Me saying I don't really care about what Boz is saying, I just like the production, 100% applies to Housewives as well. This beat is really good, but you niggas just talking the most like Housewives. Sure, pal. Miles and Miles is one of those interludes that's not titled as an interlude tracks. The whole minute and a half is someone repeating, can you feel the vibe for miles and miles and miles? It's not a full song, but I still like how it sounds. The second song on the album, Methalone, I like his singing on there. Niggas will sell you any dream where I'm from. And yo, let me say this about the opening song and the title track, Too Hot to Riot. From playing Boz's music and seeing many of his music videos, I'm not going to call him a colorist because that would be wild, but it just feels like hardly any of the video vixens he has in his videos be black women. Like, there are a lot of instances where he be chilling, dancing, and vibing in the snow. And this just be making me go, bro, you can love who you want and do who you want, but I'm sorry, do you even like black women? I brought this up here because there's a line on the title track where he says, they used to make it a crime to F white women. Well, damn, better give me a lot of time.
They used to make it a crime to fuck white women. Well, damn, better give me a lot of time.
So yeah, this line isn't helping his case. He just seems like he'll mess with a white girl way before he'll talk to a sister. But let's get to the Ebony top 3. So many songs I've talked about, I think they're just okay, but these right here are dope. Number 3 is Ricochet featuring the Hicks.
Sit back and watch everything ricochet.
Actually, let me say the second best song too, because they're both up here for the same reason. The second best song is Matches featuring the Hicks. I don't know what Boz's relationship is with the Hicks, but Sam and Roxanne sound beautiful and greatly help the trance-like R&B vibe that these songs hypnotize you in. Don't get me wrong, Boz did his thing. Rolling down the slippery slope, stay on point, I tippy toe it, won't you smile, it gives me hope, pray that you forgive me for it. But Sam and Roxanne certainly added that extra juice to both songs. I gotta check out their music because when they link with Boz, they do their thing. Unfortunately, they're not on the track that I have as number 1 from Too Hot to Riot, and that's Clouds Never Get Old.
Mama, I think I just met me a Madonna.
Apparently, LMAO has uncredited vocals on this song. Shout out to her then, because yeah, this song sounds beautiful. But I ain't fell in love in a long time. Every instrument hits at the perfect time, and Boz's singing hits as well. I wish I cared more about the verses. That's what stops this track from being fire, because I don't think any song on this album is fire. The top 3 on this album are really good, but calling them fantastic is kind of pushing it. I'll grade Too White to Riot a solid B-. I strongly recommend Night Job with J. Cole, Ricochet and Matches with the Hicks, and then Clouds Never Get Old. Although I like nearly every song on this album, those are the tracks that deserve replays the most, and I consider some of Boz's best records. Don't sleep on those 4.
How was I make it this far? How was I make it this far?
Affected by Kaz is another album that gets better in the second half. Off of the first few tracks, I was ready to pack this nigga up to the highest degree possible. Since I think his first album, Cause and Effect, is the worst Dreamville album ever, I had super low expectations coming into this, only to still find out that the first 4 tracks from Affected are the top 4 worst tracks on the album. Questions, Hustler Story, Ignorant Confidence, and Demons and Distractions. The problem with them is that they're all super forgettable. Once you play them, you're going to forget that you played them. Demons and Distractions is the best one of the 4. Kaz broke down the song as his parents fighting a lot when he was younger, and his hood upbringing caused him to turn to weed and alcohol to distract from the pain and to soothe the pain. I only rocked with the first half of this. I got these demons on my mind, and all we need is 5. That part was cool, but as soon as the beat switch happened, the song went from decent tier to mid tier. When I heard, please don't bother me when I drive, please don't bother me when I smoke, I just want silence in my ride, I said, actually, yeah, this song is pretty mid too.
Please don't bother me while I am high. Please don't bother me when I smoke.
Ignorant confidence. I ain't smashing if she isn't bad. Nah, F that, let them titties sag. Stomach looking like a Henny bag. Truck bigger than Jenny's ass. From the block like Jenny's ass. But I'm trying to get that Diddy cash. Shout out to Diddy, but no, nothing special about this song. Kendrick Lamar's vocals were much needed on the song Hustler's Story. Yes, Kai's got a Kendrick feature. The song is still mid, but it's less mid when you hear K-Dot's voice.
Wake up, I know homie, trapped in a belly up.
But then, the worst song on the album is the opening song, Questions. This is the worst simply because it's super boring. This was a horrible choice for the opening track on the album.
It couldn't be found, but it's evident that I'll be around for more than a while. Wow, this child.
Fortunately for Kaz, this album picks up a lot in the second half. Those first 4 songs are the only 4 mid songs on the project. The other 3 songs in the first half, 2 of them are decent. The song Proof is pretty similar to the track Come and Get It from his first album, the one where I said I enjoy it because it reminds me of a 90s Denon Porter beat, not because Kaz had any type of crazy bars or rhymes. The other decent song is Badu featuring Currency. That's another chill track to just have on. I don't mind that one. But the best track in the first half is called Freaky 45. Now this song is good. It's a song about Kaz's affection for older women because he feels he's mentally mature than most his age. He's been with girls his age and older women, but the thing is, women his age haven't been through heartbreak yet, so when they come across a nigga like him who will be honest and tell them he isn't a faithful one girl type of dude, these girls are shocked by it. Whereas older women have heard this story numerous times and have already been through this, so they're not super mad about him saying the type of dude that he is. He even talks to a girl his age and asks if she has an older sister because he knows that she won't be tripping about the way he acts. It's a wild song because of how honest it is. I don't need these hoes in my life. I don't really care about them, but that's the exact reason why these hoes love me.
I'm too old for my age, I need a freaky 45. I said I'm old for my age, I need.
When I got the Freaky 45, I went, finally, goddamn, thank you, there's something good on here. Now, for the second half of the album, the whole top 3 is in the second half. A couple of decent songs is the final track, Not a Minute More, and then the title track, Affected. For Affected, I specifically like this song because it sounds like some And One mixtape stuff. Having this on in the background, I feel like I'm watching a street ball highlight video. There are 2 Not For Me tier tracks in this half. One of them is Van Ness. I was really impressed by his flows. He didn't rap as super basic as he normally raps. You can keep it, but it is indeed the 5th best song on the album, with Freaky 45 being number 4. And then, I know y'all love y'all man J. Cole, but the song Zendaya, get that out of here. I solely dislike the hollow and screaming type of vocals in the background. That alone makes me not want to hear this. It's a good mentor speaking to his pupil song, but that I'm like, yeah, turn this off. Turn this off. But top 3, let go. Third best song is That's the Thing. Smooth melodies on here, and Kaz himself said in a Billboard interview that it's one of his favorites from the album, so I have something in common with him. Second best song is Bout It with Garen.
Now I'm making thousands and I'm getting well rounded, and I hope you feel some type of way about it.
This song could have been number 1, but Garen's voice is drowned in auto-tune, and it ruins his verse just a little bit. Finally, I have to give the title of the best song on this album and the only fire tier song in Kaz's catalog to My Love.
And act like you know, I can never call you my love.
Kaz was talking reckless about the women on this song, speaking how he's focused on following his goals and getting money because I already know these hoes out here can't be trusted. I'll be damned if I get my feelings involved with a girl and I get thrown off of my path. Women love to hoe around in the summertime and have no morals, and then come wintertime, come cuffing season, they be surprised that they can't find a man. Nah, girl, I saw the way you was acting when it was hot outside. Don't think I forgot. Y'all hoes shady. Let me focus on my bread. I ain't messing with y'all. My Love is the best song on this album, and this the best song Kaz has made, period. I'm giving Kaz's Affected a solid B-. Again, this album is fortunate to pick up in the second half, because from Questions to Demons and Distractions, I said, this nigga J. Cole be signing anybody. I was ready to go in on Kaz. Like, at this point, I could be signed to Dreamville. Let me send J. Cole the EP that I've made. He better not hear my EP and say, nah, you gotta come harder than that. I wasn't really impressed by this. You not impressed by my music, but you signed Kaz? Overall, going off of the 2 albums that I've heard, Kaz is really not a special rapper to me. I actually think he's the worst artist on the label. I feel like you can go to any hood in America and find plenty of guys that make the exact same music as him.
We having fun on this side, whole lot of love on this side.
This album is why I was so disappointed by their sophomore project Ghetto Gods, because Mirrorland was a good outing. Wild Great said he wanted this album to feel like a movie, and so the group studied different soundtracks and scores while making it. And I will say it paid off. I recommend checking out Mirrorland. What I don't recommend are the first 2 songs on the album. We getting straight to it, bro. Keeping it real, the first 2 songs on Mirrorland are the 2 worst songs. I instantly got nervous that Earth Gang was about to suck. The second song on the album, Up, the credit I will give it is that their melodies are imitating the Hollow and Ghost sounds in the back. You want to run with bulls, best tie your shoes. That's kind of cool, but as a whole, this song is just too chaotic to me. It's very abrasive, very loud, and as the song was playing, I just started to think about Earth Gang's music overall and thinking, who would regularly listen to something that sounds like this? Now, one thing I saw many people say is that the color show version of Up is better than the studio album version. Anybody who don't like the album version, go watch it on Colors and you'll like it then. Nope, I watched the Colors version and my opinion did not change. Now, credit to the people who say this. Is it a better version? Yes, the Colors version is better than the album version, but I still don't like the song. But the worst song on the album is the opening song, La La Challenge. Olu mentioned this song was taking the listener on a sonic, trippy, and dangerous experience like in The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy gets swept away and meets the Munchkins, which you can certainly get that inspiration from hearing it. But the second half of this song is the reason it's the worst on the album. I already didn't like the song that much anyway, and I understand wanting to make music that feels like a chaotic experience and all, but this, it just started doing way too much, and it becomes super annoying with the la 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 la. This is what I mean. So hearing La La Challenge and then hearing Up right after it, these 2 tracks aren't bad, but I was like, oh my goodness, this album is not starting off well. The song Bank didn't really help their case. Cool track, but this song sounds so different from the tracks before it that it immediately sounds like you're listening to a different album. They went from these Outkast sounding, amusement park sounding records to some Migos trap sounding stuff. But I will say this, Bank and then the song Tequila with T-Pain are the best amongst the songs I don't rock with. Unfortunately, T-Pain didn't help that much with Tequila. That song is just whatever to me. The 5th and final song on the album that I don't like, I saved this for last because it's a really heavy song. It's called Swivel. A song about how the boys have seen so many dangerous things in their life and have lost so many people that they make sure they go through life with their head on a swivel. And they advise you to do the same. Always be on the lookout for evil things lurking and potential danger. Wild Great said this song was made the same night he found out one of his longtime friends died while he was attempting to rob someone. I'm sure the dude's name was Alan, that's why he says it in the song. But Wild Great said this track is super personal to him and he actually gets scared and anxious when performing it. I gotta admit, finding out your homie died and then immediately making a mid song afterwards is pretty wild. It sucks that happened and I feel for him that he doesn't like to perform the song because it's pretty scary, but this is certainly bottom 5 on the album. Wild Great's scratchy voice over this Halloween beat just doesn't sound good to me. This song is mid.
I know niggas dead out of desperation. R.I.P. my nigga Allen, damn, I wish you would've stayed.
On the brighter side, we have the song This Side, which is decent. I didn't really care for the up-tempo part where they ramped up the beat. That took me out a little bit. But they made up for it with the soulful singing with Mareba, who's uncredited on here. The final track, Wings, is decent. Avenue is decent. I like Blue Moon as well. Come on over, honey, give me some sugar. Come on over, sugar, give me some honey. Put it right on my tongue, then I get back to the money. Bro, one of the songs I like on this album has Young Thug on it. He's on the track Proud of You. Did y'all know that Young Thug can make an enjoyable song every now and then? Thugger and Earth Gang singing do sound like they're crying and whatnot, but I still like it.
You, baby, yeah. You.
So I think there's 4 good songs on this album. 2 of them I actually think are fantastic. The one that fell just right outside of the top 3 is Stuck with Aaron Ray. But don't think that because it's not in the top 3 that it's not recommendable. Certainly check that one out. Speaking of the top 3, I didn't even know Earth Gang knew who this woman was, but It's Trippin' featuring Kehlani. I was honestly just surprised to see this pairing. Kehlani and Earth Gang? Alright, I'll take it. The fellas did a really nice job setting the tone and the feel of the record in order for Kehlani to come and do her thing. Their thing. It's nearly great. Nearly. The 2 songs that are great to me from this album are Fields featuring Malik, although the animation of the music video is creepy as hell. This one part of the song is beautiful when they sing, like this, just like this, like this, just like this, we gon' do it like this. I love that part. Yeah. However, Top Down is easily the best song on Maryland without a doubt. The group singing on this record is magnificent. Top down, and I'm floating through the city, yeah, 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 yeah. Top down, and I'm floating through the city, yeah, yeah, yeah. If you're a Chance the Rapper fan, you will love this song. Johnny Venus on his verse, he completely sounds like Chance. That, in combination with the soulful singing on the chorus and how catchy it is, y'all Chance fans will love this. If you are not familiar with Earth Gang, this is without question one song I will tell you to play. I'll give Maryland a solid B-. This was a nice debut album, and this is why I'm so disappointed in Ghetto Gods. They immediately started slipping when they made that album. Top Down, Fields, and Trippin', I love these 3 songs. The next time you go for a drive, please pull up Earth Gang's Top Down in your car. I promise you, you won't be able to stop yourself from dancing and bopping your head while you're flying down the road. The track is literally perfect for that.
So Lord knows I don't need no one.
Ari Lennox is my least favorite artist on Dreamville when it comes to how they are as a person. Clearly, I don't know her in real life, but from interviews to clips and videos to just seeing how she talks on social media, I've pretty much never liked Ari Lennox. Mentally and emotionally, I think something is really wrong with that girl, but fortunately for her, she makes up for the hooliganism with some really good music. Ari definitely has tracks that will get you in your feels, create a soothing vibe, whatever the case may be. Shout out to India Irie and Erykah Badu. Both of these women are clear major influences on Ari's style. India for the good music side, and then Erykah for the crazy side. Ari described this album as her goodbye to searching for love. She's in a space where she's allowing herself to be mature, to heal, taking accountability, and allowing therapy. I gotta keep it real, I think the 3 worst songs on this album are all next to each other, and they're all at the end of the album. This is only an 11-song project, and collectively, the first 7 songs are fantastic, but as soon as you reach the last 4, this album kind of plummets. I only like 1 of the last 4 songs, but none of them are good. So off rip, Outside is the song that I like. It's a cool little song of Ari bragging about her body and appearance. It's a body positivity song, period. Telling the girlies it don't matter if you worked hard for your body or if you paid for it. It don't matter if you got a petite ass or a fat ass. At the end of the day, love your figure and don't let nobody tell you that you don't look good. You can't keep me inside. I look so good, I'm about to be outside. Great supportive message for the ladies and all. I just think the song sounds alright. The 3rd worst song on the album is Leak It with Chloe Bailey. My issue with this record, this song picks up as it goes on. When Chloe and Ari's vocals are on top of each other, this song sounds so powerful. But before it gets to that part, before the climax, when they're just in the rising action, this song is pretty flat. Y'all can disagree with me all y'all want to, go argue with Beyonce. The first 2 minutes of this song is very boring. The 2nd worst song on the album is Queen Space featuring Rich the Kid, Rico Reckless, and Lil Meech. The fact that that song was a promotional single for the project is kind of concerning. That record is not that strong to entice people to check this out. And it's really the chorus that's not all that. Don't waste my queen space, true elevation. That could have been better. And then the worst song on the album is sandwiched right between Leak It and Queen Space, and that's Blocking You. Speaking of boring, that's all this song is. Blocking someone so you no longer have to deal with their toxic energy, whoop-de-doo, we all do it at some point. But this is easily the least enjoyable song on the album and the one that drags on the most.
Blocking you on everything.
Although I like the song Outside, yeah, these 4 tracks at the end, just know that Age, Sex, Location could have been a top 3 Dreamville album if these 4 songs were good or just weren't on here. Honestly, it would still be top 3 even with Outside, just remove the other 3. Now, just because those 3 songs are mid don't mean those are the only songs I dislike. So y'all know what time it is. Not for me tier time. Really quick, a decent song that I like is Mean Mug. Just wanted to say that now because we head into the top 3 right after these not for me tier songs. So there are 3 songs that are good, but I'm not a big fan of. One of them is Boy Bye with Lucky Day. I'm actually not a big fan of Lucky Day's singing. Ari sounded beautiful, but they sounded not beautiful. I guess the song has some cute banter between the 2 of them. You a secret rapper? I don't date those. Funny, but nah. Another one is Waste My Time. This is one of the main records where I get a 90s soul R&B feel from it, but it's still not my thing. And lastly, the opening song is not my thing either.
What's that they say back in the days? Plenty of fish in the sea.
Ari said she met her first boyfriend on the Plenty of Fish app. And then much later after that relationship ended, she's recounted times where she was kicked off of Tinder for them not believing it was her. That's funny as hell. You don't look like the real Ari Lennox. Sorry, we're gonna have to terminate your account. If I was Ari, I wouldn't even know how to respond to that. Imagine you create a dating profile, you say, hey guys, it's me, Ari Lennox, and the moderators of the app just look at you and go, bitch, you ain't Ari Lennox, get up out of here. Now, her singing on the chorus is fantastic. See, Lord knows I don't need no one. But I kinda don't like her delivery on the verses. The nerve of you to think I was gonna sell my house to live in yours. You out your mind, I did them tours, I picked them floors. I actually don't like that part at all. The rest of the song is good, it's one of the best tracks here, but that part on both verses, I'd be like, ah. Top 3, let's go. Number 3, Can I Fit in That Hoodie? This applies to many other music videos, but with Hoodie, can I just say that Ari Lennox is treatable as hell. From the skin tone to the soft airy voice that she has, oh my goodness. But at the same time, that's how them crazy girls get you. They kill you with their looks. I'ma end up like John. Second best song is Stop By.
Stop by, baby, undress me. I know you fucking seen my text message.
Oh, Ari was super horny when she made this song. Freak girl, yeah, that's you. A song telling a guy to stop playing and come have sex with you because you're strongly fiending for him. She said, I want you to break my spine, break the bed frame, everything. Damn, she was on one when she made this. I like this song. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. But the best song on the album, y'all know what this is. Now, let me say this. Pressure is one of those songs where I understand what people mean when they say that a good song feels like it's missing something. This song is nice, it's good, but it's not great. Although I have it as the best song on the album, this isn't a fire tier song to me. I don't know, it just felt like the whole record was in the same tone, and she didn't switch up her style enough throughout the track. The whole time this record plays, it's like waiting for a big grandiose switch up, a really catchy bridge, you know, something like that, and it never happens. I don't know if this was a hit for Ari's career or if it relatively flopped, but if it's the latter, then I wouldn't be surprised. I brought this up about Pressure in order to say this. I don't think any of the songs on this album are great. Age, Sex, Location is this high because there are many good songs on it, and there's nothing trash. There's nothing DiCaprio 2 levels of whack on here. However, I wasn't super blown away by any song on this album. Every song on this could have just went a little bit harder, and this project would be amazing. As it stands now, it's just good. And with that, I'm grading Age, Sex, Location a solid B-. I definitely recommend the album. Some of you may enjoy it more than I did. There are strong melodies, soothing melodies, and comforting subject matters throughout. It's not an amazing project, but Ari still did her thing for sure. One of the best R&B projects I've heard from the early 2020s.
Everything come back around full circle. Why do lies sound pleasant but the truth hurt?
It took me a long time to revisit this album. I played it when it first dropped in mid-2021 and never went back to it. I even made a video called Albums That I've Never Revisited, as in I played them one time and left them alone, the off season was on that list. I eventually replayed the album in 2024, and then I replayed it again to work on this video. And out of all my times hearing it, y'all, my opinion is the same. Saying the off season was a side quest album that he made simply to flex his lyrical ability, yeah, this is a side quest album that I wish he made some better production decisions on. I only like 4 songs on this album. A lot of the songs I don't like because of the beat or the sample or the background vocals just don't hook me in that much. But when y'all see the grade that I give it, y'all will see why I have respect for this project. The off season is essentially not for me tier the album. Y'all should be true to this, not new to this, but just to give a reminder, when I call something a not for me tier song, that means I don't enjoy the song, but it is better than a lot of other tracks I've heard from that artist, and it's admittedly one of their better records. If somebody else told me they thought the song was good and it was one of their favorites, I wouldn't blame them. And this is only a 12-song project, so nearly half the songs make me go, okay, this is really good, but I myself wouldn't play this. With that said, there are 5 songs on here where, for the reason I said before, the production or the hook not being that engaging makes me not go back to it. But oh my goodness, Cole's flow and rhyme ability on this album is immaculate, and I see why this is praised as one of his better projects. One of them is Pride is the Devil with Lil Baby. Dare I say that Lil Baby sounded better than J. Cole? Dare I say that? Yeah, I'ma say it. Cole was the better rapper, of course, but Dominique sounded better to me. I don't really care for the beat or Cole singing though. Pride is the devil. I think it got a hold on me. Pride is the devil. Yeah, the beat and the singing is why I don't care for it. 100 Mil with Boss.
Still getting better after all this time. These niggas say that they killers, they lying. Only thing I see them killing.
Let me say this about 100 Mil. I initially had this as the worst song on the album because of the singing. His singing sucks here just like it does on Pride is the Devil. And come in again into his prime, still getting better after all this time. These niggas say that they killers, they lying. Only thing I see them killing this time. But then, bro, see, this is why I play every song multiple times. Although Cole's singing sucks here, he had bars. I come from a city most niggas ain't heard of until they popped in my first CD. Now look, I'm on that Mount Rushmore, you niggas can't front no more, bitch. I'ma rain until FEMA show up. He was rapping his ass off, and then Boz came through in the clutch. Ooh, 100 mil and I'm still. So I was running 100 mil back like, hey yo, calling this the worst song on the album is insane. But let's continue. We have Applying Pressure.
Envy keep your pockets empty, so just focus on you. If you broke and clowning a millionaire, the joke is on you.
That speech at the end when he was all like, sometimes I just be having to let niggas know. Sometimes people be acting like you don't do what you do. That's why I be having to flex on y'all. That whole speech felt kind of random. Y'all are about to quit disrespecting me and acting like I ain't one of them ones. Woo! This song is an extra minute longer because of this unnecessary speech. It just came off like seeing a dude who's never been in a fight before act tough. But next we have My Life. Yeah, My Life with Murray and 21 Savage. I've never liked this song. I dislike this because of the background harmonies that I don't like hearing that for the entire song. The final Not For Me tier song is the opener, 95 South. I be staying out the way, but if the beef do come around, could put an M right on your head, you Luigi brother now. That Little John, put your hood up, represent your clique chant at the end. For some reason, that shit doesn't fit on a J. Cole song to me. The part sounds good, but I just be shrugging like, why is this here? Shout out to Killer Cam, but this song doesn't hit me that much. Even though I don't like any of those 5 songs, they're all better than this one song that I do like, which is Let Go My Hand with Black and Boz. Cole's rapping sounds like Eminem's rapping from his track Mockingbird. I just get that vibe from his voice. Cole's voice and delivery sounds like Mockingbird. And his first verse was great, but with Black being here and the production, this track feels like a drag at times. And production-wise, he didn't go that hard on this, but I would still play it. All that's left now is the bottom 3 songs and the top 3 songs. Third worst song on the off season is Close. This is one of the songs where I wish I enjoyed it because I do like the production choice here and there. The parts that go,
Close.
But when Cole is rapping, it just does nothing for me. Don't even give a that I'm broke, cause in my mind I'm rich with this that I wrote. Cool, but nah. I'm sorry, but Amari, you out of here too. That out of the concrete was a rose, the winners was cold part is just not it. Now my assigned seat is a thumb. The auto-tune touches doesn't sound good, but both of these mid songs are better than the worst song on the album. and that's The Climb Back. The Climb Back is a song that has that overrated "I flipped like exclamation points" line. Check out my projects like them workers that section 8 of points and you'll see how I flip like exclamation points. That line has never been that crazy to me. Oh, you get it? Because a lowercase I upside down looks like an exclamation point. Yes, I get it, man. It's not a hard line to understand. Similar to My Life, the reason I don't like this song is because I hate the sound in the background. But it's much more annoying here. This man's samples really don't be working as much as he think they do. But top 3, let's get it. Number 3 is Punching the Clock.
Back on top, punching the clock, clutching sanity. I got more cribs than Habitat for Humanity.
This song reminds me of the Come Up era, and it has one of the best combinations of rapping and the production. So yeah, good track to have on when you chillin'. Second best song is Interlude.
Cold world niggas knowing what it is. Just in case they don't, I show them what it is. In summer, I do real numbers.
The background sample vocals on Interlude, I would enjoy tracks like The Climb Back and 95 Sophomore if those samples sounded as good as it does here. I never would know. But I gotta give the best song on the album to the final song, Hunger on Hillside with Boz.
Wait on my turn like grains of sand inside the hourglass. Mainly concerned back in the day with how long I would last.
This is the best beat on the album. Boy Wonder did wonders with this. I actually had no issues with the singing on the song. It is a tiny bit jarring, but it doesn't take away from the record like other times when he tries to sing. I'm grading the off season a high B-. Simply put, a lot of these songs, I just don't like how they sound. But this man's pen game and rhyme ability is insane on this project. For a side quest, you did your damn thing on this album, J. Cole. Even with me not going back to most of these, I can't take the rapping prowess away from you. After I first played this album, I made a community post saying that this is one of the best albums I've heard in a long time. And a few people said, if you're going through Ab-Soul's discography, I'm gonna let you know right now, Amir, this is Soul's magnum opus. He peaked with Control System, and every album you play afterwards, although they're not trash, nothing is better than Control System. After hearing every Soul album a couple of times, I nearly agree with everybody that said that. There's one more album of Soul's that slightly beats out Control System for me. Hey bruh, one song on this album was so forgettable that it took me until my third time playing the album to even recognize the song. The first couple of run-throughs, this must have went in one ear and out the other because I didn't remember jack. On my third run-through, I went, wait, has this song been on the album this whole time? When did Trash get on here? And that's Nothing Something.
Everything's supposed to be bad, make me feel so good. Everything.
Now the song is certainly not trash, I was just joking. But in an October 2013 Montreality interview, when asked what's the realest thing he's ever rapped, Soul rapped some lines from Nothing Something. So hey, these lines didn't hit me at all because I immediately forgot numerous times that this track was on Control System. There's only 3 other songs on this album that I think go in the mid tier, so these are pretty much the bottom 3. If you like these songs, shout out to y'all, but these tracks stop Control System from being even higher in the ranking. Those being Showing Love, which I don't have any strong opinions towards, I just think it's 5 minutes of basic Ab-Soul raps. The second worst song on the album is Pineal Gland. This is the enjoy your mind trip but don't trip on your mind song. Please don't tell my mama this ain't marijuana. This song just has nothing special about it to me. No strong hook, no strong beat, nothing. But the worst song on the album, and of course, Schoolboy Q, Mr. Trash and Contradictions has a feature on it. That song is called Sopa.
Big Route, Big Route, Big Route, Big Route. Bitch, what you know about Big Route? Big Route. This is original gangsta.
Sopa messes up the middle of the album for me. You have the first 5 songs, the middle 6, and then the last 5. In that middle 6 run, from Double Standards to A Rebellion, Sopa is the only track that I don't like. Similar to what I said about the other worst songs I mentioned so far, there is nothing that pulls me in about any of these records. They're not entertaining, and after I play them, I just think they're whatever. Fendi on them might throw a fit. We have one Not For Me track. The only other song on this album that I don't rock with, but it is in the better half of the album, is track 2, track 2. I actually appreciated the loudness of his delivery and the aggression of it, and even though this is one of the hardest beats on the project, it's still not something I'm going back to. Now, although we're about to start discussing the songs that I do enjoy, y'all might be disappointed in me, but one of the songs on this album that's just okay is The Book of Soul, where he talks about his relationship with Allure Joe, about how much she taught him and made him a better person. He talked about how he would cheat off her schoolwork because they had similar classes. It's a really sad song, but I don't really think it's a good song. It's not as powerful and emotionally moving as it could be. Not to be morbid, but since we're talking about dying, the track before it, Beautiful Death, is another decent song. I know it's a heavy lyrical song, but some of the moments sounded like he was crying to the point where it was off-putting. And I don't know if it's Solo or Astrobot that did this part, but I didn't really like the whoa part either. The track Double Standards is honestly carried by the hook. Not that Ab's verses were weak, just nothing special. And his vocals sounded really loud on here. It sounds like dude is sitting right next to you screaming in your ear. The last decent songs here are both songs that feature Skin Diamond, and those are Solo Ho and Terrorist Threats. The latter also features Danny Brown. Not much to say about either song, I like both of them. Extra pills, but they aren't that strong. All the other good songs I'm about to talk about, yeah, digga, these are the records that helped this album rank higher. Bohemian Grove, you might as well call the song Bohemian Groove because this production is very groovy. You'll enjoy this song off of that alone. One Time for the Women. Mixed Emotions, I really love the last 40 seconds. The whole track is good, but that Biggie reference, more than you know, you gotta let it show. I love the bow. Empathy, although his singing on this part was pretty weak, it makes me laugh.
Down that road before, if anyone could feel you, it is me.
If anyone can feel you, it is me. That whole song is good regardless. Shout out to Javante. But let's see this top 3, man. Third best song on the album is Lust Demon with BJ the Chirac Kid and J Rock.
Cause I just can't resist it, goddamn Lust Demon. Let me know.
The second best song, some of y'all might not like this pick, I don't give a damn, but it's A Rebellion featuring Alori Joe.
I know I'm all alone on this one. Said I know I'm all alone on this one.
The reason I said this pick might get some backlash is because the song is outrageously repetitive. 90% of the lyrics are just Ab and Alori singing, I might be all alone on this one. I'm probably all alone on this one. Those two lines are basically the whole song, but here's the thing. I like that. I like that a lot. The beat is a perfect fit for their voice and they sound great together. I might be all alone on this one. I'm probably all alone on this one. This super repetitive song still sounds good and better than a lot of other stuff Soul has put out. But A Rebellion is still not better than Illuminate with Kendrick Lamar. Sky Hutch gave this man a fantastic beat to rap over. There were a couple of moments on the track, such as the hook, that I feel could have been performed better or more hard hitting. The song is great, but it could have used a little bit more oomph. Either way, Control System is a high B-, right there on the cusp of being a solid B. It's literally neck and neck with Soul's best album. If any of you have Control System at number 1, I don't blame you one bit, because obviously some of these tracks may hit way harder for y'all. Especially if you was a youngin' in the early 2010s and you was following the whole black hippie early TDE wave, I already know y'all are in love with this album. There are some duds on here, but I understand why it's praised as one of the greatest TDE albums ever.
Gangsta, 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 we gangsta, gangsta, gangsta.
Now for the final time, I'm going to reference this. That 2019 BBC Radio 1 Extra interview with Tiffany Calver, Schoolboy Q said that this is his worst album. Yes, the one project that's always hyped up as his best and some would dare say it's a classic, Q said this is his worst album. I, like many other people, think it's his best, but this goes to show how much artists think differently about their music than what the fans be saying. Y'all really need to watch that interview for real. Per typical Amir, we getting balls deep into the disrespect. One song at the beginning of this album that I didn't like at all was Los Awesome with J Rock. This sounded like some Swiss beat stuff, but turns out Pharrell produced it. I didn't like how abrasive that song was, and then the song after it, Collard Greens with Kendrick Lamar, get these weak ass songs the fuck. No, I'm playing. That's one of the good songs. But I do have to admit, I've never paid attention to Collard Greens when hearing it growing up. I've definitely heard this song before, but if you would have said this was a Schoolboy Q song called Collard Greens, I would have said, really? Huh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Ching ching could buy anything, cop that. Oh, oh, Collard Greens.
I didn't know the name of the song. I didn't know who made it, nothing. But back to what I was about to say. Prescription Oxymoron is another skip. I'm actually fine with Prescription, but the title track part makes the whole thing a skip. That goofy ass voice he had, I just stopped selling crack today. OXY a moron. OXY a moron. The first half was cool. The chorus on the second half is a mess. So the whole song, get it out of here. But the worst song on the album is The Purge with Corrupt and Tyler the Creator. There's an obnoxious ass horn siren in the back. The whole freaking song like, oh. Corrupt didn't do anything. And shout out to Tyler the Creator. I wish I could have liked a song with him on it more, but nigga, this song was annoying as hell to me.
I'm smoking bath salt, 2 sherm sticks, burn this. Ooh, knock through the condos.
Hoover Street is a song that grew off of me. I went from this song is cool to this song is cool, but I wouldn't want to put this on. This nigga said, eat so much pussy that my mustache is pink. Time's getting harder than my dick on a growth spurt. Speaking of hard, that third verse was the hardest verse though. That's one positive I can give the song. One thing I do like about the Oxymoron project, and this is what helped its grade that you're going to see later, is that it's concise. 12 songs? Cool, bro, cool. Q started tripping in his later career with projects like Blank Face and Blue Lips having 17, 18 songs. Those albums have a big portion of mid because you keep feeling the need to throw more records on there. But here, you went 8 for 12, bro. Los Awesome, Prescription Oxymoron, Hoover Street, and The Purge are the only songs I dislike. The opening song, Gangsta, actually grew on me. At first, I didn't think the song was entertaining enough for him to have all that ya in the background. But playing it more, I went, hey, this is alright. Gangsta, 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 we. What They Want with 2 Chainz is cool, except for when Chainz said, I've been dodging the police when I was po with no lice. Awful. The other 2 decent songs, this may be a weird critique to have, but Q sounded Caucasian with these songs. One of them was because of his voice. The other one, the overall song just sounded like something Bob from marketing would create. Those 2 songs are Hell of a Night and Break the Bank. Hell of a Night was the last single released for Oxymoron, and it just screams a nightclub with strobe lights, glitter, and ecstasy laying around. And I'm sorry, I don't want to pull the race card, but I can't imagine a room full of black people dancing to this song. This sounds like something Q made as a crossover record. Break the Bank is the one I was saying sounds Caucasian because of his voice. I was hearing Break the Bank like, bro, who is this, Aerosmith? You trying to be the Black Steven Tyler or something?
So now we about to break the bank.
I enjoy both Hell of a Night and Break the Bank, but those are very weird tracks. Now, top 3 on the album. Yes, since I mentioned it earlier, that means Collard Greens is not up here. There are 2 other mainstream songs that Q is known for on this project that I haven't mentioned yet. One of them at number 3 is Studio. For a long period of time, I forgot that this was a Schoolboy Q song. I remembered the song itself, I just forgot that he made it. Admittedly, this isn't a great song to me, I just think it's good. That singing at the end was ridiculous when he was all like, so I'ma put this dick up all inside of you. His singing kind of sucked at the end of Studio.
I'ma put this dick up all inside of you.
But number 2 on the album, Blind Threats with Raekwon.
But if God won't help me, this gun will, I swear I'm gonna find my way.
So I actually think this is a fire tier song. I think it's great, and yes, it's at number 2, but I would be fine if Raekwon's verse at the end wasn't there. I think the song is great without that. Soundwave and Lord Quest gave him a glorious beat for this. But if God don't help me, this gun will, I swear I'm gonna find my way. But the other super mainstream song from Q, call it a basic bitch pick if you want, this is a top 5 Schoolboy Q song of all time.
Girls everywhere, pretty ass hands in the air, somebody over here, shaking for the man of the year.
Again, amazing beat from Soundwave, very infectious hook. Q's voice was perfect. He chose the right flow and delivery. There is nothing wrong with Man of the Year to me. This easily became one of my favorite records by Schoolboy Q. I'm giving Oxymoron a high B-, almost just a B. But I gotta keep it real like I always do. This album is up here thanks to Blind Threats and Man of the Year. Just like I said when talking about setbacks, if he removed these top 2 songs, holy cow, this would definitely be lower. This wouldn't even be top 20. But those 2 songs certainly helped it in the ranking, and Q saying this is his worst album is bullcrap. There is no way you made Blank Face LP and especially Trash Talk and think it's better than Oxymoron.
Oxymoron in stores, come in kids, lock the door, knock, 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 hit the floor.
Shit, I won't miss a thing, my man. Just having fun.
This is actually the #1 TDE album that I recommend you checking out for yourself. The reason being because of how polarizing this album is. Everything that I'm about to say, my words will not do it justice. In order to understand how freaking unorthodox, strange, and cataclysmic this album is, you must play it on your own. There is one massive problem with Lance Skywalker on this album that he doesn't do on his second album, and that's why I didn't mention it before. And that flaw is, he has this thing on this album where most songs, only half of the track sounds good, but the other half doesn't. He'll hit you with 1 minute and 15 seconds of BS, and then the final 2 minutes would be something great. Or sometimes the other way around, the beginning of the song would be great, but then the second half would be ridiculous. As an album experience, this is impressively frustrating. It makes you look at the good half and say, why didn't the whole song sound like this? Perfect example is the opening song, Forbidden Fruit. I love the first 2 minutes, but the last 50 seconds of this song is terrible. It's a song using the theme of the biblical Adam and Eve story, and he spends the first 2 minutes saying lines like, forever and never, and never and never, ain't no coming back, no darling. And she took the apple from the tree to be with me, whoa darling. Now the reason why I love it is because of the deep voice he sings it in. It gives a uniquely weird and comfortable feeling to the song. He sings it like this.
Forever and never, and never and never, ain't no coming back, no darling. She took the apple from the tree to be with me, whoa darling.
From the tree to be with me. Well, darling.
It sounds weird, but I rock with it heavy.
No, ain't that amazing?
But conversely, the production switch that happens in the last minute, I do not like this at all. This happens on nearly every song. Some tracks where this wasn't the case, where it isn't one half great, other half ass, the whole track was just decent, where the songs All Stops and Lover's Lane. These are the kind of records you put on in the background when you're studying. Another track where it was kind of the same quality throughout the whole thing, but in a negative way, I actually think this is the worst song on the album, is the song Attraction. Now this song is still mid, but this was the main one where nothing hit for me. Not the earthy, trying to be soulful singing, not the production. The whole song just made me go, nah, not this one.
Baby,
Now to get into more of these flip-floppy tracks, the second song on the album, Could It Be? This is the case where the second half was so much better. The first half was so uneventful, sounding like this. Let me say this now. Could It Be and the worst song on the album that I highlighted earlier, Attraction, are the only songs I dislike on this project. Everything else I enjoy. Speed, I enjoyed the second half more on there. I get Pharrell vibes from this. It sounded like a distorted bass party record. Toaster with Schoolboy Q is the definition of a musical roller coaster. The melodies and singing go from sounding great to sounding ass throughout the whole song. Skit/her song kinda doesn't count because it's not a full song. The first half is a skit like the name implies, but this skit is so horrible that this was almost the worst song on the album. The character that he was playing during the skit had such an irritating voice for 50 whole seconds. The song was enjoyable to somewhat make up for it, but damn. On the flip side, there's Advantage. Started off strong, but then became slow when there were no vocals and it was just the beat playing the whole time. The second half with all of that whistling and the woo woo woo, ooh 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 woo woo completely ruined that half. When I tell y'all that happens throughout this whole album, I am not lying. I've never in my life came across an album where usually you come across 1 or 2 songs. This whole album, I've never came across a whole album where like every song is like half sounds good, half sounds bad. But that's Lance Skywalker for you, bro. Dude is a wild card. Top 3 though. The final song on the album, Reality, is one of them ones. This beat is fantastic.
and I say, if you know what I'm talking about.
The second best song, Stockholm featuring Michael Anthony. I actually had no issues with the first part of the song, but when it hit like the minute 20 mark, dog, Lance and Michael became nothing to play with. You can get so lost in the beauty of this song. The best song on the album is similar to Skit/her song, where the first 40 seconds is a phone call conversation thing, but when the beat finally drops and the singing comes in, I love it. That song is called Sound.
Let the music be your sound.
I've been singing this song ever since I found this album, bruh. So, wouldn't you like to know where our story goes from here? I don't give a flying flip what any of y'all say. Yes, I truly think Introverted Intuition is a top 10 TDE album, and I'm grading it a high B-. This grade could have easily been higher if it wasn't for the massive flaw that I keep hammering on. Nearly every track will sound awful in 1 minute, but then amazing the next minute. And then tracks like Reality, Stockholm, and Sound are all around really good. Lance Skywalker is such a weirdo, but he's a weirdo that can make some soothing ass music when he actually tries to.
Get off my dick! Whoa!
Fuck on my dick.
Get off my dick!
J. Cole's magnum opus, and to a lot of people, this is the project that people call a classic. The double platinum with no features meme started from here, and although this album is not groundbreaking or super influential for artists that came after the album's release, at the end of the day, for many years to come, when people talk about the best rap albums to come out of the mid-2010s era, this is most definitely an album that's gonna get brought up. In his 2026 interview with Nadeska, J. Cole said he forced himself to not be on social media when he was making Forest Hills Drive. This is the first project where, from a production and writing standpoint, where he was not focused on doing anything for the mainstream or clubs, and he solely did what he felt was comfortable and what sounded good to him. That was a good strategy because this album is really good. But y'all know, we don't start off with the positive energy over here. I gotta mention the songs I don't like first. The intro, don't care for it. Do you wanna be happy? Nah. Well, I do wanna be happy, but not to this song. I don't care for the outro, Note to Self either, even though it's mostly a long ass audio novel of him thanking everyone that's helped him on his journey. There is still a whole 3.5 minutes where it is a regular song before he gets to the bibliography and works cited portion. So pack those two up. Unfortunately, track 2 isn't entertaining either, January 28th. One thing that always makes me laugh about this song is the Rap Genius description and people saying what this song is about because they get it wrong every time. January 28th happens to be J. Cole's birthday. With an album named after his childhood home, he begins taking us on a tour through his life, starting with his earliest years. Now, you would think if a song is titled after a person's birthday, that they would talk about their childhood to teenage years. J. Cole doesn't do any of that on this song. He talks about the dangerous thing about being an artist is that your fans start to know more things about you than you know. He's rapping in order to bring the people of his city together because there are no black male heroes on TV unless they rapping a lyric or dribbling the ball. Then in the third verse, he considers himself a god and he shows love to Rakim, whose birthday is also January 28th. I say all of that to say, when I see people hype up this song and say, man, I love January 28th, it's a dope song of Jermaine talking about his childhood and his upbringing, it's so touching. I'd be like, y'all don't pay attention to anything. That's not at all what he's talking about. Other than the Rakim reference, this song could have honestly been titled anything and it would have been the exact same track. And it's mid on top of that. Come on now, bro. Another mid song, I don't care how many people enjoyed this track. It has always been just okay to me. I don't like Cole singing here, it's really not good. Lyrically, the first verse is great, but the second verse where he just spit a random flexing verse, I'm taking off like a Boeing on a big ass Boeing and getting head like a coin toss. I don't see at all how this is praised as one of the best songs on 2014 FHD because it's not that great. But I'll give Apparently and January 28th one thing, they're better than the worst song on the album, A Tale of Two Cities.
Run it. Hands in the air now. Hands in the air.
This song certainly grew off of me spinning this album back. Well, saying grew off of me implies that I used to like the song. This went from a not for me tier track to a mid tier track. I used to give it props and say this good, but this time I was like, yo, this song is freaking boring. Get this out of here. It's just dull as hell. The what ad-lib that happens non-stop is not good. What? The only enjoyable part of this song is the run it. Hands in the air now. Outside of that part, no. Since I brought up the Not For Me tier, there are two songs that, again, I've never liked these songs, but unlike A Tale of Two Trash Cans, I still think these are good records. One of them I actually think is great. Those are Fire Squad and 03 Adolescence. You can pack up Fire Squad and y'all can ask me, nigga, why you acting like a hoe? I don't really like the way this song sounds. It's not all that. But the latter, 03 Adolescence, Great song about Cole not being able to approach women because of his low confidence, talking about him not having his dad in his life when he went off to college. Second verse is about him wanting to be a drug dealer until his drug dealing friend told him that's not a good choice because of the hardships that come with it, which prompts Cole to express his gratitude for his position and him thanking his mother for raising him. 03 Adolescence is fantastic. I just think it's a tad bit boring. Although I think 03 Adolescence is better than these next two tracks, I would much rather listen to Saint Tropez and Hello. I think everyone agrees that these are the two main songs that don't have that much weight to them. I've never in my life heard someone call Saint Tropez or Hello fire records. Even I think they're just decent. Anyone who thinks Saint Tropez is an amazing song, just know that J. Cole himself doesn't even think that. Right before the top three, one song that fell right outside of the top three is Get Off My Dick. Whoa! I always like to imitate the background singing on here. That is so catchy to me. I be singing that more than I sing the actual song. I know the reason you feel away. But top three, let's get it. All three of these songs are fire tier, by the way. 3 superb records. My number 3 is Love Yours.
Love yours. No such thing as a night that's better than your love. No such thing, no such thing.
I know for many of you, this is your number 1 favorite, and I have no qualms with this record. I agree that it's fantastic, but I just simply enjoy the other 2 tracks more. That's all it is. My number 2 is Wet Dreams.
And I ain't never did this before, no. I ain't never did this before, no.
While I do understand the gripe that people have with this song, man, don't nobody want to hear a song about this nigga losing his virginity and he going into all this explicit detail? What kind of uncomfortable ass song is this? That's never bothered me, bro. This song has been out for 12 years and I've never been bothered by that. I will gladly listen to this quote unquote uncomfortable ass song over Fire Squad in January 28th. But I still don't think it's the, dare I say this? Dare I say this? No Role Models is easily the best song on this album. Yes, there are other great tracks like Wet Dreams and Love Yours, but I'm sorry. No Role Models is way too much of a bop. From the iconic lines, amazing beat, fire, catchy ass chorus, don't save her, she don't wanna be saved, don't save her. In my opinion, there is no 1A, 1B with anything else. This is top 1.
Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved, don't save her, she don't wanna be saved.
2014 Forest Hill Drive is a high B-, almost a solid B. Some of Jermaine's best songs ever like 03 Adolescence, Wet Dreams, Love Yours, and No Role Models are all on here. But at the same time, several of these records really don't sound all that. And I honestly believe that calling this a no-skip project is crazy. If you really think this album has no skips and that every single song is great, I'm just gonna assume that you're in love with J. Cole, cause ain't no way you bumping every last one of these.
Fuck on my face, 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 yeah.
Not to make this entry too dark, but hearing that Soul tried to take himself out the game at one point by jumping off a freeway bridge in Carson, oh my goodness, that was heartbreaking. I watched his interview with Charlamagne Tha God, and he mentioned that he finished this album before that happened. On top of that, he told Charla that this was his first album that he made where he went into it with no theme, no concept, nothing like that. He said, I just simply wanted to make good music, bro. I didn't think that hard about it. Solo, not focusing on deep meanings and just wanting to make good records, worked out in his favor for me. You see how high it is in the ranking. This isn't one of the few albums where I'm not mad at its length. 18 songs will always be a you tripping thing for me, but I dislike 5 out of the 18, with only 3 of them being mid. The other 2 are not for me. It isn't the worst song on the album, but Do Better with Zacari made me realize that Ab-Soul and Zacari don't make good songs together, because they also made that raw backwards song. Get that out of here. Even with the music video being of him going through his suicide attempt, the actual song is just alright. Positive Vibes Only is another mid song, but I almost like this one. It's not super mid, I just don't like the vocal effects on it, where he sounded like a bum ass Travis Scott. I didn't mind the triumphant celebratory production. The production was a bit of a saving grace for this, but the vocals, hell no.
Barriers broke while you barely awoke. Get rid of that envious energy and just remember the quote.
The last mid track is the worst song on the album, and that's Bucket.
Now we both defending the people just in different ways. You know, the more you're honest.
The background singing really makes me not like this song. Like, I don't even know if it's an instrument or if it's somebody trying to do some angelic type of singing, but it sucks regardless, man. Hearing it throughout the whole song is a turn off. Gave me all this knowledge, but never gave up the butt. I still kind of wish she gave up the butt. Those two not for me tier tracks, one of them is Hollandaise. The hook messed this one up. The celebratory beat that he switched to was cool and all, but I still don't rock with the song. His voice is kinda whiny on some lines.
Had the passion of Christ, I don't need a Jesus piece. Just need the people to believe in me. The OG told me stick to slinging them ABCs. My name must be Abraham Lincoln, bitch, I'm innocent.
Speaking of delivery messing up a song, that's the case why I don't like ganging them with Fresh either. I actually don't mess with Ab's verse. The yelling delivery here did not fit. I like Fresh's verse way more.
The homie hit me, told me hide the blicky, bro. This nigga always into some wild. One time he brought the Cal Tech, I had to tell him all we shooting is videos.
I know where the body's buried, I won't tell a soul, so take a.
Speaking of gangs, there are a gang of decent tracks on this album. I enjoy all of these, but nigga, I ain't gonna lie. A huge bunk of this album is just a tall ass mountain of, yeah, this is cool. And when I tell y'all a tall mountain, there's like 9 songs that I had this reaction to. The Wild Side with Scan Diamond, Fallacy with Alameda, the title track Herbert, shout out to K-Dot for the background vocals on that one, The Art of Seduction with Amber, Church on the Move. I do kind of hate all of the wishy-washy sounds that happen in the background for the whole song. That was a little annoying. It Be Like That featuring Sir is decent, Good Man with Punch. You may have heard of Jack in jail, but we not healing. Niggas still packing steels, man, we need to stop tripping. Why you throwing your block up if you not building? FOMF, which stands for F Out of My Face, is cool. And then lastly, the opening song with Lance Skywalker, Message in a Bottle, is decent. I'm an honest nigga, bro. Even though I like 13 songs on this album, I only think 4 of them are good. 2 out of those 4 being great, actually. One of the good songs, I wish I could like it more because this is some of the most heartfelt rapping I've heard from an artist in a long time. It's the final song on the track list, Gotta Rap.
Took a leap, shattered my leg, and lost some teeth, and I'm still standing behind every word I speak.
I even tried Suicide, and I don't know why. I know better than most that the soul don't die. Took a leap, shattered my leg, and lost some teeth, and I'm still standing behind every word I speak. Ooh, I like to call myself the Gotta Rap, but really I just gotta rap, holla back. I heard that and went, God damn. Absol, I love you. TDE, hold it down. But even though I feel that way, it's not top 3 on the album. Number 3, I'm surprised more rappers don't freestyle over this beat because it seems made for freestyling. And that's No Report Card. The features for this number 2 song are usually terrible artists, but I gotta keep it real, they helped make it a top song on the project. And that song is Go Off with Big Sean and Russ. That ish really be making me sick. Don't be dropping my name in the interview, nigga, for views, better pick it up quick. I done broke the freaking bank so bad that bitch ain't getting fixed. Me and Solo Ken like I was Anakin, we cannot miss. Go Off. Now the number 1 best song, I'ma be super honest. The verses on this song go in one ear and out the other when I play this. However, I think it's the best song because I love the chorus and the production. The combination of these 2 things make me love this, but I couldn't care less what these fellas are talking about. And that's Moon Shooter with Joey Badass.
Shoot for the moon and keep a gun around. In the world so cold, at least the sun is out.
Yeah, this song sounds beautiful to me. Shoot for the moon and keep a gun around. In a world so cold, at least the sun is out. Live in my mind, I question everything. To that point, I don't know what to think. A song like this is the entire thing with this ranking. Even though I'm not paying attention to what the songs are about for real, hey, if it sounds great, I'ma say it sounds great. Simple as that. Shoot for the moon and keep a gun around. I'm giving Herbert a high B-. Again, with the mountain of decent songs on here, that's bound to happen with 18 tracks. But what separates this from other overly long TDE albums is that I enjoy those alright songs more than I didn't rock with them. Of course, I wish the songs hit harder, but I still mostly enjoy what I got, and I think this is Ab-Soul's best album.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
What Happens on Earth Stays on Earth is probably the number 1 album in this video where I guarantee my opinion on it would be different and I would have a bigger appreciation for it if I fully listened to it instead of casually playing it. All of the things that I've already found out about this album, with the Kendrick being on a path of weakness or wickedness, his fear of damnation, the story of Deuteronomy, and the belief of the chosen people, the Israelites will eternally be cursed until they choose God's way of living, how playing the album in reverse shows Kendrick's life going down a different path. Just off of all of that alone, I said, this has the potential to be the greatest album I've ever listened to. But as y'all know, I didn't do that. I'm judging this album just based off of how the songs musically sound and the few meanings I did catch. With that being said, I must ask, what the hell type of timing was Kendrick on when he got to the end of this album? The 3 worst tracks on here are all consecutive, all one after the other, and they're all near the end of the project. One of them is the song Fear. Yeah, nigga, I said it. Fear is the second worst song. Get this out of here. Kendrick said in an October 2017 interview that the verses on this song are the best he's ever written. And this is one of those tracks where I'm sure the message is very important, but as it casually sounds, there's better sounding songs on here.
But I'm high now, I'm high now,
Life's a bitch, pull them panties to the sides now. I don't like any of those parts. And for the worst song, I actually don't think it's the song God. Yes, Kendrick's vocal choice was a mess. That's what God feel like. And that laughing to the bank like, I hear this song and be like, what in the world? The amount of times I've seen people say they love K-Dot's laugh here and it makes it catchy for them, I disagree with every one of y'all. This is not catchy at all. It's very freaking annoying and he sounds like a goofball. It is bottom 3 on the album, but for me, the worst song is XXX with U2.
Johnny don't wanna go to school no more.
The dry-ass monotone voice for the first minute and some change of the song was not a good touch for me. It instantly made the song feel like a drag. I'll chip a nigga a little bit of nothing. I'll chip a nigga a little bit of nothing. I'll chip a nigga a little bit of nothing. And here's the thing. The song is still fine. It's not whack or nothing. The pickup of the delivery at the minute 19-second mark was a welcome change. But by that point, I was already not rocking with the song. When Kendrick started rapping, I went, nah, nigga. It's too late. This is already the worst song. And then when Bono came in with the singing and him and Kendrick went more into talking about America, this song was already packed up by the time that happened. I also don't care for the narrative intro, Blood. But as we all know, that's not a song. It's a storytelling writing piece that introduces or ends the album, depending on how you want to look at it. But since the track is somewhat long enough and it is a big piece of the album, I have to factor it into the ranking. And it's mid by default because I would literally never go back to it. Oddly enough, the 2 Not For Me songs on this album are probably the 2 most popular and most successful songs on the album. Those are Humble and DNA. I've actually never liked Humble. And DNA, Kendrick was going off, especially near the end of the song. But his voice kind of gets on my nerves on this song.
Daddy probably snitched. Heritage inside your DNA. Backbone don't exist. Born outside a jellyfish eye cage.
But he was spazzing, even with that whiny ass voice. For the songs I do enjoy, let me say this for the decent tier tracks. Kendrick has this thing where I would like the song more if it wasn't for one annoying part. And I'd just be like, bro, why did you have to add this in here? The only decent tier song this doesn't apply to is Pride. I actually have nothing to say about that song. It's just cool, it's chill. But for some other ones, nigga, that part on Ya where he's like, but it's money to get, bitches to hit, yeah, zeros to flip, temptation is, yeah, first on my list, I can't resist, yeah. Bro, this song would be better if you just removed this one whack ass part. On Feel, I kind of don't like how nearly every line in the whole verse and then the first half of the second verse starts with I feel like. It would be fine if it was only a few lines, but nearly the whole song is I feel like this, I feel like that, and I feel like this and feel like that. I used to feel like this, but now I feel like that, and now I feel like this because I used to feel like that. And lastly, on Lust, I would like this song more if it wasn't for the parts where he slightly changes his voice to say, can I put the head in?
I promise just a touch. She said it's okay. She said it's okay.
Those parts kind of get on my nerves. And good news though, right before mentioning the top 3, I gotta highlight the song Element. I like the juvenile high interpolation in the song. If I gotta slap a pussy nigga, I'ma make it look sexy. Everything from the he in the background to the thumping beat, Element is certainly top 5 on here. But zeroing in on the top 3, third best song is Love with Sakari.
If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still?
According to Sakari, he didn't make his vocals on this knowing that it was going to be a Kendrick record. He sung these vocals separately for a song called Lovely, and Kendrick heard those vocals, loved them, and put them on his album. And that was a nice call from Dot because love is lovely. Second song is Lamar.
See, once upon a time inside the Nicholson Garden Projects, the object was the process and digest poverty's dialect.
The story of Kendrick's father working at KFC and how he feared Anthony, who would go on to create Top Dog Entertainment, would rob the KFC, so he helped him out by giving him extra food. Bro, y'all who know the story, y'all know it's incredible. Easily one of the best songs I've heard from Dot. Fire. But my pick for the best song on the album has got to be
Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty.
This has been my favorite song on this album ever since it came out. I don't care what y'all hoes say, I would easily choose to play this over every other track. Riri sounded beautiful, and ever since I first heard this song, I'm pretty much addicted to saying, it's so hard to be humble. The flip side is so funny because there's probably some hoes out there who have XXX with U2 near the top of their ranking, and loyalty, loyalty, loyalty near the bottom. We all hear different things, man. I'll give What Happens on Earth Stays on Earth a high B-. Again, it would be higher and I would grade it a low B if you're not counting the narrative track Blood. I'm 100% sure I would have a different feeling about this album if I took the time to dissect it, research it, and follow the whole playing the album forward and in reverse to catch both storytelling methods that he put in. But for the millionth time, I did not listen to these albums. So if you're upset that I didn't listen to this album and so I'm missing different layers of meanings, then hey man, I said at the very beginning of the video that I wasn't listening to any of these, so you shouldn't be surprised to hear this unless you weren't paying attention.
Will we survive the let out? Will we survive the let out?
It took 10 years to make this? It took you 10 years to make this. The Fall Off was originally a 15-song album that was more left up for interpretation, as opposed to being a double disc that has clear specific moments and stories. Apparently, J. Cole reached a point in his career where shifting from being competitive and technical to being a storyteller and emotive left him unmotivated. Songs such as Everybody Dies, False Prophets, Middle Child, The Climb Back, and Lion King on Ice were all supposed to appear on this album. The album was expanded into a double album in 2024, and boom, this is what we got. This is 21 songs long, not including the very short intro, and for those of you that don't remember, I don't factor in bonus tracks, deluxe edition tracks, stuff like that. So let's start off with The Disrespect. The first song that J. Cole put out for this album, The Fall Off Is Inevitable.
I watch my father walk back in my life and it clears up a hurt I couldn't explain.
Back it up. Honestly speaking though, this is one of the strongest Not For Me tier songs in the history of Not For Me tier songs. This track is incredible, and in my opinion, it had the potential to be Cole's greatest song ever. In terms of lyrics, it probably already is. However, I don't really care for the overall sound of this song. I'm not thrilled by the production, and there are other songs on here that musically sound better. But lyrically, oh for sure, let's not ever get it twisted. Lyrically, this song is phenomenal. We have 8 Not For Me tier songs on the Fall Off, so let me just mention the other 7. Poor Thing is really good and hands down one of the best beats on the album, but Cole's rapping is nothing engaging to me. 39 intro, he was trying something different on here. When it hits the 3-minute mark with the beat switch, it became really nice, but I really hate it when I have to skip a few minutes of a record to get to the good stuff. I felt like I was listening to a WWE wrestler's theme song, and theme songs can be fire, but not from J. Cole. I would literally never want to hear the first half of this song, so this is another Not For Me tier track. Quick Stop, his passion and emotion on this track is very strong, as he's speaking from the point of view of someone who is a major fan speaking to Cole, telling him how much of life's troubles Cole's music helped him get through. One track that's apparently not sweet and heartfelt, and Cole has been getting some smoke for even making this song, is What If featuring Murray. First off, it's pretty cool that he got Murray on this album. Nice to see that Cole was still looking out for him. Although Murray not being on Dreamville at this point is surprising.
What if I can turn back the hands of time? What if turn back the hands of time?
In regards to content, people feel that it wasn't Cole's place to speak on what Biggie and Pac's relationship would have been like and how the world of rap would have been if quote unquote the BS never got in the way. There was no beef, there was no shootings, and everything went on peacefully. Truth be told, I don't really care about this point of view, not to be on some morbid stuff, but Pac and Biggie left us 30 years ago. So the entire conversation around how do you think the state of rap would be if Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls never got killed, is a pointless conversation to have if you ask me. So I'm not really mad at Cole for making this record like a lot of other folks are. I think it's good. It's just not that entertaining of a song to me. Only You, Get the Batty Boy Out of Here. Nah, that song was good if you like that kind of sound. I kind of didn't care for it here. Y'all know how I said the fall off is inevitable, even though it's in the not for me tier. I actually think it's great, not just good. The same thing applies to I Love Her Again. I have both of these songs in the top 7 of the track list, right there at 6 and 7. Both songs are amazing lyrically, I just don't care for the way they sound. Get, Comment, and anything related to him the hell out of here. And the final not for me tier track, I already know a lot of y'all, this is y'all's favorite song on the album. But
who the fuck is you? Who the fuck is you? Who the
this is the song that's going to have people going crazy at a show. That I'm in this piano with the what it is, ho? What it is, ho? Gonna go crazy. And this is the song with the Slim Shady, early Eminem flow in that one verse. That was hard. That was hard. Keep it though. Yeah, the Not For Me tier tracks is nearly half the album. I'm not going back to many of these songs, but Cole has some lethal song concepts and rhymes on these. Those head nods of credit will not be given to these next songs. Old Dog with Petey Pablo, mid. The beat is pretty thumping, and I was happy to hear from Petey Pablo, but no. One song that I do wish I could like more, but it just really doesn't move me that much, is The Villist. Yeah, throw that song in the it's alright category. Man Up Above, never would've made it without you. This song actually went from decent to mid. I didn't mind it at first, but running it back, I said, I don't really want to hear this either. So now it's here. The second worst song on the album is Drum and Bass. Although there are some cool lines here and there, the ish I write so fire, I got my hand afraid of my pen. This song is just boring, yo. Get the fucking up on my face, what you talking about? Get the fucking up on my face, what you talking about? The production is nothing special. Drum and Bass is without question a bottom tier song on here. I was about to mention the worst song on the album, but right before I do that, if y'all niggas thought this next song was safe from the Amiri disrespect, you are sadly mistaken. This next song is honestly bottom 5 on the fall off to me. The whispering doesn't do it for me. 26 niggas wild bitch, 26 niggas wild bitch. The end of the song where he's trying to harmonize didn't move me either. Bro, 2-6 is far down the ranking on this album's track list. But as mid as these past several songs I've mentioned have been, all of them are better than Run a Train featuring Future.
But my passion, fuck do you know about my pain? Fuck do you?
Future's hook sounds ridiculous, and this song would have hit way harder if he sounded better on it. Obviously, he's singing from a place of hurt and pain because of the meaning of the track. He was supposed to sound heartbroken in his singing, but heartbroken singing can sound good, and Future didn't sound good to me at all. He completely ruined this. This entire entry so far has been me disrespecting, but I feel no shame. Ain't my fault Cole's production or enjoyability be lacking. On a positive note, the very last song, And the Whole World Is the Ville, is really nice. I love the production on that one. Hearing him spell out Fayetteville honestly felt like he was forcing the spelling in the lines though. I know the kids like to meme the hell out of this next song, but I like Will We Survive the Let Out. It has a Western standoff sound to it. It's decent. These last 5 tracks are all good to me. Bunce Road Blues, per usual, Tim sounded beautiful on this track. But someone who didn't sound beautiful was Future. Oh my goodness, man, I did not like this man's features on this album. Both songs he was on was actively ruined because of him. I'm using ruined loosely here as Bunce Road Blues is still really good and it's top 5. Bombs in the Ville, Hit the Gas. Bombs in the Ville is one of the worst moments on the album. His singing in that second verse was insane.
Let's run away.
I thought this song was about to be horrible, but admittedly that part is only jarring the first few times you hear it. Eventually it sounds fine, and he definitely picked it up in the second song, Hit the Gas. That track is hard. The top 3. Number 3, Safety. That, I know the whole world blowing up your phone. I wanna know, nigga, when you coming home, was so smooth. Number 2, Legacy featuring PJ. Rolling around in Lincoln Town cars on our way to the spot, passing the bottle, wishing I found a way to make time stop, intoxicated, riding with gangsters with their hammers on cock, I'm infatuated, cause I know deep down that they everything that I'm not. I love that part.
Rolling around in Lincoln Town cars on our way to the spot, passing the bottle, wishing I found a way to make time.
But the #1 best song on this 10-year worked on album is Life Sentence.
All types of games are being played. How's it going down? So until it's gone, and I got to know now.
As of now, this is the only fire tier song on this long ass album. This song sounded like it could have featured Ashanti or some other 2000s treatable R&B female artist. Hearing him compare being with someone through thick and thin to being a lifetime worth of commitment was a nice song concept. The lines regarding how sometimes he had to detach from the relationship to focus on his craft because once he gets his career off the ground, they can build to something greater together. Whoo! The DMX sample on the chorus was fire. Yeah, man, Life Sentence is #1. In a way, I feel like he fumbled by not getting an OG R&B singer on here to lend some harmonies in the background, at least. But either way, he did it solo dolo, and this song is amazing. The Fall Off gets the grade of a low B. This could have been J. Cole's #1 album if tracks like Old Dog, The Village, Drum and Bass, What Do You Know About My Passion wasn't included. For this to have the grade that it does while being over 20 tracks is still very, very impressive, and I won't take that away from him. Again, it absolutely blows my mind that some of y'all out here think For Your Eyes Only or KOD is better than this album. Those two projects are not touching this. The only album released from Omen, been on this label for 15 years, one album. Is this album good enough to be his only album on the label? I say yes. There are people on Dreamville that have 3 albums and none of them are better than Elephant Eyes. But also, this project got removed from all streaming services due to sample clearance issues. Omen produced 9 of the 11 songs himself. So even though the full album is on YouTube, many people do not like to use YouTube when they play an album. I've heard many people say if a project is not on Apple Music or Spotify, then they're just not going to bother.
Man, I like to listen to albums when I'm driving and stuff, man. I already got a subscription to Spotify. I've been using this for years. I already got Apple Music. I done had my account for years now. I ain't trying to go over to YouTube and deal with ads and stuff.
To y'all lazy ass niggas who don't like to listen to albums on YouTube, I will tell y'all you are missing out. But y'all know I gotta keep it real like I always do. When I say y'all are sleeping on Elephant Eyes, I really mean y'all are sleeping on the second half. Out of these 11 songs, the first 6, nah. This album is hella mid and nothing special. Honestly, the first half of this project is so ass that that's the reason it should be off of streaming platforms. Not for sample problems, but because of low quality songs. But those last 5 songs, oh my goodness, that's when Omen really found his footing. So I only dislike 2 songs on the whole project. One of them is called Love Drug featuring CJ Hamilton. CJ's inclusion on this track feels rather pointless because he doesn't sing or rap. Omen raps the verses and sings the "She Loves Me" chorus, but CJ is just talking in the background like, nigga, they love me. Look at this tweet right here. Look at this. What that say? 110 tweets, and it's mostly women too. Woo! I get it's a song about being addicted to social media and addicted to attention in general, but it just doesn't sound good.
They love me. They love me.
The other song I dislike is the worst song on the album, and it's actually the title track. The ramped up, thunderous, rock type production completely made an already mid song worse. Omen just raps like an amateur. It sounds like he just learned how to rap and sing the day before he made this song.
You're as good as it gets. I'll never forget.
There's also this sound that goes on the chorus. It sounds like a baby cooing. That doesn't sound good either. This is an easy pick for the worst song.
You're as good as it gets. I'll never forget.
The songs that I do enjoy in the first half are all just decent, such as the opener, Motion Picture. One line in there was hard though. When he said, I look at my own team like, damn, I wish they would help me more. That's no diss, just being honest, I already pressed record. That's a fire line. My own people that's supposed to be on my team are barely pulling their weight. Same Jezebel is cool, but I feel like he sold on that song. He sold, he could have went harder on there. Father Figure, I can tell he's really trying, but his singing doesn't really do it for me. I like the track because the production is carrying him. Omen sounds like Eminem was singing on that song Puke. I'm not sure what the original melody is cause M probably got it from somewhere, but when M is singing, now I'm sitting here with your name on my skin. I can't believe I went and did this stupid again. My next girlfriend, now her name's gotta be Kim. That is exactly how Omen is singing.
Listening to Snoop, listening to Drake, Tupac, Biggie, Nasir, of course.
Again, I like the song, but the melody kind of sucks when he does it. Lastly, Sketches of Paranoia featuring Boz is the best song amongst the first half. Omen said he wrote the first verse and the hook for this song in 20 minutes while in Seattle a day after a finished tour. He also said the third verse of this song is the strongest on the entire album, as it was after a real life event where he nearly lost his life in a car accident. After the producer added more sound to the beat, he felt the track needed another verse after Boz, but he wasn't sure what to write about. But when the car accident happened, it gave him a whole new thought on what to discuss. I still think the overall track is just okay, but it's the closest to being good. Speaking of good, that is all of the remaining songs that I'm about to talk about. The last two songs, Things Change featuring J. Cole and Zion, have some very soft soothing beats to them. Zion specifically has some pitched up vocals from the sample that kinda adds to the replay value. I say kinda because the sample does go throughout the whole song, and I feel like it didn't need to do that. But when the sample sounds like this, yeah, it's cool, it's cool. Now, top 3. The third best song is lyrically the best song on the entire album, and that is Big Shadows.
Big shadows, I think I need more sun. Big shadows, big shadows.
This song is knocking on the door of being fantastic. It sees Omen talking about his early rap career and how he first met J. Cole, how he started to get envious of Cole because Cole was making a name for himself with the come up and the warm up, while Omen's own first project was making no noise. And although he's grateful that him and Cole are friends now and have collabed numerous times, he admits that he felt like he lived in Cole's shadow, like he's a sidekick or something. Omen mentions other hip-hop sidekicks like Memphis Bleak, Spliff Star, and says, "No disrespect, but I'm not trying to end up like them niggas. I'm trying to build my own name and my own legacy and not just be known as, oh, that's J. Cole's homeboy." But Omen comes to the realization that even if some people only look at him as J. Cole's protege, that's still better than being an absolute nobody. He says there are a lot of up-and-coming rappers that would kill to just be known as J. Cole's homeboy, so let me stop bitching. I think lyrically this song is phenomenal, but it needed some more hard-hitting production and a better hook, especially the hook. I don't like the singing. Big shadows, I think I need more sun. Big shadows, big shadows. I don't like that. The second best song, funny enough since I brought up Eminem, there's a song on here called Oh, 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 Foolish Pride.
Please don't judge me, I'm just like you.
Foolish Pride is another dope storytelling song of Omen talking about his early school years as a nerd and how he used to fight often. But then in high school, he realized people use guns more than they use their fist, so he had to check his temper. My pride of not allowing people to disrespect me may get me killed one day, so let me chill out. Even though Big Shadows and Foolish Pride are really good records, I can't put them over the song Sweat It Out featuring Ari Lennox. Even if Ari admittedly carried that song, simply put, this is the song that sounds the best and has the most replay value. I'm giving Elephant Eyes a low B, but check this out. This is a combination of the last 5 songs being a solid A-, but those first 6 songs are a high C. It's been a minute since I've encountered an album that goes from really mid to really good once you hit the halfway point. And that halfway point was the #1 song, Sweat It Out. When it hits that, this album goes from, bro, you ain't doing nothing impressive, to, you on to something, Omen. You on to something.
Just call this shit high power. Nigga, nothing less than high power.
The first album from Kendrick Lamar. The first album, and it is definitely the best rap debut album in TDE history. But even with it being the best debut, it's not perfect, of course. There are some, get the hell out of here, tracks. And I'm not even about to waste my time saying what the worst song on this album is. Because in this case, forget on this album. This is the worst song that I've ever heard from Kendrick Lamar, period. That record is Tammy's song. I don't even mind the video game sounding techno production, but Kendrick's voice, oh my goodness. The voice he chose to rap in for this song was a horrible choice.
She got a nigga, and she love this nigga. Well, at least I think every time we bark, she pays no mind.
Until one day, he wasn't acting right. In the middle of the night, she checked his phone. Erica Ride. When he played the 5th man, it was on. Matter of fact, she gone. Like that. Nigga. Horrible idea. And this is the worst song I've ever heard from Kendrick, period. Fortunately, man, there aren't many mid tracks on here. Kendrick brought his low B game with this one. Some tracks still gotta go. I think the second worst song on the album is Chapter 10. This beat sounds very lazily thrown together. It's too many random sounds together, like someone is just randomly hitting different parts on a producer board. Absol's outro, this nigga Solo was spitting all into the microphone. Just get a sip of this elixir before they crop us out the picture. I've never seen a crop circle, but I've seen a cop circle the block up square. Hell no, bro. It ain't as whack as Tammy's song of Chapter 10, but it's bottom 3 on the album. Now, I already know y'all are going to complain about my Not For Me tier tracks because y'all always do. It doesn't matter how much I praise a song, the moment I say, yeah, but for me personally, I wouldn't play it because of this detail right here, y'all get mad. Y'all just be wanting people to like a song as much as y'all do. So with that being said, we have 5 Not For Me tier songs here. The opening song, F Your Ethnicity. Chapter 6 is the one I like the most amongst the Not For Me tier songs. Love the beat and I look, bruh, instrumental on point. And the hey, beautiful. I just dislike the
make it to 21
parts. Those parts alone kind of make me not want to hear the whole track.
Make it to 21
Another one is Ronald Reagan era. Oh my goodness. Tay Beast gave this man a cold ass beat. You niggas Marcus can be washed up, pussy fix your panties. I'm Mr. Marcus, you getting whoop-de-whoop, whoop-de-whoop-whoop. That's nice though, I gotta give it to him, that's nice. Cushion Corinthians with BJ the Chicago Kid. This song is good, but just not my taste either. This 5th song is probably the worst out of the 5 Not For Me tier songs. Y'all gonna slander me even more than y'all already have been from watching these rankings. One of the songs that I disliked was Rigor Mortis.
I'm out the orbit, you an orphan and a hairdresser combined. I'm on the toilet when I rhyme. If you the shit, then I decline.
Great flow throughout the whole track. The reason I don't like it is solely because the trumpets was becoming too much. Hearing that for 3 minutes is slightly annoying. I gotta keep it real. But songs like that, Chapter 6, Ronald Reagan, I'd be like, bro, even though I wouldn't go out of my way to play these, this man is snapping. I see why people love this album. Even though some of y'all be claiming it's not an album because he put it out independently before he got signed to a major record company, I've never been on that wave. And truth be told, anytime I hear somebody say that, y'all just sound very stupid to me. There are legitimately people out there that don't count Section 80 as Kendrick's first album, and y'all sound very, very dumb in my eyes. It's his first album, bro. There are people that would make a Kendrick Lamar album ranking video and they'll just completely exclude Section 80.
Oh, I don't consider that an album.
That don't count. Like, what is wrong with y'all? But in terms of the songs I do like, give me High Power. Okay, now hear me out on this next one. No Makeup with Colin Monroe. Colin Monroe needs to make sure that he never makes another song with Kendrick again. This song just felt so random and sounded nothing like the rest of the album. And although I like this song, No Makeup will never be ranked high in his catalog. It's not bad, it's just so jarring that you immediately feel like you're not even listening to a Kendrick project anymore. But that song and High Power were decent. The songs that I actually think are good, give me Po Man's Dream, Smoke Good, Eat Good, Live Good. Give me Hold Up. I wrote this record about 30,000 feet in the air. Stewart is complimenting me on my nappy hair. And Keisha's song with Astrobot is really nice too. But this top 3, we ain't playing no games with this top 3. Third best song on the album is Blow My High, members only.
I'm sending him a
Second best song, I never hear this song be talked about at all. And that's Spiteful Chant with Schoolboy Q.
Most of you niggas acting like hoes.
The number 1 song is my favorite Kendrick Lamar song of all time. That's wild that the worst song he's ever made and my favorite song by him are both on the same album. But number 1 for me is easily ADHD.
When your age don't exist, like whoa.
This is how you know I don't pay attention to Kendrick. Although I have loved this song for the past decade plus, I did not know until making this video that the outro is sung by Ab-Soul. Ecstasy, shrooms, blow, dro, hoes, whatever you like. Finding out that was Ab-Soul was pretty fascinating. As subtly mentioned previously, I give Section 80 a low B. The best debut album on TDE, on the rap side. But it ain't Kendrick's best album. As his career went on, he definitely continued to one-up himself with a couple of more projects. Take like 3 or 4 songs off of here, especially that Tammy song BS, whew, this album would be incredible.
Roll with me, it's a lucky day. Got a pound of tree and the gang, yeah.
Sir's magnum opus. Although November is good for what it was, Heavy is definitely Sir's best album. Chasing Summer is not even close. Pack that up. There's only 4 songs out of the 15 that I don't like. The other 11 tracks, oh, give me all of this. Now, do y'all remember an insanely long time ago, earlier this video, when I said there were only 2 times in TDE history where the worst song on the project was the opening song? Leave a comment down below if you remember what album in this ranking I said that about. You a super real one if you was paying attention to that and remembered. But the second instance is Sir's Heavy album. The opening song is called Ignorant featuring Ty Dolla $ign, and I did not like this song at all. Sir singing is not that good to me.
After politics, I am not a bitch.
I ain't talking shit. Fuck the politics. I am not a bitch.
It's a cool little record. Hearing Ty Dolla $ign rap instead of sing was an interesting twist, as he did better than Sir. But at the same time, it doesn't even sound like Ty. His rapping made him sound like someone else, so yeah, keep this song. Another mid song is called You or You Can't Save Me. I don't like this song because of the Dream influences. Sir is on here singing like,
hard hitter, radio killer.
I am not a fan of The Dream at all, so once I heard Sir was channeling his inner terriers, it was over for this song. And the last mid song is the title track actually, Heavy. For a song named after the album, that wasn't that strong to me. The only other track I disliked is a Not For Me tier song, and this is the only Not For Me tier song in Sir's whole catalog. He was singing his ass off on here. Somebody out there will hear how powerful he was singing and go, woo, child, sang it. But I'm not one of those people. That song is called Only Human.
I know she'd be so much better off if I just left her for good.
Fortunately, like I said, I like everything else on here. No Evil, the 6-part thumps that happen on here are goated. Listen to these parts. That song is nice off of those parts alone. I'm Not Perfect with Ab Soul is a decent track. Same with the penultimate track, Trying My Hardest. Life is Good with Scribbs Riley. Admittedly, I would like it more if Riley wasn't on there. Same sentiment I have for Karma with Isaiah Rashad. Unsurprisingly, Sir himself is the best part of this song. Isaiah is tolerable, but move out the way, bro. Sir could have killed this on his own. It's a little too late to save the old man. The remaining 6 songs that I haven't listed yet, these 6 I 100% recommend all of these. Starting with Poetry in Motion with Anderson .Paak. This song caught me lacking. First minute of the song I thought was just cool, especially the corny line.
You think you beat the pussy up, but you didn't make her come. Even if you made her come, she ain't never coming back.
Oh my god, corny, boo, tomato, tomato, tomato. But the more it went on, like the last 2 minutes of the track, both Anderson's verse and Sir on the chorus, she can roll with me.
It's a lucky day, got a pound of tree and the gang of yay.
I went, this song's smooth as hell. 6 whole days, I'ma be 100. This chorus sounds like it can be the theme song to a Caucasian sitcom. I've been staring at the sun for 6 whole days. That's a good song, but it sounds like a spinoff of Friends.
I've been staring at the sun for 6 whole days.
One song that fell right outside of the top 3 is the lead single for the album, Satisfaction.
This isn't as simple as satisfaction.
You gotta watch his Vivo performance of Satisfaction 2. That song is the 4th best on the album, literally right outside of the top 3. With that being said, the 3rd best song on the album is the very last song, Brighter. The church vibes are strong with this one, but at the same time, it sounds like this could be a pop country record. I know that's a strange polymerization, but that's how it sounds to me. Like a pop country and a church song at the same time. Yet, it sounds really nice.
This fire burning brighter and brighter.
Now, the top 2 songs are both fire to me. They're both amazing. With the second best being Nothing Really Matters. This beat was unorthodox as hell in the first 18 seconds. The background singing that's like, is oddly satisfying. But what's not odd is just how simply satisfying his singing is. That, I can't get enough, sounds amazing. But the best song on Heavy is one of my favorite TDE songs of all time. While making this video, when I tell y'all this song has single-handedly been played over 50 times, in terms of songs that I didn't know existed before making this video, this is probably my #1 favorite track that I found. And it's called Ricky's Song.
Look a man right in his eye. Never doubt the feeling inside.
The Remember I Told You part at the end of the second verse is audio heaven to me.
If they ask who you do it for, remember I told you. Look a man right in his eyes, remember I told you. Never doubt the feeling inside, remember I told you. 212 to take you home. Call me when you make it home, remember I told you.
Ricky's song is easily the best song on this album. I gotta grade Heavy a low B. This is easily Sir's best album. Almost no skips, and I think it's a top 5 TDE album ever. Now here's the thing, y'all. This album gets dragged down to a low B because of the first half. From Ignorant with Ty Dolla $ign to You Can't Save Me, which I said was the second worst song on the album because he was singing like the dream. That run right there is a C+ run. But the second half, from Only Human to the country pop gospel record, that run is an A-. So together they average out to a low B. If you've never cared to check out Sir Daryl before, at the very least, you should play this one album. I promise you, you're going to come across some tracks that you rock with.
I need to know right now. I need to know right now.
Going off of the first 6 songs, I did not think this would end up being Earth Gang's best album. The first 3 I don't like at all. All 3 of these are the top 3 worst songs on the album. They're all mid. The 4th and 6th tracks are not for me tracks. And then the 5th one, I think is just decent. So with my experience with Ghetto Guys being a sophomore slump, I got to this 3rd album and went, damn, this is about to be even worse. It's a 17 track album, so they had plenty of time to make up for it, but just know that the first third is easily the worst act. The duo told The Breakfast Club that the perfect fantasy is whatever you want it to be. Life is like a video game, and however you play it is the fantasy. This is an album we decided to put together how we wanted to and make it our own world with no rules. And when you just look at the visuals for the album, everything is themed with either a Tokyo, Korean, or futuristic cyberpunk vibe. Now, out of the first 3 tracks, the one that I was the closest to liking was Osmosis. I can see the appeal, but I judge liking a song or whether or not it's something I would pull up if I want to hear some music from that artist. And yeah, Osmosis would get 0 plays from me. Same thing with tracks 4 and 6. These are good, but You Gotta with Pharrell. The production on that is funky and upbeat thanks to Pharrell. But the vocals on this song don't really appeal to me, especially Olu. His whole verse is skippable, but Dr. Dot did his thing. The chorus is really cool, and again, Pharrell did his thing on the 1s and 2s.
I'ma be at your neck, baby girl, I ain't pressed, I might slide. Anytime.
Zone featuring Eric Bellinger, the lines about taking drugs and taking one's own life, I went, hey. Although this song is ass, at least the lyrics hit harder than usual. I can't even say the wooicidal lines from the verse because I'm not trying to get packed up. Love You More with T-Pain is a cool track. This was actually T-Pain's song, but he gave it to Earth Gang because he didn't know what to do with it. But he was glad that he gave it to them. This was the obvious mainstream sounding record on here, but turns out they didn't release it as a single.
Throw these racks out with you. How you in that Bentley straight up stunting on these whores, baby, I can love you more.
Now, those first 2 songs on the project are my least favorite. Deep Blue is the second worst. Dr. Dot said this is his favorite song on the album, and he doesn't regret 1 second of making it a 6-minute song. Well, it ain't even close to my favorite song here. The vocals don't even start until 1 minute and 20 seconds in. I was like, can y'all get to it? The title is very fitting though, because it sounds like underwater music. This sounds like music that would be playing if you're at an aquarium. But similar to Mirrorland, the opening song on this album is the worst song, and it's called Godly. This track has some of the strongest opening lyrics to an album I've ever heard. Never see yourself through someone else's lens, can't write a chapter of your life with someone else's pen. But the song itself, it's a skip for me. This could have been a not for me tier track, but the chorus by Damon Albarn, who is the front man of the Gorillaz, that dragged it down. Out of the 11 remaining songs, 9 of them are good. The 2 that aren't good, I still like them both. Those being In My Mind and Black Light. For Black Light, even though it's heavily AI, I kinda like the music video. These visuals are dope and the chorus is funky. Black light, expose your flaws.
Black light, expose your flaws.
2 of the good tracks out of that 9 are not for me tier songs, just like Zone and You Gotta Were, and they're back to back. Those tracks are The Wake and Die Today. For Die Today, I'm not sure why Olu decided to use this super high-pitched voice for his verse, especially with Dot's verse sounding normal. It makes you look back at Olu like, nigga, what was you doing? Olu's chipmunk vocal single-handedly makes me not like this song. In regards to the music video, I heard Dr. Dot say that he was terrified and he hated filming the video because he had to be in a casket and pretend that he was dead. He said he's one of those people that hates death and he doesn't even like to think about it. So having to lay in a coffin, he really hated having to do that, and he damn near had a panic attack from it. At least it led to a really good song, because having a panic attack while creating some mid would have been wild. For the good tracks that I do like, oh man, give me Bobby Boucher, Put In Work with Tommy Newport. The top 5 in order I would say are Perfect Fantasy with Snoop D-O-double-G. Apparently this song was the oldest one on the album, as it was made at the beginning of the pandemic. The fellas even admitted that Snoop dog walked the both of them on this song, and that's why they made Snoop's verse the very last thing you hear on the album. Now, I wouldn't say all that. All 3 of them were equally as good. I think they just said that because they were excited to work with Snoop. A song that fell right outside of the top 3 was Imagine. This track was beautiful, but I don't know if I'm putting it over these top records. The third best song features Cochise of all people, and it's titled Electric. You can tell this was meant for Cochise to be on because this production style is all he raps over. You would think this was a song from his album. The second best song is Flavors of Karma. This song just screams the love below. But my number 1 is the track that moved me the most, and that's Red Flag.
Crazy. I know you think I'm out my mind.
According to Dr. Dot, this track was originally called Britney Spears, and it's a song asking, why do we as people put ourselves in this type of framework to where they convince themselves to socially not like someone because of their finances or other things that would be considered a red flag? I just think it's the best sounding song overall. Perfect Fantasy is Earth Gang's best album, and I'm giving it a low B. Those first 3 songs really sunk this album down. Get rid of Godly, Deep Blue, and Osmosis, and this album would have been even better. There are loads of good songs here, and as you see, even with those 3 mid-ass records at the start, I still think Perfect Fantasy is a top 10 album from Dreamville.
I just got a new apartment. I'm gonna leave the floor.
Admittedly, y'all, the middle of this album is very rough. Track 5 to track 8 was, yeah, if it wasn't for the very beginning of this album and then the very end, it wouldn't be ranked this high. I rock with the opening song Chicago Boy, and I also like the song Up Late. For Up Late, the line, 5th floor, neighbors must be questioning my job, nigga, is the best line in the song to me. Sex so loud and so often, neighbors gonna start thinking she a runner, she a track star. Now the song Broke with JID, this is a good song, top 5 on the album, but not because of JID. I love Ari's portion. But when JID comes in, this was DiCaprio 2 era JID, by the way, so you know this is trash. Nah, I'm over exaggerating, but I truly believe this song would be better as a solo Ari track. It's for my boo thing, my new thing, new flame, butane, nipple rain, coochie rain, lick 'em both, do my thing, pickle soaked down your throat, holy water, take a gulp. The whole time JID is talking, I'm like, get off of this woman's song, dog. Damn, what is wrong with you? But overall, the first 4 songs I'm fine with. The middle portion, I gotta say it, the song I'm about to play right now is the second worst song on the album. This song does absolutely nothing for me. Ever since it came out, from the melodies to the instrumental, nothing hooks me into this song. Ari singing, I don't care for. Wishing you can meet me, see me, freak me. I honestly believe Ari has many songs that are better than this. Obviously, the dude from Fayetteville, North Carolina didn't help much. His background vocals are more enjoyable than his actual verse. This song is mid. Another song that's mid is FaceTime. FaceTime is a song where I like particular parts of the song, but the overall record is not something I would put on because of the other parts that I don't like. Like when she's singing, ooh, you a hell of a drug, and FaceTiming my baby tonight. Those are fine, but it's the parts between that when she's singing with a deeper voice. Going back that years up on me, back up all that years you talking. Bet you wanna cup a feel, bet you wonder if it's real. That's when I'm like, alright, never mind. But even then, both Shea Butter Baby and FaceTime are better than the worst song on the album, which is Speak to Me. Simply put, it is impossible for me to play this song without yawning. This song is outrageously boring.
I don't wanna waste your time.
Nah, girl.
Why you speak to me?
So like I said, this album was rough from tracks 5 through 8. The only song I didn't mention was track 7, and that is because it is a not for me track. I'm not a fan, but if this is one of your faves, then I hear you, and that song is New Apartment. Ari declares this as the most important song on the album, as she believes everyone should leave home at some point in their life to experience their own world and their own space. That's why she has lyrics expressing her surroundings like, leave the dishes in the sink, do some cartwheels cause my furniture ain't came yet, standard shipping thing. Walk around this bitch naked. Nigga, why the f is you talking? Ow, get the f out my apartment now. I'm not about to sit here and hate. It's a good record and it's much better than the title track. 2 last songs to mention before the top 3. I like the song Pop, but at the same time, this is like a diet version of Summer Walker's Session 32. This is the acoustic guitar record of the album, and I really believe this could have been Ari's greatest song ever if it was more emotional and more hard-hitting, but it's pretty light. And one song that fell right outside of the top 3 is I Been. This song does nothing wrong, I just simply feel the top 3 songs are better. Third best song is You're Deceiving, Receiving, Not Giving, Head Ass, Whipped Cream.
I've been eating whipped cream, having vivid dreams.
Hey, actually, let me say this. This top 3 I'm mentioning, I actually think these are Ari's best 3 songs, period. Whipped Cream plus the other 2 songs I'm about to name, I think these are better than every song on Age, Sex, Location as well. Second best song is the final track, Static.
Don't let the static drown us.
I saw a comment from a fan that went to an Ari show, and they said that Ari said that this song is not about a guy, but about Ari's issues with anxiety. The song is her telling herself that she's in control and she accepts herself as is, and also not to let the static drown you. Going to an Ari Lennox show is crazy, but I'll take this person's word for it. But the best song on Shea Butter Baby, without a doubt, without a damn doubt, is Break Me Off. Forget the best song on this album. Break Me Off is the best song Ari Lennox has ever made, period. Fantastic production, you can't go wrong with a catchy chorus, and she's oozing sexual vibes throughout the record. Very bouncy, very sultry. Yeah, stop playing with me. Ari Lennox doesn't have a single song in her discography that's better than Break Me Off. I'm grading Shea Butter Baby a low B. Take off Speak to Me and take off the title track with J. Cole, and oh my goodness, bro. This could have been at the top of best female R&B projects I've ever heard. This would have been better than Rihanna's Good Girl Gone Bad. Could have been over Tiffany Evans. Could have been better than 3LW's A Girl Can Mac. But nope, since those weak tracks are on here, it ain't better than those albums, but it's still a top 10 Dreamville project.
This album is trash.
Nah, but what I will say is, this album certainly deserved the Grammy nod for Best Rap Album of 2025. It clearly wasn't going to win because of the run Kendrick Lamar had, but either way, this was a really good project. With my typical disdain for JID, y'all already know there's many of songs on here that I don't enjoy. But to switch it up this time, I actually want to talk about the Not For Me tier songs first, because one of them is the opener that I just played. You Ugly with Westside Gunn. This is a song where the beat switch greatly helped JID. I did not like this song at all for the first almost 2 minutes, but when the group harmonies came in, that tomorrow will bring sunny skies, and I will look back and smile. The song started to sound really good starting there, but if I have to skip the first 2 minutes of your song to get to the good stuff, that's a massive problem. So overall, you can keep You Ugly. Of Blue with Mereba. At this point, this is exhibit number 14 of JID using a beat switch that I feel was unnecessary and made me not like the song. After Mereba's opening, after his own verse, and after the I can't wait to get there, I can't wait to be in that place, the song could have ended, bro. The last 2.5 minutes is a skip for me. I like the first 4 minutes. Everything after that, keep it.
Say it ain't so, niggas done sold us down the road, but I know God give the heaviest load to the stronger soldiers.
I know some of you may say, well, you can at least play the first 4 minutes and just turn it off. No. I'd rather not play the song at all. He sold. G's is another track where I'll give G a nod for good rapping and good flows, but it's just really not entertaining for me to go back to it. This final Not For Me tier song is going to be the most hurtful one of all. It does not matter how much credit I give a track. The moment I say I don't personally like it, people start bitching anyway. So y'all are about to have a field day with this. I do not go back to Community with clips.
As time goes by, it's an eye for an eye here. My niggas mob deep.
If you think this is the best song on the album, I will not argue with you. Malice's verse was hard. JID and Pusha had some cold lines too, but Malice was going off. My ghetto's not your culture. Niggas really die here. So hard to say goodbye. It's the only lullaby here. Them apartments be the perfect backdrop for any nightmare. Malice didn't have to go that hard. Ooh. He rapped this verse like he was in the electric chair and the executioner told him, if you want to stay alive, you better spit the hardest verse you ever spit in your damn life. And Malice said, alright, bet, and gave us this. I think this song is lyrically magnificent, but I judge songs overall, meaning I factor in how good I think the song is, and then my own personal enjoyment and whether it's something I would go back to. And I think that's how everybody should judge music. Like, whether y'all want to admit it or not, your personal enjoyment of a song is going to always factor into the rating or grade, whatever you give it. So factoring in my enjoyment of the song, or lack thereof, I have to knock it down. I don't think the beat is that crazy, and the overall sound, I don't really be wanting to hear this. There are numerous songs on this album that I would rather hear over Community. I would play Community over these tracks right here though, because all of these are super mid. On McAfee with Baby Kia, shout out to BK, but that's a skip. No. What We Own with Don Toliver, I already knew that this song would be mid because Don Toliver is attached to it. When is he not creating mid? I refuse to believe JID made this and thought this was a good song. Bro, you knew this was mid.
I know you wanna be on, cause we on, yeah. Cause we on. We treat you like a peon. Get me gone, cause he on and we on.
Trash. JID tried, what the hoe say? Like, he thought he ate.
And she want me to be her mister, but I don't want to tease her tempter. Cause you know that I read the scripture. Like an Adam and Eve, I probably just seen the picture. 200 degrees, moving at light speed, and sipping elixir.
But fam, you got Don Toliver on here. This song was destined to not do anything for you. The second worst song on the album is VCRs with Vince Staples. I know JID and Vince thought they had it, but I was pretty bored with this record. And lastly, the worst song on God Does Like Ugly is K-Word with Pastor Troy. JID's first verse lacked so much energy that when Pastor Troy came in with his dramatic energy, it's like, bro, y'all don't even match on this song. God fixing my design like an animation. Am I in the Matrix? My animosity raising, rising. Andre, I feel like I'm in the 80 playing for the Falcons.
My mindset on thinking out the box like a Rubik's Cube. Them dudes stupid as Ruby Rose booty.
So y'all know what's funny? There are no decent songs on this album. Every song that I like, I think is good. All of these are good. Starting with Get Your Ass Up, Get Your Ass Up, Get Your Ass Up. I like that. The closing song For Keeps. This is one of the songs that talks about his background the most, with him mentioning his first and only job was working at Domino's and how he would write his rhymes on the back of a timesheet. How because he would hang around Johnny Venus and Wild Great, people thought that he was a member of Earth Gang as well. Thus, he had to tell many people, nah, I'm my own artist. I'm JID. I'm solo dolo. This was the perfect choice for the final song on the album. Wholeheartedly with Black and Dollar Sign. This song was riding high until Black came in with his verse at the beginning. I was ready to love this song. As soon as I heard Black, I said, never mind. I still like it, but I don't love it. Black is like a G-rated Isaiah Rashad. Overall, he cool, but his delivery style, the laid-back feel, is like, dog, do you have a soul? Every song you make don't need this super soft feel to it. When Black shows up on any song, I just be going, get ready to have your mood killed. We now arrive at the top 3 of JID's greatest album. Number 3, I know this song isn't as loved by other people, but I don't give a PHUCK whether y'all like it or not, and that's No Boo with Jessie Reyes.
And don't you ever feel like you're tired of searching for somebody like me?
In a weird way, Jessie is singing like SZA on here. I really feel like you could replace her with SZA and the track would be the same. But that's not a negative. I think this song has some really soothing melodies and production, so I'm bumping this. The next 2 tracks are Fire, and I think these are both top 5 songs across all of JID's albums. Number 2 is Glory.
Take them in the church, you know your mom and them going to praise the king with the crown that's provided with thorns.
This is one of the most hard-knocking beats I've heard in the 2020s decade so far. You can't not move your head to this song. The vocals in the back have a holy sound to them and a Coliseum sound to them. It just feels like a huge gathering of people are together to watch something devastating happen. But even though this song has so much hunger and aggression, I'm not playing it over Skate with Sierra and Earth Gang.
You ain't never been to Skate Town. Auto National, you know it.
It's a literal crime that Sierra's portion of the song only plays once and that's it. Skate was the perfect opportunity for a repeated chorus. The structure of this song is all the way messed up. JID's verse, Sierra chorus. Earth Gang member number 1 verse, Sierra chorus. Earth Gang member number 2 verse, in the song with Sierra chorus. It's mind blowing that they didn't do that. Or even if you want Dr. Dot and Olu's verses to go back to back, that's fine too. The point is, Sierra's part should have happened more than once, and everybody involved with making this song needs to be slapped. JID really needs to re-release this song using that formula. Even though I'm very disappointed with the layout of the record, this is still the best sounding song on the album, and it goes hard. God Does Like Ugly gets a solid B. Take Off VCRs with Vince Staples, K-Word with Pastor Troy, What We Own with Don Toliver, and On McAfee with PK, and only leave those 10 songs. Woo, man. As a concise 10-song project, this would most definitely be in the A range. But this is JID we talking about here. JID can't resist putting some mid in the track list. Either way, I think this is his best album.
After we're done, what's done is done. I don't want nothing else to do with it.
Yes, I am on the Control is better than SOS train. 100% I am. Something I can say about SZA is also what I mentioned in my Am I Sleeping video about her. SZA's music is simply not that entertaining to me. A lot of the time when I play this woman's music, I be really bored. I can give her credit for her heartfelt lyrics where she touches on her insecurities, her toxic ways, her being afraid of being alone, all of that jazz. And clearly she's a great singer, but her music is not that enjoyable to me. Case in point, the very first song on the album is a not for me tier track, and that's Supermodel. I like the lyrics. Heard you got some new homies, got some new hobbies, even a new hoe too. I've been secretly banging your homeboy while you're in Vegas. It's a good song, just not something I want to hear. As a song, she has better sounding songs to me. Since I mentioned the Not For Me tier, the song right after it goes in that tier. I don't like Love Galore with Travis Scott, and it's because of Travis Scott. His singing and ad-libs really don't add anything to the song for me. Anybody who watches my channel knows I'm not a fan of him, so when I'm listening to any song and I hear, yeah, it's lit, I go, ah. But that's why the Not For Me tier exists. It's a good song whether I like Travis Scott or not. SZA did her thing on there. The last Not For Me tier track is good. I just don't want to hear it. It's Broken Clocks.
I just do it my way. All I got is these broken.
Now, even though Supermodel and Love Galore are in the first half of the album, let me say this. There are other songs in the first half that I don't like, but really quick. This is one of the best opening halves to an R&B album that I've ever heard, bro. As a collective, from Supermodel to Go Gina, SZA was in her bag when she made these. The only other songs I don't like in that first 7-track run are Go Gina, which I actually used to think was decent, but the song grew off of me. I do like how she pronounces her L so la 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 la, like probably true, probably came, usually come from la like the rough. But the other track that didn't grow off of me, I just simply never liked this song, is Doves in the Wind with Kendrick Lamar. Pussy. This song doesn't do anything egregiously wrong, pussy. It's just not a hard-hitting track to me. From the beat to both artists' performance, I just always thought this song was okay, pussy. Let's jump to the second half of the album real quick. Pretty Little Birds with Isaiah Rashad, get that song out of here. I would really advise SZA fans to go watch my Am I Sleeping video on SZA where I break down a handful of her songs and give my full opinion on them. This track was in that video. Simply put, I don't like this song because lyrically I feel like it's too poetic. When she's singing things like, you are but a phoenix amongst feathers, you're broken by the waves amongst the sea. I feel like I'm reading a lonely middle schooler's poetry blog on Tumblr, or I'm reading some Wattpad fan fiction. And then the worst song on the whole album is in the second half, and that's Anything. This song would be hard if the production was better, but those noises take me out of it. And also, the song is not bad. I think it's the worst track, but it's still okay.
Keeping up is hard to do, even harder feeling heavy, steady chasing you. Beep, beep, why are you looking around?
The song was fine up until she did this.
Do you even know I'm alive? Do you even know I...
This damn,
do you even know I'm alive? Do.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, she was tripping when she made this. In better news though, I like half the album, 7 out of 14. I like Garden, Say It Like That. I like Normal Girl. Honestly, I mainly enjoy that song for the How do I be your baby on the chorus. I'll let the rest of the song play, but I really love that one part. For the good songs, I enjoy Prom, except for the part where she's singing in this really airy voice like, please don't take it personal. This song would have been amazing if it wasn't for that part, but the song right after it, nigga. The Weeknd, I gotta go on a quick little rant about this song. SZA is so lucky that this song sounds good, because this is hands down one of the lamest songs I've ever heard in my life. This is literally a song about SZA sharing a dude that she's messing around with other women, saying, y'all can have him during the week for the 9 to 5, but send him my way and I got him covered for the weekend. Essentially telling the man, you can do what you want to do. You're not my boyfriend anyway. Bro, people really be that down bad for love. The fact that some people push this as a women empowerment anthem is insane to me. Absolutely nothing about this situation is a flex. SZA admitted that she didn't think about what she was saying on this song, and she said, I was just happy to be singing over a Justin Timberlake record. Lines like, is you coming home? Is you out with her? I don't care as long as you here by 10:30, no later than, drop them draws, give me what I want. Like that whole part. Some people claim it's supposed to play into the album's theme and shows that she has control of the situation. She's not being played or being used. She's fully aware of what's going on and she's allowing herself to be part of it. Hell no. Any woman that's knowingly sharing her dude with other women, but she's sitting here saying, man, I don't care, he could do what he want. You are a whole goofball and you need to do better. But let's get into this top 3. Similar to SOS, all top 3 songs are fire tier. The third best song is, this song is fantastic, and that's Drew Barrymore.
Do you really love me, or just wanna let me down?
The amount of lines I randomly sing from this song is ridiculous. I love so many different parts here. Do you really wanna love me down like you say you do? Give it to me like you say you do. Bro, I could be in the middle of cooking. I could be in the middle of frying chicken with my bare hands, no tongs, and I'll be like, I'm sorry, I'm not more attractive. I'm sorry, I'm not more ladylike. I'm sorry, I don't shave my legs at night. And I ain't singing this for no nigga or no hoes. This song just sounds great. The second best track, I also love singing this, is 20 Something.
How could it be 20 something all alone still?
The amount of times I've randomly said over the years, how you leave me out so far away. This song is without question top 3. Y'all can say my number 1 pick is egregious because it's not a full song, but in my opinion, nothing on this album sounds better than Wavy Interlude.
You know, just taking it slow, babe. Somebody show me that door.
What's wild about this, I've heard the full unreleased version of the song, and that's not better than the interlude. There are multiple YouTube videos that has the other intended verses, and it's a full 3-minute track. But I gotta keep it real, this shortened version where it's mostly just the chorus is much better. You know, just taking it slow, baby. I'm giving Control a solid B. This could have been in the A range if I didn't dislike Travis Scott. If anything didn't have that doot, and if some songs weren't on here at all, like Pretty Little Birds. But as it stands, although I don't even like half of the songs on this album, this is way better than SOS, and it's seriously not close.
Bitch, you ugly as fuck. You out of pocket.
Dude went on a 5-year hiatus, came back to drop a top 3 TDE album. Literally only something that Kendrick can do. Now, as an 18-track album, I have near equal likes and dislikes. I like 10 songs and I dislike 8. Out of those 8, there's only 4 that are full-blown pack these up. One of the songs I dislike is Silent Hill with Bill Capri. And let me tell y'all now, I have absolutely no issues with Bill being on this album. I know that's a massive point of contention that some folks have because of how controversial Bill can be. He be saying and doing some wild stuff, so it's off-putting that Dot can be such a typical, profound, intellectual artist, but then he brings this mofo. I am not educated on any of y'all other issues with this collab. I got my hater blockers on. It's tunnel vision. I don't like Silent Hill simply because of the silencer pistol sounds on the production. Those are a little obnoxious. And the push these niggas off me like, like, That just sounds stupid. Really quick though, speaking of Bill Capri, I do like the Rich interlude. What you doing with Kendrick, nigga? What you doing with a legend? But the other 3 mid songs on the album are all the bottom 3, so I might as well say them in order. Third worst track on Mr. Morale and Big Steppers is Save Your Interlude, which I'm sure y'all know Kendrick is not even on this song. The entire thing is performed by Baby Keem. So if you don't want to count this, then Silent Hill is in the bottom 3. But the second worst song is Count Me Out. This track marks the second half of the album, and I think it's the worst half of the album. This project is all around really good, but if we're looking at them side by side, if we go band for band, United in Grief to Purple Hearts versus Count Me Out to Myrrh, yeah, give me the first half for sure. But the worst song on the album is definitely Mr. Morale with Tana Leon.
Huddle up, tie the flag, call the truth,
Things on my mind and it's heavy. Tell you in pieces cause it's way too heavy. My dumb Mr. Joker is heavy.
You know what it is? You know what it is? This song was produced by Pharrell Williams. That explains why the beat is subpar. Before talking about what songs I like, y'all know what time it is. Not for me tier. Let's get 2 of the most impactful and I guess you can say controversial songs from the album out the way. We Cry Together with Taylor Page. Taylor sounded like Rico Nasty on here to me. I actually love the concept. A song of a couple arguing with each other about their problems is very cool. When he talked about women not getting along and why R&B bitches don't feature on each other's records, that was funny. But the absolute best part was them talking about smashing at the end and Kendrick said he was gonna hit her doggy style. I was like, okay, now we're finally getting somewhere. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. The reason I don't like this song has nothing to do with this reminds me of past trauma. There are some people out there who point out this song and say it's so triggering for them because when I was a child, my mama and my daddy used to argue a lot and it sounded like this. So that song is so overwhelming for me. My reason is slightly correlated, but it's simply because this isn't a song. You're just listening to 2 people argue for 5 minutes. There is no singing, there is no rapping. It's just constant, F you nigga, nah, F you bitch, F you nigga. Nigga, I don't need you to F me. I can get dick anytime I want. You know you want this. So yeah, this song is actually great, but I would never want to hear it.
Little dick ass nigga that's trying to go big.
But you was sucking this dick though.
Well, shit, I
Another one, this song would be fire tier if I simply enjoyed listening to it more, and that's Mother I Sober. This is a touching song. Kendrick talks about being questioned by his mother on whether or not he was molested by his cousin. Kendrick says he wasn't, but no one believes him, and his mom continues to ask him. To which his mom reveals that she was violated in Chicago and she didn't want to believe that it couldn't happen to her own son. Again, a touching song, but it doesn't pull me in for repeated listens. Another not for me tier track is Savior with Baby Keem. This beat is so great, and yet I hate Baby Keem for singing, "Are you happy for me? Smile in my face, but are you happy for me?" That ruins everything for me. Lastly, we have the opening song, United in Grief. I ain't gonna lie, this is one of those songs where I understand someone saying Kendrick's voice makes them not want to listen to it. And by someone, I mean myself. It's a good song, but the will to be in it is menacing. The demons portrayed of religionist. I wake in the morning, another appointment. I hope the psychologist listening. His voice is off-putting here. These 5 not for me tier tracks help this album be so high in the ranking though. On top of the fact that I still like more than half the album, such as the final track Myrrh, Purple Hearts with Ghostface Killer and Summer Walker, which I only like that track for Kendrick and Summer. GFK did absolutely nothing for me on there. Every track from here on out is really good. Rich Spirit, whoo! This beat is tremendous.
Rich nigga, broke phone, trying to keep the balance, I'm staying strong.
Speaking of tremendous beats, y'all heard me open this entry with N95. That beat is freaking phenomenal. Worldwide Steppers, hearing him say he didn't know how to feel like the first time he smashed a white bitch when he was 16 was funny, and how he smashed one when he was in Copenhagen on the Good Kid Mad City tour, and his ancestors watching him smash a white bitch felt like retaliation. Die Hard with Amanda Rayford and Blast, super good song. This is what I'm saying. He opened this album on an insane run. The first half is the better half. The only tracks out of that first 9 that are just okay are Rich Interlude and Purple Hearts. The other 7, woo! This 5 years was worth the wait. But now, let's get to it. Top 3. Third best track is Auntie Diaries.
My auntie is a man now. I think I'm old enough to understand now.
Okay, I actually got this song confused with Mother I Sober when I said that this was one of the 2 most controversial songs on the album. This is the song where K-Dot was receiving hate for talking about his family members transitioning to different genders, and him using the F slur. In the track, Kendrick's cousin calls out Kendrick for having that white girl on stage, but he got upset for her saying the N-word. The cousin's point being, well, Kendrick shouldn't be saying the F slur either if that's the case. Amazing song. Number 2 is Father Time featuring Sampha.
Tough love, but hold up, no chase on me, no chase on me.
Daddy issues kept me competitive. That's a fact, nigga. I don't give a what's the narrative. I am that nigga. When Kanye got back with Drake, I was slightly confused. Guess I'm not mature as I think. Got some healing to do. Shout out to Sampha, bro. He put it down. The best song on this album, let me tell y'all, I am in love with the final 1 minute and 45 seconds of this. The track takes a while to pick up, I will admit. The beginning of the song is kind of just alright. But when K-Dot finally ramps it up, it's a blessing. Because the rest of this song sounds incredible. And that's Crown. This bridge is so beautiful. Heavy is the head that chose to wear the crown. Although I dislike the slow start and I dislike some of the singing, but the time will come and I'll be there. The rest of the song is perfect to me. The piano production is amazing and matches his voice so well as it goes on. Bro, I don't mind sitting through that slow first couple of minutes to get to the climax. He was channeling his inner Andre 3000 with this. I can't please everybody, can't please everybody. Bro, I freaking love this song. I'm grading Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers a solid B. This is a really, really good album. Those 4 songs I had in the Not For Me tier, even if I did enjoy them, this album would still be number 2. Because the number 1 TDE album is just that much better than everything else. My opinion on Born Sinner being J. Cole's best album has never ever changed. I've thought this before The Fall Off came out, I've thought this before the off season came out, and prior to that. This has been his number 1 album to me for a very long time, and no matter how much I replay his discography, I still believe this. Another thing that I still believe is the worst song. I only dislike 2 songs on this whole album, so like I always say, let's get balls deep into it. The worst song on Born Sinner was, is, and forever will be Ain't That Some Ish Interlude. I honestly think this is J. Cole's worst song ever from his albums.
I said, say what? Ain't that some shit? Well paid for this rapping shit. Say what? Ain't that some shit?
I hate this beat produced by Science. This is the same dude that produced Ooh, It's the Lies, Satisfaction, Hollywood. He gave Cole an annoying ass beat. I don't like Cole's ad-libs. Say what? Ain't that some well paid for this rapping? Say what? This song is just very irritating. That's all I can say. The other song that I dislike is the opener, Illuminati. I actually think this song falls off after the first verse. The combination of the beat, chorus, and first verse is overall really good, and this could have been a Not For Me tier track, but it becomes me after that. When he got to talking about, it took a black president to tell the Japanese sorry, well, who gonna tell my nigga sorry? And the third verse when he's like, Beyonce once told me she wanted to buy that new blue Bugatti. Shit, that car is worth more than me. I think she knew that too. This is so awkward. You know what else is awkward? When I see dudes marry old hoes that I've messed with. I be hearing this song like, nigga, you're just talking at this point and you're not even saying nothing hard. These last 3 verses are nothing special to me and the whole song becomes mid after the first verse. Now, just because I think this is Cole's best album don't mean I think every track is amazing. Several records at the beginning of the album, although I like them, I don't even think these are good songs. And overall, I have some big gripes with Cole's lyricism. Land of the Snakes, this is the record with the cool Outkast, the Art of Storytelling sample. That track is fine. Trouble is admittedly one of the more boring songs on the album. I think it's entertaining enough to play it, but if someone commented on this video and said, I never liked the song Trouble, it never appealed to me, I wouldn't say that they're tripping. Honestly, I feel the same about Runaway. Because of the production being so soft, you can kind of look at it as one of the more boring songs on the album as well. And also, let me say this now. One big flaw I think Cole has in his earlier career was that he doesn't pay attention to the lyrics of his own songs. There are so many lines and so many verses where he just completely goes off the rails and starts talking about random off-topic stuff. The third verse of Runaway suffers from that. First verse is about being in a relationship, but at the same time, he wants to be in the streets with the freak hoes and he's too young to be committed. Second verse discusses from the woman's perspective about being with a rapper is hard because I want to settle down and have a family and whatnot, but you out here on tour doing your thing and I already know you being unfaithful. So how long you think I'm about to sit and wait for you? And then out of absolutely nowhere, the third verse of Runaway is about, I remember I used to work at an ice skating rink and my racist manager told me, no matter what color a girl's skin is, they're all pink on the inside. That reminded me how back in slavery, blacks were looked at as 3/5 of a person, and how slave masters would sexually assault some female slaves and have babies with them. Even today, the rich white man still runs the world, except you can't see the chains because we're all slaves in our mind. Bro, I hate the third verse of this song. This whole verse is a bunch of other stuff that has nothing to do with the first two.
And I'm running, run away, run away, run away, run away.
Hot take, I think the song She Knows is decent too. I know this is an iconic record for Cole fans, but nah. Cole got many songs that's better than this. I'm about to now throw a curveball at y'all. The only guilty pleasure song in Dreamville history. For those of y'all who don't know my channel, I define a guilty pleasure track as one where I can admit the song actually sucks and is one of the artist's worst songs, but I still like to hear it. Throughout this whole ranking, I've never defined a song as a guilty pleasure, but I think the song Forbidden Fruit with Kendrick Lamar is. The track is supposed to be about how if you believe the Adam and Eve biblical story, then you know that every dude in the world at some point, we all gonna bite that forbidden fruit and lust over a woman, even if we know we shouldn't. But J. Cole has this thing where he'll have a concept and then just abandon it to start talking about how he's the coldest rapper in the world and some other things. The whole part about how many records do I gotta sell to be on the cover of XXL or the Fader, I'ma drop my album the same day as Kanye to show that I'm the man now, I'ma be the next legend in rap, and I'ma make the word bitch my new ad lib. Bitch, be at my shows, have everybody saying bitch. This song is all over the damn place. Like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? Get back to the topic. And Kendrick just has that basic ass chorus. Yeah, I honestly think they hella dropped the ball on this.
Take a little sip on bitches come and go. You know that? Money come and go. You know that?
Born Sinner is the first album where there are multiple fire tier songs that aren't in the top 3. Usually the great songs are that high, but there are several great songs on here. The only exception being Mo Money Interlude. A good track about the cons and disadvantages of money, but I wouldn't consider it fantastic. These other ones, like Rich Niggas, You Got What I Want, I Got What You Need, How Much For Your Soul, and unlike Trouble and Runaway, this is a song where the slow production doesn't bother me at all and actually helps the track. Crooked Smile with TLC is not in my top 3. I don't really mention music videos, but the music video has absolutely nothing to do with the track. It's based on a real life story in Detroit about a 7-year-old girl named Ayanna Jones that got killed because the police raided the home she lived in looking for someone else. The cops threw a flashbang in the house, one of the officers' gun went off and struck the little girl. It's a really sad story, but this is a song about not being insecure with how you look, and that we all should strive to encourage and love ourselves despite our flaws. This song has nothing to do with Lil Ayanna and her family's story, but for some reason Cole starred in this random short film about the story and just attached it to Crooked Smile. Cole really just be doing anything. And then the final song and title track Born Sinner is mostly in the fire tier because of the production and James Fauntleroy singing. I gotta keep it a stack. This song is mostly great because of those two things. But we're finally at the top 3. For number 3, I have Let Nas Down.
Told me Nas heard your single when he hate that shit. Said you the one, yo, why you make that shit? I can't believe
Although I've always thought this song was fantastic, I do understand the detractors who think that this is a very hoe-ish thing to make a song about. Many people look at this song and say, man, forget Nas. Why do you care so much that he didn't like Workout? Especially with him making Shawty, say what's your price? Bruh, you made that song because you needed a radio hit and it worked wonderfully. That's one of your biggest songs. You sitting here talking about, I can't believe Nas didn't like that one, man. He may not believe in me anymore. Like, you sound way too submissive. Nas will be alright, bruh. I think this song is amazing regardless, but the people who say that, I get their point for sure. Number 2, I know for damn sure none of y'all was expecting this to be this high. I got Chainin' Day.
Chainin' Day. My Chainin' Day.
The replay value is very high on this record for me. I can listen to this song at any time because everything meshes so well together. And don't get me started on the last 2 minutes with the slowed down beat. My mind completely changed on this. I used to think it dragged on with the I promise this will be the last time. Boy, nah, this doesn't drag. This is probably my favorite part of the whole song. Even when Jermaine throws his high-pitched voice in there. I need you to love me, love me. I love this song. And although I do, this next track was easily number 1.
Yeah. And we
I think this has a case for J. Cole's best song of all time. There is not a shadow of a doubt in my mind that Power Trip is the #1 song here. Miguel immensely helped because the version of J. Cole singing the hook, trash. This was a great follow-up to the song Dreams, one of his best mixtape songs ever, and this is one of the best beats Cole has ever made. Power Trip is phenomenal. Born Sinner is a high B and a top 5 Dreamville album. I knew going into this ranking that this would be high up. It could be higher if some songs were a little more hard-hitting or if this mother effer stayed on topic with his lyrics. But even with all these crooked smiles, this album had nearly no skips.
I need to reset myself without you. I won't neglect myself without you. I had to test myself.
This was the absolute closest to being the only skipless album in Dreamville history. I liked almost every song on Milky Way. It wasn't until I got to one song where the first miss finally came and I said, damn, Boz, you almost had it, bro. Milky Way can be summed up perfectly with 2 words: vacation music. It feels very tropical, like you're at a beach, like you're laying in a hammock on a sunny day, like you're partying with some hoes at the volleyball court, specifically for Boz. It feels like you're partying with some white hoes. I'm walking on sunshine, whoa. Every song on here gave the feel of, okay, this very confident. It sounds good to put on just to relax. Except for just one. This is an 11-song project. I liked every track until I got to track 10. The worst song on the album is PDA. This was the first and only song on the album where there was nothing about it that made me go, yeah, this would be cool to have on. Not the flows, not the melodies, nothing. Instead, I said, I can do without this one. Of all people in the universe, Boz almost had a no-skip album. That's crazy, ain't it? Now, although PDA was the worst, some songs that I liked, but they're towards the bottom of the ranking, are Front Desk, this is the 2nd worst song, and then Barack Obama Special is the 3rd worst song. I had to move cause my neighbor's so racist. My new crib Flado. And then the final track, Designer, all 3 of these are on the weaker end. A couple of tracks that I thought were just nice, decent, and they're in the middle of the album ranking is the opener Icarus. I was hoping this would be fire since Ari Lennox was on here, but that song just ended up being alright. And then one track, this actually went from decent to good the more I heard it because it just makes me laugh so much. And that song is Infinite Plus 2 with Corey C. Now, this man Corey C sounds like Ice JJ Fish. If Ice JJ Fish could actually sing though. I don't know if Corey sang like this on purpose, but JJ Fish's "There's something about you, girl," that's how he sounds. This for all time, you can't blame the summer, girl. I like this a lot though.
You can't blame the summer, get your head right.
These last 5 songs are all the good ones as well. One of these tracks actually had to grow on me. There's a particular instrument on the beat that I didn't like at first, but the more I played it, it became infectious. I was like, hey bro, I now like this more than I thought I would. And that's Boca Raton with A$AP Ferg. I know when I was talking about DiCaprio 2 and we only talk about real ish, I asked when has A$AP Ferg ever been part of something that wasn't mid? He pulled through on this one. I didn't expect that.
I flew out the Boca Raton, had to meet my nigga Boz. He took a break from the road.
I still don't think A$AP Ferg is a good rapper and I never will think that, but the wind instruments on that song is what I had to get used to. I think those are wind flutes. Whatever it is that's going I didn't like that at first, but I like it now. And actually, even though this next song is good too and I rock with it, I like Boca Raton more than this.
This one's for you.
I believe Tribe is like far and away Boz's most popular song. Everybody watching this video, this may be one of a few or the only song you even know by Boz. Although Boz and J. Cole was flowing on here, it got a vibey beat and their rhymes is on point. For Boz specifically, I gotta highlight him. This is one of the best flows he's ever had. Tribe is still not over this top 3 in my opinion. The song that's number 3, honestly, this track went from just okay to the top 3 the more I played the project, and that's Purge. At first, I thought Boz had a dog-ass flow, but he wasn't saying anything. Call him the Purge because he's killing these niggas off. Get these niggas out of here like the Uber is here. Y'all sweet like some kindergartners. Yeah, honestly, he was just saying anything on Purge, bruh. But again, he was flowing, and then the singing, I need to reset myself without you. I won't neglect myself without you. I was like, oh, this hard, bruh. This hard.
I need to reset myself without you. I won't neglect myself without you. I had to test myself.
Purge was close to being fire tier, but these next 2 songs actually are in the fire tier. And just to say something that I don't think any of you caught, This is the first time I said Boz has a fire tier song. I think these next 2 tracks are fabulous and the best 2 songs Boz has ever made. Number 2 is Senufa. I cannot sit still when I play this song. This is the most vacation-y song of them all. The singing from Boz and the uncredited female vocalists are on point. You know better. Turns out that female vocalist is Roxanne Barker from the Hicks. Man, I knew Baby would come back with another hit. She can't stop, she won't quit. The other member of the Hicks, Sam Evans, was uncredited on the song Purge, so ain't that something? The Hicks are amazing. Speaking of Purge, the #1 song on Milky Way and the #1 Boz song of all time is right after it. And that's Fragrance with Ice JJ Fish. I will admit that both of their singing will take some getting used to, but this song is such a damn earworm for me.
Damn, you smelling good, I love your fragrance. Damn, you looking good, I had this.
Oh wow, he got a sister in the music video, finally. Man, I be smiling like a mug when I be singing this. Why you always trying to get on my bus? Holla at my niggas, get off my nuts, oh God.
I had her waiting. She was trying to go back to my location.
I legitimately think this song is fire and the best Boz song of all time. Milky Way gets a low B+. Oh my gosh, I love this album. And if it wasn't for the song PDA, this would be the only no-skip album in the history of Dreamville. If you are somebody who's never cared about Boz and the only song you know is Tribe with J. Cole, you have to check out Milky Way. This is his best album and the one I think you'll come away with the most enjoyable songs from.
So come and follow me to the land, because I love.
This project had the benefit of being added because it is not a mixtape, it is an album. And Spillis Village is its own group. This isn't like Revenge of the Dreamers where they are classified as compilation albums. This is an actual defined group, and in September 2020, they put out an album of their own. And when I tell y'all, this being the second best Dreamville album of all time was something I was not expecting. This album was created in the midst of the pandemic. Both members of Earth Gang have said the whole crew, them, JID, Mareba, Hollywood JB, Jordan Bryant, Black Trash, and Benji. The whole crew would just spend time together talking about life, talking about the state of the country and the wild ass times the country was in. And then of course, since they're all artists, they decided to put together a project in this dire time. If any of y'all have heard The Art of Storytelling Part 2 by Outkast, where the theme was them making an end of the world apocalyptic track, that's part of the theme with this album, in addition to the religious connotations. But let me tell y'all directly, you can be completely not religious and still enjoy several songs on this album. Spilligion is yet another project where the opening song is the worst song on it. In these Dreamville rankings, I think this is the 5th time this has happened. And in this case, that is Baptized. There's nothing egregiously wrong with it, it's just easily the least entertaining song.
In that pussy wet like a dolphin.
Olu did have a line where he said, "My verses live even if I die from slugs." That was a hard line. But a common theme with shorter albums that are high in these rankings, out of 11 songs, I only dislike 2. Baptized, and then the second worst is Ocean. This chorus is pretty weak to me. Take some time to decompress. Nah. I do like though how Dr. Dot uses the melody on the final word of every other line during the beginning of his verse when he's like,
I appreciate it, I just hope you never leave me hopeless.
That part right there. Knocking at your door, promise I just pulled up for conversation. If we take it further, that's a bonus. I'll be out of space, you keep me grounded. I appreciate it, I just hope you never leave me hopeless. Out of this entire song, that's the only part I like. It's very funny. I enjoy every other song on the album. These next 2 are just decent, so I guess these would be the 3rd and 4th worst songs. That would be Cupid featuring Lucky Day as the 3rd, and then Judas as the 4th. Cupid is really just okay. I honestly wouldn't say that's a strong track from here. And then Judas, Ari Lennox and Chance the Rapper are on here, and they sounded nice, but Chance was rapping like Drake a little bit on this track. He was all like, I know many moochers like Cab, they like to use us like movers and Ubers and cabs. Uncle Sam is the one that really could use a hijab.
They like to use us like movers and Ubers and cabs. Uncle Sam is the one that really could use a hijab.
I don't care what y'all say, that nigga was flowing like Drake. Every other song I talk about is certainly strong, and I recommend all of these. Mecca for its great singing and the electric guitar sounds that add to it. So come and follow me to the land, because I love you.
take my hand.
The song Happy sounds like slave funeral music, like one of those scenes where one of their own gets killed for trying to run away. This is the song that would be playing during that scene. Olu was singing his ass off on Happy. His singing with this powerful ass piano will give you strong Catcher Freeman vibes. He didn't ask for this Shrey, but Big Rube recites one of his poems at the end of the track, and when I tell y'all, I have never enjoyed Big Rube on a song, I am not playing. I even be skipping the end of the movie ATL because of all that talking he decided to do. When I see Big Rube's name attached to anything, I instantly say, bro, move. Now, in regards to what I said earlier with the song being made during the height of the pandemic and their records are shrouded in this end of the world attitude, some tracks they pretty much flat out say it, whether speaking about the flu or singing We're All Gonna Die in harmony. Such as the song Family. This song has a strong country feel to it, which is funny for JID to sing on. But Olu starts his verse by calling someone, and when they answer, he says, surprise you picked up. I know you've been dealing with the world and all its little hiccups. I don't mean to bother you. Well, yeah, I kinda do. See, we've been wrestling with this nasty plague that's kinda like the flu. I ain't a doctor, I don't know, but I know rich folks dying too. And I know they gon' get the treatment first when that gets approved, and that's some BS. You should have seen the panic on your kids' faces in the grocery line, clutching tissue up to our breasts. So that part of his verse alone highlights my point. It's a really good verse that's really a capsule of his time. And don't get me started on the final song on the album, Jupiter. There are no verses. Everyone in the camp is just singing about holding hands and talking about meeting their demise, which again, the demise of COVID, in case them or their loved ones don't make it through this. This sounds like campfire music of a group of people seeing their end coming, so they said, well, let's get together and sing one final song before we meet our maker. Which is why they're singing, so hold my hands and dance with me tonight. You know they say we're all about to die.
You know they say we're all about to die.
Top 3 on the album. All 3 of these songs are magnificent. 3 fire tier songs. First up is Shiva. Oh, you heard that I'm a rolling stone, but you never know which way I move. The way they sing this one line will have you loving this song.
Oh, you heard that I'm a rolling stone, but you never know which way I move.
I don't think, bruh, y'all niggas not listening. If you gonna check out anything from this album, you need to check out the top 3. Every song I'm about to talk about, the singing and the production is incredible all around. I don't know what got into Dr. Dot, but he was on one with this chorus. I got more than 50 shades of gray, living in the house of blues, taking it day by day, living any way I choose. That singing is just sensational, bruh. Just as sensational as the singing on the second best song, which is Psalm Sing. Ooh, that alliteration though.
I get up, I get up, I get up so high. This shit got me feeling like I'm closer.
From the moment this song starts, it hooks you in. This for my niggas on the east side, yeah. This for my niggas on the west side, yeah. This for my niggas on the north side, yeah. This for my niggas on the south side, yeah. Mariba's treatable ass can do no wrong. Mariba, I don't care how it's pronounced. Baby, just call me. She did incredible on here. I get up, I get up, I get up so high. Baby, if you feel me, put your hands to the sky. This had a strong ass case for being the best song on the album, bruh. But this #1 track is not only the best song on Spilligion, this is probably my most replayed song throughout the entirety of working on this Dreamville ranking. I have had this video in the wings since summer 2025, and of all songs that I had a new experience with, this one has gotten replayed the most, and that's End of Days. This is the main song on the album, similar to that song Jupiter, where the crew is doing that campfire singing that I mentioned. Since we're all potentially approaching the end of our days, let's get together and sing one final song, and this is the result right here.
It's the end of days, end of time, my oh my.
Everybody's verse hits, from Hollywood JB saying, the news keep on saying we'll die soon, so sit back and roll up to my tunes. And if I'm gone before the end of the song, just tell my mom I ain't get rich yet, but I tried to. This is freaking incredible, bruh. To the catchy ass chorus, you can literally imagine this is a group of people ready to meet their fate, and they're ready to face whatever is about to come at them. They're even singing about God, which they refer to as him and her, how God left the people behind to deal with this tragedy on their own. It's the end of days, end of times, my oh my, up in a blaze, you can't hide. Why oh why, all the kids afraid? mama cries. God packed his bags and said bye-bye. God packed her bags and said bye-bye. Why? Spilligion is a solid B+. I was very surprised I enjoyed this album as much as I did. And I would grade it an A- if the opening song Baptized wasn't on here. I really do not like that song, and this is a major miss for me. Without that, this would have been the greatest Dreamville album of all time. But since Baptized is there, as it stands, as great as this album is, there is one album from Dreamville that I have to put over it. The #1 best album to ever release on Top Dog Entertainment. Every song on this album is good. I cannot tell y'all when's the last time I've heard an album where there was not a single trash tier, weak tier, guilty pleasure tier, mid tier, or decent tier song on it. Every track from Good Kid, Mad City is in the not for me tier, good tier, or fire tier. This album is incredible, dog. Even the worst song on the album is a not for me tier track, which means I understand why people love the song, but I'm not a big fan. Let's get balls deep into it, because y'all niggas won't believe what I have as the worst track on the album. And that track is Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst. The first part of the song, Sing About Me, is Chef's Kiss.
Sing about me, promise that you will. Sing about me.
But the second half, Dying of Thirst, get this whole part out of here. Him ended every single line with immediately made this the worst half of the song.
Dying of thirst, dying of thirst, dying of thirst.
The first half of this song is way better than the second half, and it's very much not close. Tired of running, tired of hunting, my own kind, but retired with nothing. Tires are steady screeching, the driver is rubbing, hands on the reel. Who said we wasn't? Dope on the corner, look at the corner. Daughter is dead, mother is mourning, straight bullets. There is no way in hell y'all are listening to the second half, Dying of Thirst, and calling this an incredible song. Y'all niggas are tripping. That's the worst song on the album. I can't split these in half. They're one whole song. But if I could, Sing About Me is amazing. Dying of Thirst, trash. Worst song on the album. So to keep it real, Good Kid, Mad City is essentially not for me tier the album. Although 12 songs on here are good, I dislike 7 of them. So yes, I only like 5 songs on this whole album. The other 4 songs I don't like are Backseat Freestyle, All My Life I Want Money and Power, Respect My Mind or Die from Lead Shot. Kendrick was rapping his ass off on this track. Respect my mind or nigga, it's go time. I roll with a dough with a good grind and I run that hoe with a baton. That's a relay race with a bouquet. They say, K, you gon' marry mine. It's a good song, but it's a song where I kind of have to be in the mood to hear it. And more times than not, I'm not putting that on. And unfortunately, the track that I opened this entry with, I don't like either. Money Trees with J-Rock. I don't like this track because of the le bish parts. Hearing that non-stop kills the replay value for me. I don't care for any of the verses in general. Money Trees is a track where I like particular parts, but not the whole song. Such as the iconic Halle Berry or Hallelujah part, and then Anna Wise, hit the streets, then we break the code. No way. Hit the brakes when they on patrol. No way. And then this song is 6.5 minutes. It's not good enough to be that long. Since I already mentioned the #1 worst song, the second worst song I think is the first title track, Good Kid. Kendrick did good, but Pharrell kills the energy with his chorus every time. Mass hallucination, baby. Ill education, baby. The song really slows down when he comes up. And the third worst track is the opener, Shireen, aka Master Splinter's daughter. Both of these songs, like I've been saying this whole time, good but not my cup of tea. Now these last 2 songs, forget good. These songs are great. If I liked them, they would easily be fire tier. The 5 songs that I do enjoy are obviously top 5 on the album for me, so these next 2 tracks would be numbers 6 and 7. One of them is The Art of Peer Pressure.
I got the blunt in my mouth. Usually I'm drug free, but shit, I'm with the homies.
The first minute and a half of the song is unnecessary to me. The alien sounding talk at the beginning, the instrumental break, the ay, all of that is uncalled for. This is a song that I feel would have benefited from starting off the rip. As soon as you click on that bitch, you hear, me and my niggas 4 deep in a white Toyota. Even with my hatred of the first minute, this is a great song, no doubt about it. The final not for me tier track is the second title track, Mad City with MC8. Both beats on both parts of the song are dope. Hearing him tell these different stories about witnessing someone getting shot at the burger stand, how he worked at a shiesty security job and he didn't even last there long because he was plotting on stealing stuff as soon as he got there, I said, okay, yeah, even though I still wouldn't play this is certainly better than All My Life I Want Money and Power and Tired of Running, Tired of Hunting. Now, even though there's not many, let's talk about the songs that I do go back to on this album. One of them is the obvious, Swimming Pools.
First you get a swimming pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. Pool full of
Classic K-Dot track. It isn't the best on the album, but I think it's up there. Even though it's one of the more popular songs, I don't even have Swimming Pools over Compton, with the man that's known for his beats and his hits, Dr. Dre. Now, for some reason, I wasn't expecting Compton to hit as hard as it did. Not that I have anything against Dre, because he's known to do damage, but this production is really strong, and Dre punched in some solid lines. It's time for the almighty top 3. The top 3 on Good Kid, Mad City. Third best song, Poetic Justice with Drake.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit.
I mean, for the people who watch my channel, y'all already know. I just found out that Drake was on this song a couple of years ago. I've never paid attention to the full track. It's a good song regardless of my ignorance, but it ain't better than the second best song, and that's Real with Anna Wise. Anna matched perfectly on this with Dot. Cause before you know it, everything's gone. Number 1 though, number 1. Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe.
Bitch don't kill my vibe. Bitch don't kill my vibe. Bitch don't kill my vibe.
Funny story, when I first found this song, it was back when I was in high school and this girl broke up with me because I couldn't make it to her birthday party one day. The thing is, I lost my house keys that day and I told her that, but she wasn't trying to hear it. She hit me with the, hey man, I don't think this is working out. I conveniently ended up finding this Kendrick song and I played it 15 times in that one night. I was like, bitch, you broke up with me for that? Coming in at a low A-, Good Kid, Mad City is the only TDE album in the A range. It just barely escaped being a B+. If I would have simply liked more of the songs, this could have been an even higher A. However, although I can give them credit and respect them for what they are, I don't enjoy a lot of the songs on this album. But that shows how amazing Good Kid, Mad City is. The songs that I don't enjoy are still way better than a lot of other mid songs that TDE artists be making. Not only is Good Kid, Mad City the best TDE album, I believe it's far and away the best album. No other project on that label is touching this.
I wanna cry sometimes, living this life under pressure.
West 1996 Part 2 by Loot. This album is freaking incredible. This is the best album to ever come out on Dreamville. And the wild thing is, it's not even supposed to be, as Loot himself doesn't consider this an album. Now here is some quick layered history about this project. This was originally intended to be a mixtape released in 2014 as a sequel to his mixtape West 1996 that came out in 2012. But back in 2014, although he wasn't signed to Dreamville yet, he was already connected with Cole at this point. Literally a few hours before Loot was about to release the Part 2 mixtape to the public, Cole called him and told him not to and to hold on to it because he wanted to release it on Dreamville after getting it in the right hands. Now, due to sample clearances, this album was repeatedly delayed until it came out 3 years later. In a June 2019 interview with Popular TV, Loot said that a lot of records on this album didn't originally sound like they do because he had to change beats, change choruses, whole verses, etc. To the point where he had to make sure he didn't deviate too much from the original magic. Also, in another interview with Bootleg Kev in November 2021, Loot admitted that he doesn't consider this his debut album. He said, that entire project was made with the intention of it being a sequel to a mixtape I put out a couple of years prior. Cole called me the day I was about to put it out and told me not to, but still, I will always look at this project as a mixtape because that's what it was intended to be. I pretty much already made the whole thing before Cole called me about it. So this never really was a debut album. I understand why people call it that since it was my first project after I got signed, but no, that was a mixtape. Hey, I'll tell you like this, Luke. I will consider this your debut as well because this is way better than your quote-unquote real debut album, Goldmouth. Out of 11 songs, bro, 9 of these are good, with the first 7 being all hits. Similar situation to Boz's Milky Way, but even more high quality. I thought every song was flames until I got to Crabs in a Barrel. Yeah, this was the first song on the album that didn't move me at all. Even though he was discussing how he'll protect his daughter no matter what, even to the point of shooting some shells, and how he stays out of the way while he's working because he knows when niggas get a whiff of the moves you making, that's when they start hating on you. The whole time this song was playing, I was straight-faced.
So don't start with that, you done changed shit, cause I ain't been popping enough to even change shit.
Now, here's the strength that Lute has. His relatability, the honesty of his lyrics, and his love for doing what he's passionate about in his life. You can tell every sentence on this album was birthed from a place of your everyday working man that got a huge blessing brought his way, and with that blessing, he was able to put himself in a better position. Whether he's talking about his daughter, a family member, or one of his friends, you can sense that Lute has a big heart and everything he says comes from a sincere place. Before naming all the highlights, I gotta say the other song that was just alright is called Premonition with Cam Obi and Earth Gang. I like this song for the jazzy production and everyone's voice sound cool over it, but it isn't a strong record. Every song from here on out is good, but if I had to choose a third worst song on the album, I would say it's Forest Prayer. And that's solely because the song hits harder when you're in a sad mood, but listening to it normally, it's kind of the sleepiest track on the album because of how slow it is. Lute is lucky that the song Home was overall good because honestly, get Elevator J the hell out of here. The song was perfectly fine when it was just Lute. Elevator J didn't necessarily ruin the whole song, but this 90s kicking it old school ass flow didn't need to be here either.
The knob, the 96, bumping something southern, bitch. The up and hot, I grab the up and...
The song Ambitions isn't titled an interlude, but it pretty much is one. It's a minute and a half of Lute saying he'd rather play pro ball or sell drugs than to live a life where you're working double shifts and catching the bus to and from work because he doesn't have any other reliable transportation. But funny enough, he says he's trash at basketball. So off rip, that's not an option. When it comes to playing ball, my shot is off like Cheddar Bob. Nice 8 Mile reference. Jiggin' was the second single released for the tape, and Lute describes this song as finessing your way through the struggle. And when you're going through those hustling times, not to let other people or those hard moments define who you are. Your hard work and determination to never give up is what's going to show who you really are, and not what other people say about you. The best lines in this whole song is when he mentioned how his fans would fiend for music so much that he can't even post a picture of his daughter without people asking when he putting something out. Yo nigga, I gotta thrive, but that's my only option. Can't post a picture of my daughter without that when you dropping comment that reassures that when I drop it's popping. Pinky promise to my daughter like it ain't no stopping. Do y'all see what I mean? Lyrics like this, you can just feel that this is a man that's not going to the studio saying anything. He really got that grit. The final 2 songs on the album, Birds and Bees and Living Life, are also good, and the feature on Living Life, Hi I'm Rai, ended the whole album on a really nice line. After talking about how if seeing the police makes you paranoid, then you need to get off the corner and this hustling life isn't meant for you. He was raised by a single mom doing her best. That's why when he hears the beat, he just spazzes for the check. Woo! But the final line on the album was
drop out, but I school niggas cause my mind quicker. I'm magic in his prime, find another sicker.
I'm magic in his prime, find a boy that's sicker. Nice, bruh. Let me show y'all this top 3. I shouldn't even have to say all 3 of these songs are fire tier. Y'all know that. The opening song, Morning Shift, is one of the best opening songs in Dreamville album history. I instantly liked Lute a lot when I heard that record.
I say shackles on my feet can't hold me back. Hold me back, hold me back.
The music video is a shout out to his incarcerated friend Preston. Turns out one time Lute missed his daughter's birthday since he was on tour with J. Cole. So he combined both of these shout outs as him portraying his friend who's running away from jail. And turns out at the end, he's running home to spend time with his daughter on her birthday. That's why the house is decorated as such. This is a beautiful song about paving your own way for success because the circumstances you were born in, nothing is given to you. The second best song is Get Up featuring GQ Slaughter.
Thinking about my struggle, so nigga just get up off your ass and hustle.
You got to get up, get out, and get something. Don't let the days of your life pass by. A song about realizing that nothing in this world will come to you. If you want a purpose in life, if you want a better life for you and your kinfolk, you got to get your ass up and put in some hours. Whether it's a hustle you have or whether it's working extra hours at your job, the only way you're going to improve your situation is by you putting in that grind to earn it. The best song on this album is the best song I've ever heard from Lute. and that's Still Slumming.
I'm still slumming while I'm chasing life. Took 2 steps back just to get it right.
The first verse on Still Slumming is one of the most personal and hard-hitting verses I've ever heard from someone on the Dreamville label. This verse is from the perspective of Luke's cousin, who was legitimately upset that Luke had to move back to the hood with his parents after he was previously connected with J. Cole. After he first met Cole, nothing solid came from it, but Cole knew who he was and wanted to work with him, and so the people in the hood, his close friends, were happy for Luke. But since things were moving slow with the Cole thing, Luke had to go back to being a regular working man, back to living with his parents, working a regular job until something came along. Luke's real life cousin saw that Luke was back in the hood and was furious, like, nigga, what are you doing here? I don't know how this music thing works, but what I do know is your music touches way too many people and you got way too much going for you to be working a regular ass job. The fact that you even met Cole and he showed interest in you, you're already much further than a lot of other people that's trying to rap. That means you got something special. You gotta get up out of here and go harder with the music, homie. I don't ever wanna see you back in the hood stuck with the rest of us. This verse is incredible, and Cole has some nice background vocals helping Luke sing, I'm still slumming while I'm chasing life, took 2 steps back just to get it right. You can hear Cole in the back going, still slumming, still slumming. Sometimes you gotta face a setback in order for you to finally reach your blessings and get the life that you want. And if anyone knows that life lesson, it's Luke, and he tells you that all throughout this album. West 1996 Part 2 is a low A-. With me having this as the #1 best Dreamville album, and then I had his second album, Goldmouth, much lower as the 3rd worst Dreamville album, yeah bruh. Goldmouth, in my opinion, is one of the biggest sophomore slumps in the history of rap. I honestly don't recommend Goldmouth whatsoever. If you want to get hip to how relatable, how hungry, and how passionate of a rapper Luke can be, play this album instead. I strongly recommend every single person watching this video to play this album at least once in your life. Play it at least once. If you don't want to, that's cool, but I believe you'll be missing out on a tremendous album if you don't. This is the greatest Dreamville album of all time.
Outro, outro.